Commander of the Apocalypse. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 101 Crisis emerges. Tang Zheng still remembered that when he left the Kinzhao trade conference, the leaders of the bases in Kinzhao left Wudi's radio frequency band for future contact. But since he left Kinzhao, he had basically no contact with the bases there. Unexpectedly, this time, Bailing from the airport base took the initiative to contact him. Tang Zheng remembered Bailing, a pretty and fashionable girl. But the message she sent had nothing to do with beauty and fashion. You are Wudi. Are you going north? If Tang Zheng is free, please go to the highway from Kinzhao to Fengcheng to take a look. Something extremely serious and dangerous is happening. This was the message sent by Bailing when she contacted Wudi, and Wudi relayed it to Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng had just received the notification from the Alliance, and then he received the message from Bailing. The two messages came almost at the same time, but Tang Zheng valued Bailing's message more. On the Alliance side, Tang Zheng had long known that they could not be friends with him. Zhuang City has been in chaos these days, with more and more people coming, and many of them are very suspicious. Some survivors had tried to enter the inner city, but they were stopped by the soldiers of the city guard company. No one has succeeded yet. Tang Zheng can be sure that there must be people from the Alliance among them. The Alliance is probing the strength of their side, and their intentions are definitely not good. So when the tax collectors of the Alliance arrived, Tang Zheng did not plan to cooperate with them. But Tang Zheng has not yet thought about how to do it. But now Tang Zheng must first go to see what Bailing said was a serious situation. Let's go. Take a plane to see what Bailing said happened. It's worth it to pass on the news to me. Tang Zheng boarded the helicopter and took off from the Zhuang City base. When the plane took off, many people in the city looked up at the sky and were shocked. Before the end of the world, this kind of front and rear double propeller aircraft was rare to see, and the Imperial Royal Army did not have it. I really don't know where Tang Zheng got it from. But some people feel proud, some are secretly jealous, and some are vigilant. The current Zhuang City is indeed unstable, and there are too many people with ulterior motives. The helicopter flew out of Zhuang City and flew to the south. After flying for about 2 hours, the front is Fengcheng territory. The plane continued to move forward for more than 100 kilometers along the highway that Tang Zheng had taken before, and then the speed slowed down. Because on the plane, he could already see the serious and dangerous things that Bailing said. On the highway, an endless tide of zombies was heading north. Even though Tang Zheng was used to seeing many big scenes, he was still shocked by the scale of this tide of zombies. From where he was, the tide of zombies on the highway could not see the end at all. You know, Tang Zheng was on the plane at the moment. His vision could even see more than 10 kilometers away. On the highway, the number of zombies was simply endless, and the black mass of people was surging, which was more spectacular than the migration of wildebeests on the tropical continent. This shouldn't be. Zombies are actually moving in an organized manner. At this moment, Tang Zheng knew that the world was going to change. Before, whether it was the base in Kinzhao or the Northern Territory Alliance, the leaders of these bases fought back and forth, fighting to the death for their own interests, and the whole world was a scene of chaos. But there was a premise. Because everyone thought that their common enemy, the zombies, was no longer a concern. Although zombies still occupied almost all citizen towns, everyone was not afraid because they had no intelligence and would only wander around unconsciously. As long as we stayed away from them, what was there to be afraid of? Anyway, the number would not increase. Killing one would reduce the number. Perhaps in a few decades or even 100 years, we would only be able to see this creature in zoos or museums. But what if the zombies were organized? No one had ever considered this question, because no one would think deeply about things that had not happened. But the scene in front of us had already pushed this question to the table. This huge group of zombies, even now, had at least more than 300,000 in number. The reason why we only said 300,000 was because Tang Zheng had not seen the end. Such a group of zombies acting collectively was obviously under unified command. Which survivor base could withstand such a group of zombies? I'm afraid there was none. If there was one, it would only be his own Ziguang city. What if all the zombies in the world acted like this in the future? Then the second catastrophe of mankind would begin. Tang Zheng took a deep breath and his face was solemn. Keep flying forward. I want to see how big this zombie group is. His soldiers were not that scared and continued to fly forward. About 10 minutes later, the plane returned to the front of the zombie group. Tang Zheng had seen it clearly. This zombie group spread nearly 30 kilometers on the highway. Tang Zheng roughly estimated that according to the calculation of 20 zombies per meter, the number of zombies here is about 600,000. After getting this number, Tang Zheng couldn't help but take a breath. 600,000. His troops may not have reached this number until now. His 4 field companies, plus the artillery company and the armored company, are still fighting fiercely in Shuanglin. They can eliminate about 20,000 to 30,000 zombies every day. After 7 or 8 days, they have only eliminated about 200,000. And that is an unorganized zombie group. This shows how terrible the scale of this zombie group is. Sitting on the plane, Tang Zheng said to the communicator Woody, "Contact Bailing and see what she knows." Woody immediately got in touch with Bailing. "Hello Bailing, I'm Tang Zheng." "Ah, hello, Commander Tang, I'm Bailing. Thank you for the message you gave me before. May I ask how you found this group of corpses?" "It's like this. The night before yesterday, I got news from a small survival base in Kinsao. It said that the zombies at their base seemed to be attracted by something and left the place where they usually wandered. I thought it was a bit strange, but I was too busy yesterday to take care of it. Today, I remembered it and flew over to check it out. I saw countless footprints going north along the highway. Out of curiosity, I followed them. You should have seen the pictures afterwards." Tang Zheng agreed. "Yes, I saw it, but where did this group of corpses come from? Do you know? I'm sending people to investigate. What is certain at the moment is that the group of corpses came from Kinsao, probably from the direction of Mingshu. The specific location has not yet been determined." "Mingshu?" Tang Zheng was stunned. His hometown is in Mingshu. "Leader Bailing, do you know anything else?" "I know a little bit more. That is, this group of zombies must have a leader, and they have a strong purpose. They hardly stop along the way. Even if there is a survivor base in some place, they will not attack it, but keep heading north, as if there is something attracting them in the north." Hearing Bailing's words, Tang Zheng felt more and more uneasy. He still said in a deep voice, "Thank you very much for the information Miss Bay passed on to me. If you find out the specific direction of the zombies, please tell me. Don't worry, I will tell you when I have news." After ending the call with Bailing, Tang Zheng signaled the plane to lower the altitude. He wanted to try to see if he could see the leader of the zombie group here. The zombies also noticed the approach of the plane, but the zombie group still went their own way and continued to move forward. Tang Zheng's attempt to find the zombie king was unsuccessful. Trying to find the leader in a zombie group that stretched for 30 kilometers and had at least 600,000 people was no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. Tang Zheng did not let the plane open fire to attack the zombies. That was meaningless. After circling for a while, Tang Zheng decided to go back first. It is still unclear where the zombies are going. Maybe they will enter the city after reaching Fengcheng. When the plane was heading back and just past the border of Fengcheng, Bailing's message came back. Tang Zheng knew that Bailing was the leader of the airport base and had helicopters available. It was very fast to find out the news, so he immediately answered the call. "Commander Tang, I have found out that the traces of the zombies' advance were first discovered in Tailei Town, Mingshu County. The zombies once surrounded the police station there. My people were still in the police station and saw some human remains. Now Tailei Town has completely become an uninhabited area. There are no people or zombies." "Ah. Are you saying that the zombies came from Tailei Town in Mingshu?" "Yes, that's right, Commander Tang. I remember that you established the base in Tailei Town at the beginning," Bailing also exclaimed. Tang Zheng pondered for a while. "Yes, my hometown is there, but I don't know why this happened. Commander Tang, what we can confirm now is that the zombies set out from Tailei Town. As for the previous footprints, they can no longer be found due to the rain. I think you should be more careful. Maybe the zombies are heading for you." "Okay, I understand, Chief Bay. I appreciate this favor." If you have the opportunity in the future, you are welcome to come to Ziguang City, which is at the foot of Guian Mountain, 700 kilometers north of Fengcheng. After saying this, Tang Zheng hung up the radio call. Town. Bailing has already investigated. There are no survivors in Town, so the people who stayed there are probably killed. Commissioner Wang and his people knew the whereabouts of their troops, and they did not hide this matter at the beginning. In this case, this group of zombies is likely to come for him. Who led the zombies? Zheng Kejiang and his men? Or the people in the prison base? Or the people who were offended at the trade fair? Although most of them should be dead, it's really hard to tell what's going on with zombies. The dead can become zombies. They are all possible, but that's not the most important thing. The zombies are about to reach Fengcheng. From Fengcheng to my Ziguang City, according to the zombies' restless marching speed, it will take about 7 or 8 days. I must make defensive deployments quickly, but Ziguang City is in chaos now, and the tax collectors from the Alliance are coming today. I must think of a way. Tang Zheng knew that the first great disaster since the establishment of Ziguang City was about to come. If they could survive this disaster, there was no doubt that Ziguang City would become famous, and countless survivors would flock to it. His currency could even be issued, and his troops would officially surpass the Alliance in fame. But if they couldn't, no, Tang Zheng firmly believed that he would succeed. Chapter 102 Enriched Uranium. Tang Zheng took a helicopter back to Ziguang City. Over the past few days, Ziguang City has begun to take on the appearance of a city. Dozens of buildings have been under construction, and some have already been capped. The engineers work in shifts almost 24 hours a day, and the construction speed is far faster than the normal speed of civilians. At this time, the road of Nanmen Street is already very lively. Especially the Public Security Bureau, the Ministry of the Interior, and the Registration and Trading Hall are almost overcrowded. Where there are people, there is business. Many vendors began to gather around here, forming a medium-sized market. Although Ziguang City has not yet issued currency, the survivors still have their own way of trading. In addition to the traditional barter, bullets, gold, and even Ziguang City's scorecards have become tradable items. Moreover, when Tang Zheng came back, he found that someone had bought a piece of land at the intersection of Nanmen Street and Dongmen Street, preparing to open a large hotel here. The intersection of these two roads can be said to be the prime location among the prime locations. Someone took it first, which is also very visionary. After Tang Zheng came back, he led the guard platoon to the south gate. It was already past 9:40 in the morning, and the tax collectors from the Alliance were about to arrive. Before today, Tang Zheng had not figured out what to do specifically, but after seeing the terrifyingly large group of corpses, Tang Zheng had a plan in mind. They stood in front of the door, and passers-by looked sideways, knowing that they were from the Ziguang army, and did not come to disturb them. At 9:50, the convoy appeared in Tang Zheng's field of vision. On the temporary paved road in the distance, a convoy consisting of 3 off-road jeeps and about 10 trucks was heading towards Ziguang City. It's quite a big show, bringing so many large trucks. How much supplies are you planning to collect from me? Tang Zheng complained, and then waited for the arrival of the convoy with a smile on his face. A few minutes later, the convoy stopped in front of the Ziguang City gate. A hot woman in her 30s jumped off a jeep. Tang Zheng had seen this person when he went to the University City base, the third member of the Alliance Parliament, and also the leader of the Jingwen County Lumber Yard base Lion Na. It can be seen that Lion Na is a mutant, and the strength and posture of her movements are different from those of ordinary people. Tang Zheng walked over and greeted her with a smile. Welcome to Councillor Lion Na from afar. Your arrival makes Ziguang City glorious. Lion Na also shook hands with Tang Zheng. I'm an unwelcome person. Let's be frank. When I collect taxes according to the law later, Chief Tang, please don't blame me. Haha, how could that be? Although Ziguang City is not rich, we can still get a little bit of supplies. Let's go and take a look in the city first. The guards drove Tang Zheng's Hummer Jeep over, opened the carport, and Tang Zheng invited Lion Na to get in the car. Except for the bodyguards, the rest of the people Lion Na brought were invited by the Internal Affairs Department to do statistics. Member Lion Na, let the people below do those tedious statistics. How about we go around Ziguang City? Okay, to be honest with Chief Tang, I'm shocked by your city now. Even if you don't tell me, I would have gone around. The motorcycle of the Public Security Bureau led the way in front of the Hummer. Zhou Liu drove the car, and Director Ji Yunshan sat in the sidecar, shouting with a big loudspeaker. Make way. Make way. Move aside, the one selling buns. Where is your stall? Shan Shan in front. I'm talking to you, the group of mercenaries with guns. Why are you staring? When we get to Ziguang City, it's like a dragon coiling, and you coiling, if you are a tiger. If you dare to make trouble here, you will be sent to the dungeon of the Public Security Bureau. With the Public Security Bureau leading the way, the convoy passed through the crowded South Street and arrived at the registration and trading hall. Member Lion Nap, take a look at our trading hall. What is the difference between it and the university town base? Okay, it happens that I also want to take a look. Maybe I can try to take a mission. Lion Na smiled, but she was secretly calculating in her heart. She has a wealth of experience in taxation and has her own criteria for judging whether a person will cooperate in paying taxes. Generally speaking, it is relatively simple for a medium-sized base to pay taxes because they have supplies and no particularly strong force to fight against the alliance, so they can only pay taxes obediently. Small bases are difficult because they are relatively poor, but as long as some pressure is exerted, they will generally have to cooperate. On the contrary, it is the most difficult to collect taxes from large bases. They have things, but no one is willing to pay them out, and they are strong enough, so the alliance has no good way to deal with them. A base as large as Ziguang City should be the hardest bone to chew. Ever since seeing the city wall of Ziguang City, Lion Na gave up the method of threatening with force. Apart from anything else, the garrison in the sentry tower of the city wall alone is not something she can deal with. If Tang Zheng does not cooperate, she will not be able to get anything. Once the city gate is closed, the alliance will probably not be able to take down this place without sending out all its forces. And this is also based on the fact that Tang Zheng's armed forces are not large in number. After entering the city, Lion Na carefully observed the situation of the garrison on the city wall. According to her initial judgment, the garrison guarding this city is about 300 to 400 people. This reminded her of the information Tang Zheng registered at the university city base, which indeed said that the armed forces were 300 people. It seems that he has not had time to expand the army on a large scale during this period, but this situation will not last long. When the situation in the city stabilizes, Tang Zheng will inevitably expand the army. I absolutely cannot let this happen. At least before expanding the army, I want him to agree to let the alliance station troops here. As long as the alliance can station troops here and control the city gate, this city can become ours at any time. I believe that the speaker will agree with my idea when he sees this city. Maybe this place is more suitable as the headquarters of the alliance. In a short time, Lion Na determined her idea of coming this time. Taxes must be levied, but that is no longer the main thing. The most important thing is to sign a protection agreement and then make it public on the radio to create a fait accompli and then let the alliance station troops here to occupy the magpie's nest. But it is not easy to accomplish this matter. Before that, she must gain Tang Zheng's trust at all costs. With dirty thoughts in their minds, the two walked into the registration and trading hall under the protection of the guards. After entering the door, they saw a large electronic screen. This electronic screen was erected the day before yesterday. Tang Zheng specially sent people out to collect it in order to make the trading hall look more stylish. The blackboard a few days ago has completed its mission and died. On the electronic screen, subtitles are scrolling. Many of the news here are released by the Ministry of Internal Affairs of Ziguang City. Most of them are acquisition news, because the large troops of Ziguang City are fighting outside. There is a shortage of manpower, and many materials cannot be collected. The news is released here. As long as the team or individual who can complete the task can exchange weapons, vehicles, etc., or even mutant beast meat. Purchase building materials, cement, steel bars, paint, wood, etc. Large quantities are needed, and weapons can be settled. If you have goods, please contact the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Purchase diesel by tons, weapons, and vehicles can be settled. Purchase salt, MSG, spices, and can be exchanged for Ziguang City points. Buy a large amount of gold, platinum, silver, diamonds, jade, natural pearls, rubies, sapphires, etc. and settle with weapon points. Buy uranium ore, enriched uranium, and bullets. The subtitles kept rolling. Ziguang City is now in ruins and needs a lot of things. Lion Na glanced at Tang Zheng, and Tang Zheng also glanced at her. Lion Na saw what Tang Zheng meant. He wanted her to help him complete a few tasks first. If this can't be done, there's probably no way to talk about the next thing. Lion Na smiled. Since you're here, you can't return empty-handed. Leader Tang will urge your Ministry of Internal Affairs later. Don't give me IOUs. Tang Zheng laughed. Of course not. Well, then I'll take the task of 50 kilograms of gold and one task of enriched uranium. I can't take anything else. After all, my logging base and the university town base at the headquarters have a great demand for ordinary materials. I hope Leader Tang can understand. Hearing 50 kilograms of gold, Tang Zheng was not too surprised. 50 kilograms of gold, converted into system funds, is 50,000 gold. This number is not big for Tang Zheng now. After all, the soldiers on the front line can collect about 20,000 gold every day. Now it has accumulated more than 100,000 gold, and Tang Zheng has not gone to get it yet. But a task of enriching uranium made Tang Zheng's eyes light up. During this period of time, Hezu pestered him every day, asking Tang Zheng to get some uranium ore, or enriched uranium, as soon as possible. But Tang Zheng had no idea for a while. This kind of thing is too difficult to get. If you ask ordinary people to find it, he doesn't know where to find it. Unexpectedly, today, Lion Na actually gave him a surprise. Tang Zheng calmed down and asked with a smile. Leader Lina was able to get something like enriched uranium. That's amazing. Lina waved her hand. It's not amazing. It's just that, when I was collecting taxes, there were survivors from Mabui. There was an Empire's nuclear power plant there at the time. Someone got a bottle by chance. It is said that the purity reached more than 85%. I collected it, but to be honest, this thing is useless. Without a large number of scientific and technological talents, that kind of weapon cannot be made. Today I will borrow this flower to offer to the Buddha, to Leader Tang. But I guess what Leader Tang needs is low purity enriched uranium. He should want to do some research in nuclear power. I'm afraid it's difficult for you to use my high purity bottle. As she said that, Lina asked someone to take the task and then delivered the task directly. 50 kilograms of gold and a silver white solid in a sealed glass box. Tang Zheng didn't know enriched uranium either, so he handed it directly to Hezu beside him. When Hezu saw this thing, her eyes had already lit up. She immediately took it and couldn't hide the joy on her face. General, it really is high purity enriched uranium. It's done. Just wait and see. Chapter 103, Horror Truck. 3 more chapters, 750 monthly tickets plus. Lion Na delivered gold and enriched uranium, and received 20 rifles, 5 AK-47s, a box of grenades and a large number of bullets. Seeing Lion Na's gains, many people watching the excitement around were jealous. In their opinion, Lion Na only paid some insignificant things, but she was able to exchange so many good weapons. She was really making a fortune. Gold and gems were indeed valuable before the end of the world, but what use are they now except for their beauty? If it weren't for Ziguang City purchasing these things, I'm afraid no one would pick them up if they fell on the ground. As for the enriched uranium, can it be eaten? If the Imperial military gets it, it may be used for some nuclear power plant experiments, but it is absolutely useless for Ziguang City to take this thing. Lion Na was also very happy. She also thought she made a profit this time by getting these weapons. Not only did she make a profit, but she also helped Tang Zheng a little, making a good start and paving the way for the next negotiations. Tang Zheng accompanied Lion Na around the city again, and then arranged for someone to entertain Lion Na and the others. The place to stay was the future Ziguang Hotel. The hotel was planned, but the construction has not been completed. Currently, we can only live in the mobile house. However, the construction progress is fast, and there are too many people working in the city. Working at the construction sites of Zhuguang City every day is the most ideal place for ordinary survivors. As long as you work here, you can provide free meals every day, and you can also take away a portion of food, and you can also get a small amount of Zhuguang City points card. The kitchen team is simply too busy, and the cooks are all temporarily recruited. In the end times, food is always the biggest demand. Ordinary survivors have no food source, and have begun to dig grassroots and peel tree bark. Many people are satisfied to get food here. What's more, you can take away a portion and provide it to your relatives or partners. After all, not everyone can adapt to the work on the construction site. The large amount of food and other materials purchased by Zhuguang City every day are basically used to provide food. With tens of thousands of people working, Zhuguang City looks different every day. 2 bridges have been built over Fengming River, and all underground optical cables have been laid. The city's drainage system has also been completed, and the pavement of many roads has a certain appearance. The electric poles were erected, and electricity began to flow into the community. Almost half of the buildings in the residential area in the city had completed the foundation. Some buildings that were rushed to work had already been capped and entered the stage of interior decoration. Places like the Public Security Bureau, the Ministry of the Interior, and the Zhuguang Theater were almost completed. Every day, a large number of adventurer teams and mercenaries entered and exited the city, bringing back truckloads of supplies, which were sent to the material recycling station, and then sent to various construction sites. Lion Na was arranged to stay in a temporary hotel. Tang Zheng and Lion Na agreed that, since the statistics work was still in progress today, they would meet formally tomorrow to discuss taxation. Tonight, Tang Zheng did not entertain Lion Na and the others, because he had something to do, but Tang Zheng still arranged dinner for them here. After saying goodbye to Tang Zheng, Lion Na was still sighing at the development of Zhuguang City. This place is simply too suitable to be the headquarters of the Alliance. After she settled down, she immediately sent a message to the Alliance speaker Xi Jinshan. Soon, Lion Na received a reply from Xi Jinshan. Xi Jinshan actually knew as much about Zhuguang City as Lion Na. In the past few days, the Alliance sent a large number of people into Zhuguang City, and a large number of photos and cell phone videos were sent back to the Alliance. It can be said that, except for what is behind the walls of the inner city, Xi Jinshan has memorized every corner of Zhuguang City. This place is not only on Lion Na's mind, but he is also drooling over it. Now after receiving Lion Na's report, Xi Jinshan immediately gave Lion Na a death order. Lion Na, I'll give you a task that must be completed. We can refuse to collect taxes, but the only point is that we must sign a protection agreement, and then our garrison will take over the walls of the south gate or the east gate. This is our bottom line, and there must be no concessions. Lion Na asked, then how many people are there in our garrison? How many people are there in Tang Zheng's Zhuguang army? According to my preliminary observation, if you count the engineers, there are about 600 people, and no other troops have been seen. Xi Jinshan nodded slightly. The intelligence analysis he collected in the past few days was also like this. It was unknown what was hidden in Tang Zheng's inner city, but it was certain that there were not too many people inside. A city guarded by more than 600 people was like a child carrying gold through the market. Xi Jinshan believed that, if Tang Zheng did not expand his army, he would definitely not be able to defend his city. He also did not want Tang Zheng to expand his army, so he had to act quickly. Lina, the number of our garrison should be at least 1,000 to 500 people. This will also reflect the sincerity of the Alliance. You must implement this as soon as possible. After signing the contract, immediately announce this to the area through the radio, to make the information public. Lion Na hesitated. Speaker, I don't think Tang Zheng will be so easy to talk to. Should we consider directly grabbing it? After all, it is the end of the world now. People's hearts and opinions are not that important. Stupid. Xi Jinshan scolded. Do you think the empire is really finished? You are wrong. I recently received a rumor that someone discovered a small group of royal troops in the border area of the two rivers. This is definitely unusual. Once the empire recovers, our forces will be in danger. Before that, we must try our best to strengthen ourselves and try not to leave too many shortcomings. Therefore, we must hold Zhuguang City in our own hands and try to obtain it as openly as possible. With this base, we have a future. Do you understand? I understand, Speaker. I will definitely get the garrison rights. It's good that you understand. The future may be an era of separatism. After saying this, Xi Jinping ended the call with Lian Na. He still had to make some preparations. As long as Lian Na signed a contract with Tang Zheng, he would immediately send troops to Ziguang City. After completing the transaction with Lian Na, Tang Zheng returned to his residence. With 50,000 gold in hand, Tang Zheng's funds exceeded 200,000. Some of the funds were obtained through the trading hall in the past few days. However, civilian adventurers and mercenaries could not get too much money at one time, and the money came in bits and pieces. Since seeing the huge group of corpses, Tang Zheng realized the danger of the situation. Especially when he heard that the zombies came from Tailei Town. Tang Zheng could be sure that the target of the group of corpses was Ziguang City, or himself. In order to survive this crisis, he had to get more funds to ensure the potential for fighting. Now he had 200,000 in his hand, which was not enough for the war. As soon as those cannons and machine guns sounded, the reserve funds flowed out like water. There are still about 150,000 golds on the front line that he has not taken, but adding that 150,000 is just a drop in the bucket. His main goal now is to take down the gold shop in Shuanglin County. The battle has been going on for 8 days. At present, the troops have eliminated about 200,000 zombies in total, and are not far from the bridge in the new city. In another 3 or 4 days, they will be able to reach the peace bridge. At that time, Tang Zheng will personally command the battle, remove the wall, and fight the zombies in the new city. I hope that before the zombies arrive, we can take down the gold shop, and prepare for the upcoming war. As for the alliance, Tang Zheng also has a more comprehensive plan. Now we are waiting for the formal meeting and negotiation tomorrow, and then we can come up with a satisfactory result for both parties. As for the alliance's thoughts, Tang Zheng can guess it with his toes. Dare to collect such a heavy tax? These guys in the alliance are greedy enough. Seeing his own Ziguang City, it is almost impossible not to be tempted. At that time, they may ask for garrisoning. However, garrisoning is not so easy. Without paying a huge price, it is difficult for the garrisoned party to accept such humiliating conditions. If the alliance wants to station troops in Ziguang City, Tang Zheng thinks that this matter can be discussed. However, how to grasp the degree of this, and how to ensure that things do not go out of control also need to be carefully considered and grasped. Just as Tang Zheng was thinking, the gate of the yard opened, and a truck drove in. Only the guards can enter and exit Tang Zheng's private residence at will. The person who got off the car was none other than Zhu, a scientific research soldier. General, it worked. Zhu excitedly ran to Tang Zheng's side, looking up at her little face and waiting for praise. Oh, did the truck bomb you said work? Awesome. Zhu was a little unhappy when she heard Tang Zheng's perfunctory answer. General, take a closer look at this car. Tang Zheng looked up and looked at the car that was converted from a military heavy truck. The back of the car was converted into something like a large oil tank with a black skull painted on it. What is this? A tanker truck? It's very common. That's camouflage, so that others can't see the clues. How is it? Is it well camouflaged? It's really well camouflaged. Nothing can be seen. That's right, but General, let me tell you, there are thousands of kilograms of TNT explosives in it, and there are blasting devices that I shot myself. The power of the explosion of this truck before is comparable to that of an aerial bomb. I was going to give it to you, but I felt that it was lacking just the last bit of uranium. Now with enriched uranium, this bomb will be completely successful. Then how powerful is it? Let me tell you this, once this thing explodes, the power is almost comparable to a small nuclear bomb. Within a radius of 2 kilometers, there will be no one alive, and they will all be vaporized. Oh, that's very powerful. How large an area do you mean? 2 kilometers? Tang Zheng was stunned. 2 square kilometers? What is the concept of that? This is not a little boy, but a baby. Yes, to be precise, it's about 2 square kilometers. How about it, General? I'm awesome, isn't it? Jiao Yun said he could make a potion that can turn 60% of zombies back into humans, but he hasn't succeeded yet. I succeeded first. As she spoke, Zhu handed a remote control to Tang Zheng. General, this is for you. As long as you press the button in the middle, this truck will explode with a rumble. You can drive it like a normal car at ordinary times. From now on, this truck will be placed next to you, and you will be able to sleep peacefully. Oh, by the way, this remote control is very important. Don't give it to others. It's best to put it under your pillow when you sleep. It's safe. Tang Zheng took the remote control and looked at the big red button in the middle. When he heard Zhu say to put this thing under the pillow, he didn't feel safe at all. Thank you Gothic Swastika Walking Warrior for the 500 coin reward and for your continued support. Thank you Super Legend Brother for the reward. Everyone's monthly tickets are awesome. I will continue to work hard on typing. Chapter 104 Orangutan. At night, Tang Zheng looked at the radar screen and saw Tang sneaking out along the river. He knew that this little guy was looking for food. Its food might be zombies or mutants. No matter what it was, this little guy was getting bigger and bigger. Now its tentacles stretched out, and it was more than 8 meters. Despite this, Tang Zheng still felt that Tang was not big enough. Before the zombies arrive, I hope you can grow up a little bit. The bigger the better. Maybe Tang sensed Tang Zheng's thoughts. When Tang Zheng woke up the next morning, he saw Tang, who had grown a little bigger, sleeping in the pool. It seems to be a little bigger, almost 8.5 meters. Today was the day for negotiations with the Alliance, and Tang Zheng did not attend in person. The person in charge of the negotiations in Ziguang City was Jiuo Yun and several scientific research soldiers. Tang Zheng gave them a task, that is, not to complete the negotiations today, and not to complete them tomorrow. Wait until the day after tomorrow, and then he will go there in person to give a result. Jiuo Yun, who received Tang Zheng's order, understood what he meant, and started to argue with Liona's negotiation team with the scientific research soldiers. The two sides exchanged views on many issues, such as the level of taxation, discrepancies in population statistics, and the possibility of the Alliance sending garrisons to help Ziguang City defend. On the issue of population statistics, the Alliance believes that all people in Ziguang City must pay taxes. This is a rule set by the Alliance. Jiuo Yun and others believe that there are a large number of mercenaries and adventurer groups in Ziguang City. These people are not stationed in Ziguang City, but sometimes they transport supplies back. These people should not be considered as members of Ziguang City, and Ziguang City will not pay taxes to them. The two sides talked back and forth on this issue for a whole morning, and in the afternoon, they reached a consensus that these people do not need to pay taxes. However, there are a lot of people in this group, and the specific statistics are also a difficult problem. There is also the issue of the level of taxation. Jiuo Yun believes that, if the Alliance wants to station troops, then it should not continue to levy taxes. These two issues should not exist at the same time. Please ask the Alliance to make a choice, either negotiate on the issue of garrisoning or negotiating on the issue of taxation. When the Alliance does not give a clear answer, the negotiation cannot proceed. The first day of negotiations only turned into a non-problem, because once Ziguang City agrees to station troops, then counting the population and levying taxes will be meaningless. Lion Mao and the others returned to their residence and were quite satisfied with today's negotiations. Because Ziguang City did not completely seal the garrison, it seemed that there was still room for negotiation. It seemed that Tang Zheng also realized that his current lack of manpower was not enough to defend such a large city. He wanted to use the power of the Alliance, but he did not want the Alliance to have an advantage here. The degree of this had to be carefully grasped. After discussing it and asking Xi Jinshan for instructions, they decided to completely abandon the issue of taxation and strive for garrison. This issue must be finalized for the second day of negotiations. When the negotiations began on the second day, Tang Zheng had already left Ziguang City. He had now arrived in Fengcheng. When he felt that the zombie army should have passed Fengcheng, Tang Zheng wanted to go over to see the situation. But what he did not expect was that the zombie army turned a corner here in Fengcheng and did not continue to go north, but entered the urban area of Fengcheng. This made Tang Zheng a little confused. He did not know what this zombie group was going to do, so he followed it to the sky above Fengcheng. on the rooftop of a high-rise building that was more than 100 meters high. The plane landed. It was also very risky for a helicopter to land here because there were many mutant birds in the sky above the city. When the plane arrived, many mutant birds tried to approach. The soldiers kept shooting and driving them away. It took a long time to find a place to land. Tang Zheng stood on the rooftop and looked at the zombies pouring into the city below. The number of this zombie group was at least 600,000, but it was nothing after entering Fengcheng. In Fengcheng, there were hundreds of millions of zombies scattered in every corner of the city. The arrival of this zombie group was like a river entering the sea, which was not at all impressive. However, Tang Zheng soon discovered that this river was not simple. When the zombie group entered the city, it actually attacked the zombies around it. This surprised Tang Zheng greatly. You know, zombies never actively attack each other when they are alive. After they die, their companions will devour their corpses, but not when they are alive. But unexpectedly, this zombie group actually attacked the zombies in Fengcheng. The attacked zombies naturally would not wait to die and immediately began to fight back. The battle between zombies is very cruel and bloody. They attack each other with sharp teeth and sharp claws, just like wild beasts. But humans are not beasts by nature. Their claws and fangs are not as powerful as those of beasts, and it is difficult for them to kill each other with one blow. You bite me, I scratch him, and he bites you again. It doesn't matter if the intestines are pulled out, and it doesn't matter if the face is bitten to expose the bones. Until one side is completely torn apart, the winner may not be able to enjoy the delicious meal, because other zombies will arrive soon. In such a battle, ordinary zombies can only be consumables, and there is no eternal winner. The real winners are those mutant zombies, or the strong ones who are about to become mutant zombies. Their claws are sharper and their defenses are stronger. The attacks of ordinary zombies are difficult to work. On the contrary, they can easily kill ordinary zombies and easily get food. The more they devour, the stronger they will be. Such a battle is a virtuous circle for mutant zombies. As the battle continues, the number of zombies that fall is simply countless. But in this group, there are more and more mutant zombies. When Tang Zheng saw a licker appear in the group of zombies and constantly kill other zombies, he completely understood the intention of the leader of the group of zombies. It is creating an elite zombie army. I didn't expect that zombies could be evolved in this way, and even lickers have emerged. This group of zombies is not easy to deal with. Tang Zheng took the telescope and continued to observe the situation of the group of zombies below. Soon he made another discovery. That zombie looks so big. He found a huge zombie in the group of zombies, which seemed to be more than 3 meters tall. This zombie waved its arm and punched the iron armor that was more than 2 meters tall next to it, and then swallowed it in its mouth. Compared with the iron armor, it is more than 2 heads taller, and its body is more robust. If an iron armor can weigh 200 kilograms, it must weigh at least 400 kilograms. Through the telescope, Tang Zheng can clearly see the hideous face of this zombie. The face of the zombie has changed a little. It no longer looks like a human, but more like a beast. The fangs stick out of the mouth like a vampire, and the torso and arms are incredibly thick. It looks like a gorilla magnified countless times. The head was as big as a water tank, and the stratum corneum on its body had also changed. The stratum corneum of the armored zombies was like scales, but the stratum corneum of the gorilla zombies was thicker, and there seemed to be a layer of oily substance on the surface. The skin of the armored zombies could barely resist rifle bullets, but the defense of the gorilla zombies seems to be much stronger than that of the armored zombies. Tang Zheng waved his hand to a sniper. Shoot this thing. This sniper was not Chu Zuan, but a 1-star sniper who was transferred from the field company after Chu Zuan became the company commander of the city guards. After receiving the order, the sniper raised his gun on the rooftop and shot at the gorilla zombie below. Bang! A shot hit. Tang Zheng clearly saw the gorilla zombie stagger through the telescope. The shot hit the top of the head, and some dark brown blood oozed out. It was hit, but it did not kill it. It only caused minor injuries to this zombie. General, my Steyr sniper rifle has a 7.62mm caliber. It can kill armored vehicles without any problems, but it is not enough to cause fatal damage to this kind of zombie. Tang Zheng did not hesitate, and immediately purchased a Barrett in the system. Try this gun. The Barrett sniper rifle is known as the king of sniper rifles. The large caliber of 12.7mm can even penetrate armored vehicles. Tang Zheng did not believe that this kind of guerrilla zombie could block the Barrett's shooting. The sniper took the new gun and was about to aim when the situation changed. The guerrilla zombie below seemed to sense the danger and actually entered a building on the side of the road. Not only it, but also two lickers also entered the house on the side of the road, not giving the sniper upstairs an angle to shoot. Zombie King, the corpse king of this group of zombies, has discovered us a long time ago, but he hid in the dark and refused to show up. Now that he found that we wanted to snipe the high-level zombies, he took precautions. Tang Zheng could also be sure at this moment that the corpse king of this group of zombies had wisdom that was not inferior to that of humans. But Tang Zheng didn't think of giving up so easily. He had to wait for another chance. From morning to afternoon, Tang Zheng had been waiting for an opportunity on the rooftop. With a portable radar, he was not worried about being surrounded and attacked by zombies. With a helicopter, he could leave at any time. During this process, he found that the zombie group had changed again. A large number of zombies poured into the building, and many of them were holding some sundries. Tang Zheng even saw a group of zombies pushing a rusty money transporter into the room. Seeing such a move, Tang Zheng had some guesses in his mind. He felt that the zombie leader might be protecting the guerrilla zombies and the lickers. If so, the difficulty of killing this kind of zombie would be greatly increased. His guess was confirmed in the afternoon. The gorilla zombie that appeared again had protection on the top of its head. Large pieces of bulletproof door fragments, bulletproof glass, some iron pieces and iron filings, and even metal rust were covered on the oily substance on the zombie's head. This made the gorilla zombie's already huge head grow 2 times bigger, and its defense looked extremely terrifying. Looking at this artificially modified monster, Tang Zheng asked the sniper, "Are you sure you can shoot it?" The sniper was also a little unsure. If it was the gorilla from before, it should be possible to shoot it, but it's hard to say now. The thickness of the defense plus the stratum corneum of the zombie itself makes it much more difficult to shoot it, and this kind of zombie has already been on guard against me. I'm not sure, but I can try. Tang Zheng waved his hand. No need to try. There are too many zombies here. Even if we can kill a few of them, it's meaningless, but it will make the zombie king realize his shortcomings and make more preparations. In a few days, maybe someone else will come to try for us. Chapter 105 Peace Bridge. Tang Zheng attended the negotiation table on the 3rd day in person. After intense discussions, the two sides finally reached an agreement. The alliance will send no less than 1,500 troops to help Ziguang City defend. The defense area is the entire southern city wall, including 3 city gates and a water gate. The city walls in the east, west and north directions will continue to be guarded by the Ziguang army. This is also the result of Tang Zheng's consideration. The inner city can be seen on the 4 city walls and the city walls in the east, west and north directions. The alliance cannot get involved, only the south gate can. At the same time, as a defense area, the alliance will no longer collect head taxes from Ziguang City. In fact, Ziguang City suffered a loss in this matter, so the alliance also promised to provide Ziguang City with 3,000 tons of fuel and 500,000 tons of coal as compensation in the next month. This fuel and coal were added at Tang Zheng's request, because the scientific research soldier told him that when Ziguang City's facilities are gradually completed, a wind power plant is not enough, and a thermal power plant may be needed. Thermal power plants require a lot of coal, and Tang Zheng decided to take this opportunity to make a profit from the alliance. He believed that the alliance would definitely agree, because after the garrison, the alliance's appetite would grow bigger and bigger, and they might even think about swallowing up Ziguang City. The city would be theirs in the future, so it didn't matter how much supplies they agreed to give now, because it would still be theirs in the future anyway. So Tang Zheng asked for a high price. Sure enough, the other party hesitated and discussed for a while, and finally agreed to this additional condition. This also indirectly proved the alliance's wolfish ambitions, so Tang Zheng didn't have to worry about anything when doing things. The two sides reached an agreement, and the contract was signed soon. As soon as the contract was signed, the alliance couldn't wait to broadcast this news to the entire Northern Territory. After friendly negotiations between the alliance and Ziguang City, the two sides have reached the following terms. First, starting from today, within 5 days, the Alliance will station 1,500 troops in Ziguang City, responsible for the defense of the southern city wall of Ziguang City. Second, the Alliance will waive the head tax for Ziguang City. Third, in view of the rapid development of Ziguang City, the Alliance intends to build it into a pearl in the northern region, and is willing to provide Ziguang City with 3,000 tons of fuel and 500,000 tons of coal free of charge, which will be delivered before the arrival of January. Fourth, once a war, natural disaster, zombie invasion, etc. breaks out in Ziguang City, the Alliance will unconditionally help Ziguang City defend itself. If it gives up, it will be regarded as a breach of contract, and it will permanently give up its jurisdiction and right to levy taxes over Ziguang City. Fifth, Ziguang City must actively cooperate with the Alliance's actions and complete the handover as soon as possible. The above terms are supervised by all the people in the northern region. The Alliance's broadcast was broadcast 3 times in a row in the morning, noon, and evening, and Ziguang City also followed suit once as a cooperation. After the signing, Lion Na smiled and held Tang Zheng's hand. Chief Tang, it was not easy. After 3 days of negotiations, it is over, and my work is over. Tang Zheng smiled and responded, it's not over yet. You still have to cooperate with the Alliance and put the auxiliary defense forces in place as soon as possible. Otherwise I always feel unsafe. Ha ha ha. Chief Tang, you are joking. If you are not safe here, there will be no safe place in the northern region. But Chief Tang, don't worry, I will ask the speaker to send someone as soon as possible. As far as I know, the first batch of 500 troops is on the way now, and it is estimated that they will arrive before sunset today. Oh, that's really fast. As long as the Alliance people arrive, our Ziguang army will immediately make way. Both parties had a great time. At noon, Tang Zheng also hosted Lion Na and his party in the hotel of Ziguang City. At around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, as Lion Na said, the first batch of auxiliary defense personnel of the Alliance had arrived. Perhaps to show the strength of the Alliance, the 500 people who came this time brought hundreds of cars. Some of them were jeeps and trucks, and there were also 30 modified bulletproof vehicles and 5 armored vehicles. Most of these vehicles were modified, with machine guns mounted on them, looking majestic. When the Alliance troops arrived, Ziguang City immediately cooperated and vacated part of the southern city wall. Tang Zheng's city guard company also withdrew from the southern gate area, vacated the city walls, sentry towers, bunkers, etc., and moved the weapons and equipment inside. After they moved out, the Alliance people moved in, and now they have taken over the defense of the city walls in the west gate area. The second group of people will arrive in 2 days, and will take over the defense of the southwest city wall. The last group of people will arrive within 5 days, and will take over the defense of the main gate of the south gate. Tang Zheng also asked that when their people arrived, they must bring a batch of supplies to show their sincerity. The Alliance also readily agreed to Tang Zheng's request and actively cooperated. When the Alliance troops were stationed on the city wall, Liana's heart, which had been hanging, finally fell. It finally succeeded. As long as the south gate was stationed, she believed that the situation in Ziguang City would slowly fall under the control of the Alliance. They not only sent garrison troops, but also sent many spies and mercenaries to sneak into Ziguang City to assist secretly. When all 1,500 people arrived, they could find an excuse or incident to cause an incident. At that time, they could find an excuse to drive Tang Zheng out of office, and Ziguang City would be in the pocket of the Alliance. Although Tang Zheng had not opened the inner city, Lion Na did not know what was there, but she believed that, as long as the outer city was occupied, it would be enough to solve all the troubles. In order to avoid Tang Zheng's suspicion, she also asked the Alliance to send as many supplies as possible to show that they were wholeheartedly planning for Ziguang City. The handover between the Alliance and Ziguang City caused quite a stir in the northern region. Some discerning people felt that the Alliance had bad intentions, but Tang Zheng, the leader of the Ziguang army, agreed to let the Alliance station troops, and no one else could do anything about it. Especially those who have seen Ziguang City, they feel that the Alliance's position in the northern region will be unshakable in the future. Once the Alliance occupies Ziguang City, its strength will develop by leaps and bounds. At that time, only the Imperial Royal Army may come forward to compete with the Northern Region Alliance. 2 days later, the second batch of 500 troops of the Alliance arrived, and hundreds of heavy trucks also arrived, transporting a large amount of coal. There are also 5 tankers loaded with some gasoline and diesel, which are also delivered to Ziguang City. In order to gain Tang Zheng's trust and future plans, the Alliance has invested heavily. The trucks delivered the supplies to the recycling station and returned to the Alliance again, because there is another transportation. When these supplies arrived, Tang Zheng was not here. This morning, Tang Zheng took a helicopter and went to Shuanglin County, because the battle in Shuanglin County has reached a critical stage. Tang Zheng's artillery company, armored company, and 4 main field companies have advanced their positions to the front of the Peace Bridge. At this critical moment, Tang Zheng must go there in person. So he did not wait for the Alliance to send people and supplies, and set off directly in Ziguang City. After flying 300 kilometers, the plane arrived at Shuanglin County. Before Tang Zheng completely landed, he felt the cruelty of the battle. The stench emanating from the ground could be felt even in mid-air. Countless bones and bloodstains spread throughout the old city. In the past 10 days of fighting, the soldiers almost advanced 1 block every day, and faced countless zombies every day. However, they also strictly followed Tang Zheng's original requirements, and did not advance rashly. They fought 2 battles in the morning and afternoon every day, one using the ammunition refreshed by the system and the other purchasing ammunition. In this way, the scale of the battle will not expand infinitely and cause it to get out of control, and it is also the most cost-effective and safest way to fight. When Tang Zheng arrived, every soldier was dirty, with bloodstains on his clothes, and many people were bandaging their wounds. Even the fur of the military dogs was tangled, looking like a group of stray dogs. However, everyone's spirit was unusually full. Tang Zheng got off the plane and found that this battle was a great harvest. There were no new soldiers around. The least of them were soldiers with 2-star enhancement. There were even more soldiers with 3-star enhancement. Some of the veterans had even reached the pinnacle of 3-star enhancement. The military dogs were basically all 2-star enhancement, and there were several with 3-star enhancement. And the chariots, tanks, artillery, etc., all of which had achieved almost 1-star upgrade. During this period of time, Tang Zheng's troops had eliminated nearly 300,000 zombies in total, and these soldiers were all elite troops. Seeing Tang Zheng coming, several company commanders came to meet the general. "Everyone looks good. How are you? You have gained a lot in the past few days." The first company commander Luo Fei said, "General, the troops are in high spirits now. They have advanced to the bridgehead of the Peace Bridge, and we have also cleared the zombies in the old city near the bridge. In the next battle, we only need to face the zombies in the new city." Tang Zheng raised his head and took a look at the situation on the other side of the river. After so many days of fighting, I don't know how many zombies from the new city were attracted to this side. At a glance, it was a sea of zombies. However, because the bridge was blocked by the river, the zombies could only roar non-stop on the other side of the river and could not pass through at all. "How much money and crystals have you collected in the past few days?" Luo Fei hurriedly handed all the gains of the past few days to Tang Zheng. Among them, there were more than 160,000 funds, and more than 80 zombie crystals. The zombie crystals in Tang Zheng's hands have accumulated more than 120. Call all the soldiers who have reached the top of 3 stars, and upgrade them to 4 stars collectively. Take turns to rest, and each person rests for 3 hours. Lunch will start early at 10:30. I brought a lot of food this time. Everyone will have a good meal. Lunch will end at 11 o'clock and immediately go into battle. Starting from today, within 3 days, you must kill all the zombies coming from the other side of the river and take down the gold shop. Chapter 106 3,000 skewers, Silver Alliance +2. Tang Zheng distributed all the crystals in his hand, allowing 120 soldiers with 3 stars to upgrade to 4 stars. Among these soldiers, 90 were mobilized soldiers. It was relatively difficult for the remaining soldiers to upgrade to 3 stars, especially to upgrade to 3 stars, which required a particularly large number of kills. The remaining 30 crystals included 3 snipers, 5 scouts, 8 heavy machine gunners, 8 flamethrower warriors, and 6 military dogs. Among them, Luo Fenny was the first to upgrade to 4 stars. After the star upgrade, he immediately reported the current situation to Tang Zheng. General, compared with 3 stars, the physical qualities of 4-star mobilized soldiers have been greatly improved. The number of training bullets per day has increased from 180 to 500, and there is another more important feature, which is that they have resistance to zombie viruses. Resistant? Yes, we have resistance to zombie scratches and bites. As long as we are not scratched or bitten many times in a row, we can recover without using serum. Tang Zheng nodded, thinking in his heart that, if everyone can be upgraded to this level, then the horror of zombies will be greatly reduced. Of course, that was just a fantasy. It was impossible for everyone to achieve this level. It was already very rare to be able to build an elite force that was not afraid of zombies. In addition to the mobilized soldiers, the other arms were also greatly improved. A 4-star sniper was a real sharpshooter. Ordinary sniping was nothing. They could even complete sniping when the object was moving, and they had a very high success rate. The accuracy of the 4-star heavy machine gunners was also greatly improved. Their heavy machine guns had 2,000 rounds of training bullets every day. The 4-star scouts and flamethrowers were also greatly improved. Especially the flamethrowers, who were originally strong, were now tall and strong. The oil bottles they carried behind them were also much larger, and the range of the flamethrowers was increased to 80 meters. There were also 4-star military dogs, which were almost as big as lions before the end of the world. After the arms were upgraded, the troops rested and had dinner. When the troops had dinner, Tang Zheng was not idle. He began to continue to increase the number of soldiers. This time, he wanted to fill up the soldiers of the 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th field companies. Previously, these 4 companies only had 3 combat platoons, and the rest of the arms were not very complete. This time, Tang Zheng directly added 8 combat platoons, 360 people. After spending 84,600 gold, Tang Zheng continued to add heavy machine guns, flamethrower soldiers and snipers, which were conventional arms. Then, Tang Zheng also equipped each company with a guard squad for the company commander, and added a cooking squad, a medical squad, etc. to the company. There were also communicators, rocket launcher soldiers, etc., and each company was fully equipped. Tang Zheng had nearly 400,000 funds in his hands, and when there was more than 120,000 left, several field companies were finally full. Now, Tang Zheng's 5 field companies, 1 city guard company, and 1 engineering company are all full. The total number of soldiers in these 7 companies has reached 2,100. Counting the artillery company, armored company, guard platoon, cooking platoon, and medical platoon, the total number of people has exceeded 2,300. There are also 100 people from the Public Security Bureau, the Ministry of the Interior, the Radar Squad, and the Army Aviation Company with only a few people, etc. The total number of people on Tang Zheng's side is now 2440. There is only a gap of 60 people from the full strength of the battalion of 2,500. Tang Zheng did not continue to expand the army with these 60 people. He wanted to leave a few mobile people for emergency use. After the expansion of the army was completed, and a large number of new soldiers joined the army, the troops also finished their meals. The time for dinner was very accurate. At 11 o'clock, the soldiers had finished their meals, and were ready to fight at any time. Tang Zheng did not rush to fight, but asked the soldiers to quickly arrange their positions. The Peace Bridge is a highway bridge, and there is a horizontal highway on each side of the river. There are also 2 green belts on the riverbank, and there are pedestrian paths for pedestrians to take a leisure walk by the river. In the past, many people in Shuanglin County were willing to walk by the river after dinner. This area is also about 100 meters wide. Including the horizontal highway, there is a total open area of about 180 meters. Outside this open area, there are residential buildings along the river, lined up one after another. Tang Zheng ordered the troops to retreat to the vicinity of those residential buildings and fan out. Sandbags, armored vehicles, tanks, etc., formed a well-arranged defense line. In the middle, there was a space of nearly 200 meters in the north-south direction, and an arc of nearly 400 meters in the east-west direction. The flamethrower warriors and snipers climbed onto the roofs of the buildings on both sides and began to occupy the commanding heights. After the soldiers took their positions, Tang Zheng ordered to open fire. Now the zombies on the other side of the river no longer need to aim. Even the artillery only needs to fire the shells to the other side of the river. Every shell is almost a saturation kill, and no shrapnel will be wasted. With the artillery taking the lead in firing, the battle began. Shells were fired from the last few blocks. Among the roaring zombies on the other side of the river, groups of fireballs suddenly exploded into the sky. Each fireball would bring up a piece of flesh and blood. Some zombies were blown up directly, while others were left crippled. At this time, the difference in firepower intensity can be clearly seen. The mortar shells fired out will not cause much damage, but rocket launchers and howitzers are different. When the rumbling artillery fire fell and caused a violent explosion, it also set off a sea of fire. The zombies ran in the flames, trying to get close to the bridge, but at this moment the bridge was already crowded with zombies, and there was no place to stand. In the previous battle in the old city, because of the river, many zombies from the new city were attracted, but after all, the battle did not start in the new city, and there were actually many zombies nearby that had not arrived. Now the light chasing army suddenly opened fire, and a large number of zombies were attracted to the other side of the river. Waves of zombies passed through the streets and alleys, forming black torrents, rushing straight to the shore. But at this moment, the bridge was blocked, and the zombies could not get through. Some zombies roared on the riverbank, but were squeezed into the river by the zombies behind them. The zombies rolled and thrashed in the river, but they were not proficient in any water. After thrashing for a few times, they were finally washed away, or sank by the current. Tang Zheng only left the artillery company 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, Tang Zheng would open the bridge, so they had to use up all the shells within 10 minutes. The intensive bombing continued, and there was a sea of fire on the other side of the river. It was unknown how many zombies were killed in this wave of bombardment. Tang Zheng only saw that when a group of zombies was cleared, another group of zombies came up, as if they would never be wiped out. And within the range of his portable radar, he could not see the boundary of the zombies at all, so he didn't have to worry about anything else, just open fire. 10 minutes later, the bombardment stopped. The other side of the river was already a scene like hell on earth, but this was just the beginning. Tang Zheng sat on a three-wheeled motorcycle, and the guard platoon leader Ning Yue drove the car herself. Starting from the street, he came to the bridgehead of the Peace Bridge. More than 10 days ago, Tang Zheng built a wall here, a regular city wall. More than 10 days have passed, and the wall is still there. That's because the battle didn't get too close here, and the zombies haven't gone too crazy yet. Now that the battle has started here, the zombies on the other side of the wall have gone wild. Zombies are running here one after another, and the crowd on the other side of the bridge is almost exploding. Some zombies want to try to climb the wall. Although the height of 5 meters is a bit high for them, as long as they jump up, they won't fall down, because the place to land has been occupied by other zombies. More and more zombies are crowded here, and a gentle slope composed of zombies has formed on the other side of the bridge. When Tang Zheng approached the wall, he even saw an arm sticking out from it. It's terrible. The rage and killing of these things are beyond any other species. They are completely irrational. Now there are more than 3,000 zombies gathered on this bridge. Once the city wall is recovered, these zombies will rush over like a tsunami. Tang Zheng waved his hand, and the soldiers who were ready followed. Following them were 8 flamethrower soldiers. To deal with the zombies that filled the bridge, flamethrower soldiers were undoubtedly the best choice. Seeing the soldiers in place, Tang Zheng let the motorcycle get close to the city wall. Here, he could clearly hear the roars and roars of the zombies. With one hand on the city wall, Ning Yue gripped the handlebars tightly and stepped on the accelerator, ready to escape at any time. I'll count to 3, 2, 1. When it comes to 1, I will recycle the city wall, and then you step on the accelerator and run forward as fast as you can. Don't worry, General, Yue will definitely take you away safely. Tang Zheng knew that the system soldiers would never talk bigger this time, which was also the source of his confidence to dare to take risks. Okay, 3. Ning Yue gripped the handlebars tightly and put her foot on the accelerator. Tang Zheng had already opened the system and clicked on recover. 2. Ningyuo's foot exerted a little force, the motorcycle engine vibrated, and it was about to rush out. Recover, 1. Tang Zheng gave the order, and shouted 1 at the same time. With a loud bang, this wall was recovered by Tang Zheng. The zombies on the other side of the wall lost the support of the wall, and collapsed like a wall of flesh. At the same time, the motorcycle driven by Ningyue rushed out like an arrow. The tires rubbed against the ground, and almost sent sparks, and the front wheels of the 3-wheeled motorcycle were instantly lifted up. Puff 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 puff. The body of the zombie fell almost 1 meter away from the back of Tang Zheng's head, but did not touch Tang Zheng at all. With the wind in his ears, Tang Zheng and Ningyue escaped from the danger zone in an instant. Fire! Tang Zheng roared, and the 8 flamethrower warriors who had been prepared opened fire. The highway bridge was 100 meters long. These 8 flamethrowers were the flamethrowers that had been upgraded to 4 stars. 8 long dragons of flames covered the entire highway bridge in almost an instant. Of the 3,000 zombies, at least 2,500 were completely enveloped in flames. A beautiful skewer. Tang Zheng looked back as he fled, and this was the thought in his mind. Thank you for the book friend who came to Yunzhang to give me a reward. Chapter 107, Fierce Battle on the Bridge. The scene of grilling 3,000 zombies at once was extremely spectacular. Tang Zheng narrowly avoided the moment when the zombie wall fell, and then the aroma of barbecue soon came from behind him. Although zombies are smelly, the smell of barbecue is almost the same. Countless figures turned into human-shaped torches in the arc area of the street. Even if the zombies were grilled, they would not put out the fire like humans would. When they caught fire, jump into the river or run wildly. They lost their sense of pain and still walked forward at the same speed, and then fell down. Those on the bridge, whose vision was blocked by the flames, would fall into the river while walking. The zombies behind crowded in, and the nearly 3,000 fire zombies did not stay for long. Some died, some fell into the river, and occasionally those with more tenacious vitality staggered to the position of the light-chasing army, but were killed one by one before they got close. The large group of zombies behind followed swarming in. Facing the bridge deck, Tang Zheng had 12 heavy machine guns lined up. The soldiers were crawling on the ground, ready to shoot. The machine gunners had cotton stuffed in their ears. Above their heads, there were 4 armored vehicles and 4 scimitar light tanks lined up, and the vehicle-mounted machine guns were also set up. The 12 machine guns were ready to shoot. Tang Zheng's second step of the battle plan was to fire the machine guns in unison, trying to kill as many zombies as possible on the bridge, and prevent the zombies from entering the square area. When the crowded zombies arrived at the bridgehead like sardines at high tide, the machine guns opened fire. 6 of the 12 heavy machine guns, as well as the vehicle-mounted machine guns on 2 armored vehicles and 2 light tanks, fired at the same time. Ding 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 ding. The rapid sound of machine guns sounded like a symphony of death. There were a total of 20 heavy machine guns deployed at the bridgehead, and 10 machine guns were enough to cover the entire bridge deck area. The 12.7mm caliber bullets gathered into a golden metal torrent. The bullets entered the middle of the zombies, and immediately made a piercing sound. This kind of heavy machine gun bullets may not have a particularly good effect if facing the gorilla zombies, but facing the gorilla zombies, whether they are mutant zombies or not, they have a sure kill effect. As long as the armor is not hit continuously, it will be a string of candide whores. Looking around, I saw that the zombies on the bridge were shot through by machine gun bullets. When the blood spurted out, the body violently staggered forward and backward, and then fell down, and the zombies behind were still penetrated. Puff pee. If it were just ordinary zombies, as long as the machine guns kept shooting, the zombies would never be able to cross the bridge. But among the zombies, mutant zombies gradually appeared. When several armored and agile zombies appeared on a bridge, the situation was somewhat reversed. Because this kind of candide horse-like shooting basically does not aim at the head, and those armored zombies will not die or be broken immediately after being hit by heavy machine guns. Blood holes were shot out of the body, but the armored zombies still moved forward against the bullets. Even if the body was penetrated, it was still not fatal. Although the armored zombies could not withstand a few hits under the shooting of heavy machine guns, more zombies came in. And some agile zombies were more difficult to deal with than armored zombies at this time. They jumped on the bridge, making it more difficult to shoot. Some of them have evolved in the direction of lickers, which are the most difficult to deal with. These zombies use their hands and feet, like geckos, to jump from the railings of the bridge, jumping high and far, forcing the soldiers to distract themselves and focus on shooting them. Fortunately, Tang Zheng was prepared for this situation. When those agile zombies rushed to the bridgehead quickly, the snipers and light machine gunners on the tall buildings would open fire. At the edge of the tall building near the bridge, dozens of light machine guns also formed a firepower strike group. Seeing the agile zombies jumping out, the light machine guns immediately opened fire intensively. If the agile zombies were shot in the head during this process, it would be fine. If they survived by chance, the snipers would take them away with one shot, while the zombies were under intensive attack. The various arms cooperated tacitly and linked together to form a tight strike network. So even if the zombies on the bridge could occasionally move forward a little, they would not be able to pass the bridge as a whole. When the 10 heavy machine guns that were firing changed bullets, the other 10 heavy machine guns continued to shoot. 20 heavy machine guns formed to combat groups, so that the bullets were almost fired non-stop. This attack lasted for nearly 10 minutes, and the number of zombies who died on the bridge was almost 10,000. Many of the zombies had already fallen into the water, and the river water had been dyed into a turbid dark brown. However, as time went on, the situation gradually became unfavorable to the Zhuang army, because the pile of corpses on the bridge deck was getting thicker and thicker. Especially in the middle of the bridge, a gentle slope had formed. The appearance of this gentle slope greatly reduced the penetration of bullets. The zombies howled and rushed over the pile of corpses, no longer advancing in a line, and the killing efficiency was reduced. And as the killing continued, the pile of corpses began to gradually advance to the direction of the bridgehead. Looking at this pile of corpses that was in the way, Tang Zheng knew that this was inevitable. However, he was also prepared for this situation and immediately ordered the tanks to fire. The 5 Type 15 tanks and 5 scimitar light tanks that had been upgraded immediately fired at the bridge deck. Be careful when attacking. Mainly bombard the pile of corpses. Don't bombard the bridge deck. Once the bridge is broken, we can't cross the river to get the gold. The tank soldiers adjusted the muzzle and fired under the command of the tank commander. Boom boom boom! Exclamation mark. The 105mm rifled gun fired one after another, blasting the bodies on the pile of corpses into the sky. Complete or incomplete bodies flew up in the air, some fell back on the bridge, and some fell into the river. Fortunately, the flow of this river is not bad, otherwise the river channel may be covered with corpses at this time. Despite this, the flow rate of the river has slowed down a lot, because too many corpses fell into it. And through the battle, Tang Zheng discovered something. Zombies don't seem to be drowned by water. Many zombies floated in the river and were washed away by the water, but when they reached shallow water, they would stand up again. Fortunately, the river channel of this river has been repaired, with more than 5 meters high river banks on both sides and more than 1 meter high guardrails on the river banks, so these zombies can't easily climb out of the river. Some zombies that were filled with more water had their stomachs swollen after coming up from the river. If they were living people who drank so much water, they would have died long ago, but they still didn't die. After this period of fighting, there were at least thousands of zombies roaring in the river below, and even on the shallows in the distance, zombies continue to appear. It's not a solution to keep going like this. No matter how we clean up the pile of corpses, they will eventually push over the bridge. If too many zombies fall into the river, the flow of the river will become slower and slower, and those corpses will cause siltation in the river. Once the river loses its blocking effect and the water flow becomes smaller, it will not be a good thing. When the tanks completed a new round of bombardment, Tang Zheng changed the battle plan. The tank's shells will bombard the zombies on the other side of the river, and the flammer throwers will clean the bridge surface. Try to lower the height of the pile of corpses, and then gradually let the zombies cross the river. The tank's turret turned its muzzle and aimed at the huge group of corpses on the other side of the river. The flammer throwers were dispatched again, and long dragons of flames began to burn at the bridge. As a flame covered the bridge, the fire pile rose violently. When the flames became smaller, the second dragon of flames swept over again. After repeated burning, the pile of corpses finally lowered a bit. Thick black smoke rose to the sky with the smell of barbecue. Fortunately, it was a windy day today, and the wind was blowing towards Tang Zheng. Otherwise the smell would sweep across the city and might attract a million-level corpse tide. After repeating for a while, Tang Zheng stopped shooting. Because the time had come to 11:50, he had to let the zombies cross the river. At 12 o'clock, the bullets would refresh, and all the soldiers' free training bullets had to be used up. Because the training bullets refreshed every day, they were not infinitely superimposed. If you didn't use any of yesterday's training bullets, you wouldn't get today's training bullets. So only the bullets you fired belonged to you. When the flame gun stopped spraying, the zombies rushed over the pile of corpses, which was not very high, and even stepped on the burning flames. The Zhuang army did not rush to open fire, but followed Tang Zheng's instructions and let the zombies cross the river. Without the sniping of the Zhuang army, the zombies soon passed the peace bridge. Countless zombies were rushing and roaring. Looking down from a high place, the bridge was like a riverbank bursting, and the zombies were like a flood, spreading forward rapidly. When the zombies rushed to 50 meters away from the bridge, Tang Zheng ordered to open fire. In 10 minutes, unlimited shooting. In an instant, the artillery positions in the rear, those artillery that had shells, after upgrading opened fire. The tanks and armored vehicles that had not used up their bullets and shells opened fire. The field company soldiers on the position opened fire. The snipers and flamethrowers on the high-rise buildings opened fire. Tang Zheng's guard company also participated in the battle and had to use up the bullets as soon as possible. Tang Zheng also equipped the soldiers in the cooking and medical classes with pistols, and even the scientific research soldiers had a silenced pistol. Who cares about him now? Take out the pistol and shoot. Empty the magazine first. In an instant, the sound of cannons and gunfire was deafening, and long dragons of flames were raging. Bullets were fired like they were free, smashing the zombies that rushed out into pieces, and even crushing them. All the soldiers in the light chasing army who could go on the field went on the field, and all those who could fire opened fire. Only the military dogs kept grinding their teeth in the back, barking wildly, as if cheering for the soldiers. Chapter 108 Burial and Arsenal. These 10 minutes were the most exciting and intense ones. All the soldiers could shoot as much as they wanted, and the zombies were not enough. There were 4,000 or 5,000 zombies pouring out of the bridgehead, and they were all shot out by the soldiers' desperate shooting. There were corpses and blood everywhere, and the torrent of zombies was beaten back to the bridge. On Tang Zheng's side, people and tanks were constantly upgrading their stars. There was a Type 15 tank that was upgraded to a reinforced 2-star in the battle. After the 2-star enhancement, the armor of this tank is comparable to that of a main battle tank, and the number of training shells per day has reached 50. If I had unlimited money, no matter how many zombies there are, it would not be a problem. Soldiers taking turns shooting would be enough to solve everything. But it's a pity that the output at this moment is at least tens of thousands or even more than 20,000 gold. Even if there is a million gold, I'm afraid it can't support the intensity of full-scale shooting for 2 or 3 hours. 10 minutes passed quickly, and almost everyone had used up their ammunition. But it doesn't matter. At 12 o'clock, everyone's bullets were refilled again. But this time they couldn't attack, like they did just now. The battle returned to the normal mode. Everyone fought in a cycle to ensure continuous combat effectiveness. The zombies that were beaten back surged out again. They slowly advanced forward, but every meter they advanced had to pay the price of at least hundreds of zombies dying. The artillery positions at the back, with shells, once again showed their power, but they were not attacking the zombies on the bridgehead, but the zombies on the other side of the river. The artillery kept bombing, and it was unknown how many zombies they had taken away. It was their continuous bombing that ensured that the zombies on the bridge never reached saturation and greatly reduced the pressure on the defenders. However, despite this, the pressure on the Zhuang army was still not small. Zombies have been killed all the time. The number of kills has been unable to be counted. It is conservatively estimated to be around 70,000 or 80,000, but the number of zombies has not decreased significantly, and they continue to pour out. At the edge of this temporary square, the pile of corpses has been expanding outward. This pile of corpses is an enemy of the Zhuang army. They will block the shooting of bullets and slow down the killing efficiency. The soldiers had to shoot one by one to kill the zombies that crossed the pile of corpses, but those corpses rolled down and made the pile of corpses bigger, gradually approaching the Zhuang army's position. A crisis occurred at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. At this time, the refreshed ammunition of the Zhuang army had been used up, and the soldiers bought ammunition once. After several hours of continuous fighting, even the Iron Man was a little tired. At this time, 7 or 8 mutant zombies actually gathered in one direction and rushed out, causing local danger. About 60 meters away from the front of the position, 7 or 8 mutant zombies rushed over the pile of corpses and roared down. 4 of them were armored, attracting a lot of firepower, while 3 agile zombies took the opportunity to break through the fire blockade. An agile zombie was shot in the head by a sniper 10 meters away from the position. The other 2 rushed over the 10-meter distance in 2 steps, jumped over the armored vehicle, and rushed directly into the position. The claws swung, and 6 soldiers fell. 5 of them were injured, and 1 soldier with a 2-star enhancement accidentally had his throat cut. The military dogs that were waiting in the back rushed up, and did not let the 2 zombies continue to wreak havoc. Soon, the 2 agile zombies were torn apart by the military dogs. The 4-star enhancement military dogs could suppress such agile zombies alone. On the contrary, people, no matter how good their skills are somewhat powerless to deal with such beast-like things. The crisis lasted less than a minute, but it caused the first death in Tang Zheng's troops. The 5 injured soldiers were saved by the medical soldiers. They would be fine after a few days of treatment, but the soldier with the cut throat fell down forever. Tang Zheng was also upset when he saw this scene. He knew that war would kill people. He had tried his best to improve logistics and medical care, to avoid deaths as much as possible, but no one could prevent such things from happening forever. Place our comrades first, and send him off after today's battle is over. Seeing that it was already past 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Tang Zheng felt that today's battle was almost over. One last wave of attacks, and today's battle is over. At the last moment, Tang Zheng's troops once again burst out with firepower, suppressing the zombies that had already advanced to 100 meters away from the square. Then 5 Type 15 light tanks went into battle. These 5 tanks, 4 1-star and 1 2-star, have become very strong. The tracks clattered forward and pushed the zombies back to the bridgehead. The shells were almost fired at the zombies, and the machine guns roared madly, hitting the zombies rush back again. On the left and right sides of the bridge, rocket launcher soldiers and anti-aircraft missile soldiers went into battle, constantly firing close-range shells, trying to suppress the zombies in the middle of the bridge. When the bridgehead was finally cleared, Tang Zheng rushed over again on a motorcycle. He once again added a wall here at the bridgehead. The zombies that were separated by the wall and beaten for a whole day could not pass through the bridgehead, no matter how they roared, and could only slap the wall in vain and try to climb up. Tang Zheng's troops quickly stopped firing from the rear, and only the bazooka soldiers fired a few rockets into the distance to attract the zombies' attention, and then quickly withdrew. The zombies at the bridgehead gradually lost their target and were no longer so violent. It's finally over. Today, we killed almost 80,000 zombies, if not 100,000. We used some of yesterday's bullets, all the spare bullets refreshed today, and bought 2 more bullets. I hope this kind of battle can be over within 3 days. Tang Zheng didn't like such a brutal battle. The main reason was that after a battle, many zombies were beaten under the bridge, many were annihilated on the bridge, and a large number were burned. As a result, the funds that could be collected became much less. Tang Zheng spent more than 37,000 gold today, which was the largest consumption. He ordered the soldiers to collect funds, and collect as much as they could. Tang Zheng took the soldiers of the guard platoon to bury his dead comrades. Tang Zheng chose the basement of an abandoned building as the burial site. After lighting a few cigarettes and performing a simple funeral, Tang Zheng saluted first. I don't remember your name anymore, but I remember your appearance. You are here, watching how the place you fought for will gradually become a prosperous world. May the heroic spirit live forever. Salute. Behind him, the soldiers of the guard platoon followed Tang Zheng and saluted in unison. Although the soldiers of the system were purchased, Tang Zheng did not regard them as tools, but as real comrades, because they were living people. Blow up this basement, let him rest here forever, and he will not be disturbed by zombies after death. Hezu carried out the task, asked Tang Zheng for some explosives, and soon made a bomb. With a loud bang, the explosion sounded, the abandoned building collapsed, and the comrade rested forever. After burying his comrades, Tang Zheng returned to the front line. This time the collection work was not easy to do. From 3 o'clock to dark, the soldiers collected 14,000 gold. Too many zombie bodies fell into the river, and too much funds were burned. True gold is not afraid of fire, but gems are different. Diamonds are made of carbon, and a high temperature of 800 degrees will make them burn. Rubies will also burn at a high temperature of 900 degrees. The temperature of Tang Zheng's flamethrower is generally above 1000 degrees, even around 1500 degrees. So this time, basically no gems were found in the search, and the income was greatly reduced. After calculating today's accounts, Tang Zheng lost 23,000 gold, and only had 80,000 funds in his hand. This is the first loss since Tang Zheng got the system, which is really a bit unaccustomed. Looking at the gold shop on the other side of the river, Tang Zheng only hopes to open the peace bridge to enter the gold shop as soon as possible, so as to recover the investment and make a lot of money at one time. After all, the zombies are coming soon, and without a large amount of reserve funds, this battle is difficult to fight, or even impossible to win. Have the results of today's battle been counted? Tang Zheng asked the communicator behind him. The communicator communicated with several company commanders again, and reported to Tang Zheng, "General, the statistics are out. Today, a total of more than 80,000 zombies have been annihilated. In addition, there are about 40,000 zombies that fell into the river. Now some shallow water in the river is crowded with zombies, and many have been washed downstream by the river. They cannot be counted for the time being. How many are there on the other side of the river? General, there are probably about 300,000. They are attracted by today's battle. If we continue to go south, there will be more zombies." Tang Zheng silently calculated, 80,000 annihilated, 40,000 fell into the water, a total of 120,000, and there are about 300,000. It will be difficult to finish it within 2 days. General, it shouldn't be a big problem. After today's battle, our troops have generally been upgraded, and their combat effectiveness has been improved to a higher level. There will be no problem in annihilating 100,000 tomorrow. Including the part that fell into the water, it will be almost done within 2 days. Tang Zheng nodded slightly. Okay, then try your best. I'll go and see the zombies over there in Fengcheng. If they set out yesterday, they would have been able to reach Ziguang City in 5 days. We don't have much time left. Ning Yue said beside him, "General, I think the time left for the alliance is not much." Tang Zheng shook his head slightly. Of course, the time left for them is not much, but the alliance is unreliable. Even if they are willing to help, they can't be the opponent of the zombies, so we still have to rely on ourselves. Oh, by the way, ask Jiuo Yun if there is any progress in the mapping. We can't just be busy with internal affairs and forget our basics. The communicator was about to contact Jiuo Yun, but at this time Jiuo Yun took the initiative to contact the communicator. "Woody, tell the general that I have completed the mapping of the arsenal. Now the city needs a lot of copper. With copper, we can also buy gunpowder ourselves and make bullets. At that time, the cost of bullets will be greatly reduced. Let the general have time to go back to the city." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109 Gold Shop. Hearing Jiuo Yun's words, Tang Zheng was shocked. The arsenal map is complete. This way, the cost of bullets can be reduced. The high cost of bullets has always been a concern for Tang Zheng, and the soldiers can't be too full in battle. Although more than 100 bullets a day are definitely enough under normal circumstances, even for fighting people, they are not enough to fight zombies. There are too many zombies in this world, with hundreds of thousands or millions of zombies, and no amount of bullets is too much. So after hearing Jiuo Yun's words, Tang Zheng didn't even have time to go to see the zombies in Fengcheng, and took a plane back to Ziguang City. When he returned to the city, it was already brightly lit at night. Tang Zheng landed directly in the inner city, and Ji Yuoyun was already waiting here. Seeing Tang Zheng coming, he immediately handed over a blueprint like a treasure. "General, this is the blueprint of the arsenal. After you use it, the system will add the building option of the arsenal." Tang Zheng didn't say much, and used the blueprint immediately. Sure enough, the system's building page had an option for the arsenal. Arsenal. The factory has 3 bullet production lines, producing universal bullets for pistols, universal bullets for rifles and light machine guns, and universal bullets for heavy machine guns and sniper rifles. It has artillery shell production lines, rocket launcher production lines, and mine production lines. When producing bullets, copper supply can reduce capital costs by 60%, and gunpowder supply can reduce production costs by 30%. The arsenal has 100 technicians, and does not occupy the quota of the troops, but needs to provide food and logistics support. The price is 50,000 gold. After seeing the introduction of the arsenal, Tang Zheng let out a long sigh. Finally, it has been solved. The problem of bullet costs can be solved. Now Tang Zheng's pistol bullets are 0.1 gold per round, and rifle and light machine gun bullets are 0.2 gold per round. 12.7mm bullets are 0.4 gold per round. This is also the reason why Tang Zheng's battles are too expensive. When the machine gun is fired, it costs a lot of gold. If enough copper and gunpowder are taken out according to the system conditions, the production of bullets will directly reduce the cost by 90%. Even if the purchase of gunpowder itself requires some funds, it will at least reduce the cost by 85%. In this way, the combat effectiveness of Tang Zheng's troops has been greatly improved. For example, in today's battle, it can be fought almost from morning to night, and the number of zombies annihilated is definitely more than 80,000. It is possible to destroy more than 200,000 zombies, and the peace bridge can be penetrated in 2 days. So even though Tang Zheng currently only has 80,000 gold, he did not hesitate to take out 50,000 and buy an arsenal. An arsenal, a military stronghold, must be built in the inner city. Tang Zheng has also planned the inner city for a long time. Although only his own official residence and wind power plant are here, its basic roads and facilities have been completed. Coming to the address that has been chosen long ago, Tang Zheng built an arsenal. After the arrangement was completed, a factory area appeared. There are 100 staff members here, and Tang Zheng does not need to send people to produce. The production lines, workshops, storage warehouses, etc. here are all available. The personnel are in place and the electricity is connected, but there is no production, because raw materials are needed. Tang Zheng opened the system again, and looked at the resource page. Although copper was not a priority before, it is also an important material. Ziguang City will accept any survivors or adventurer teams that bring it back. Therefore, Tang Zheng currently has more than 60 tons of copper. First, use these more than 60 tons, and then issue a copper purchase task at the trading hall. Okay, General, we are already doing it. Now some adventurer teams have gone out of the city to look for copper. It is estimated that they will be able to bring some back within a day or 2. Okay, with copper, the cost of bullets will be reduced by 60%. Next, we only need gunpowder. Tang Zheng bought another 10,000 gold worth of gunpowder in the system, and handed it to the person in charge of the arsenal. With the raw materials, the arsenal began to work overtime overnight. Tang Zheng watched this process for a while. The workers were very efficient. 2 hours later, the first batch of heavy machine gun bullets, 1 box with 1,000 rounds, had produced 20 boxes. General, this bullet can be sent to the recycling station for storage, or it can be stored in reality. The ones in the recycling station can be taken out at any time, and the ones in reality need to be carried by soldiers. Tang Zheng nodded, then put these in the recycling station first, and take them out directly when I need them. Okay, General. A truck drove over and began to load bullets. It was already the second half of the night, and Tang Zheng couldn't rest yet. He set off again, taking advantage of the night, and headed straight for Fengcheng. When he arrived near Fengcheng, it was already dawn. With the light of dawn, Tang Zheng finally found the group of corpses. the group of corpses seemed to have grown a little bigger. The specific number was a little difficult to count, but it was definitely more than before. Moreover, the group of corpses had left Fengcheng for more than 100 kilometers and was heading north. Looking down vaguely from the plane, Tang Zheng discovered the specific changes in the group of corpses. That is, the number of mutant zombies in this group has greatly increased. Although the group of corpses was large before, the number of mutant zombies was only between 1% and 2%. But now it is different. Looking down from a high place, mutant zombies can be seen almost everywhere. In the dense group of zombies, there are often some big armored zombies and fast and agile zombies walking among them. Many of the mutant zombies have even evolved to a certain extent, showing signs of evolving to the second level mutation. In the entire group of zombies, the proportion of mutant zombies exceeds 5%. This is a very scary number. If there are 1 million zombies in this group of zombies, the mutant zombies will exceed 50,000. Moreover, there are many zombies that are close to mutation. As the battle progresses, many of these things will definitely evolve again. Moreover, Tang Zheng also found a few gorilla zombies and lickers in the team. Although the number of these two types is very small, being able to find them in such a large group of zombies proves that these two types of zombies are definitely not as simple as one or two. As for the zombie king, Tang Zheng has never found it. This thing is hidden very deeply and cannot be found at all. After watching for a while, Tang Zheng ordered to return. There will be no accidents this time. The zombie group is heading for Ziguang City, and it is estimated that it will never stop halfway. This means that in 5 days, this terrifying group of corpses will arrive at Ziguang City. Before this group of corpses arrives, Tang Zheng still has a lot of things to do. First of all, he has to take over Shuanglin County as soon as possible and get the funds from the gold shop for preparation. In addition, he has to deal with the affairs of the Alliance. After all, the Alliance still occupies the south gate of Ziguang City. He will not think about the situation on the Alliance side for the time being. First of all, he has to take down Shuanglin County. After leaving Fengcheng, Tang Zheng, who had almost not slept all night, returned to the front line again. Even if he took a plane, it was the morning of the next day when he arrived in Shuanglin County again. After a simple rest, the battle continued on the second day. This battle was even more intense than the first day. Because the Ziguang army had an arsenal, the arsenal worked overtime last night and produced a large number of ammunition. This immediately relieved Tang Zheng's financial pressure. With the raw materials, Tang Zheng basically didn't spend a penny today and achieved better results than yesterday. With sufficient ammunition, most of the soldiers have been upgraded to 3 stars. Today, from early morning to dusk, the battle lasted for 12 hours. Compared with the record of annihilating 80,000 zombies yesterday, today annihilated 180,000 in one fell swoop. At the end of the battle, the corpses of the zombies almost blocked the river under the bridge, which forced Tang Zheng to end the battle and send flamethrower soldiers to start burning a large number of zombie corpses. Thick black smoke burned almost all night, and later, Tang Zheng simply had people pour gasoline on the corpses. After a lot of trouble, the river finally resumed flowing. This was the most difficult day, but the results were also significant. The number of zombies on the other side of the river had been significantly reduced. Almost all the zombies in this area near the new city were attracted here, and the remaining zombies were located farther away. The battle on the third day was much easier than the first and second days. The soldiers took turns to fight for a whole morning. At noon, the ammunition was refreshed. Tang Zheng stopped the cannons from bombarding and started using guns for point shooting. The scattered zombies died one by one under the shooting of the soldiers, and the riverside gradually became quiet. When the last zombie was killed by the sniper, the battle in Shuanglin County, which lasted for half a month, finally came to an end. The concrete floor here has turned dark brown, and the dirty blood has penetrated into the ground, and it seems that it will not dissipate for a long time. It is not easy to collect funds here. There was no time to collect them on the second day. It was only collected simply on the third day. The cumulative death of nearly 300,000 zombies only brought Tang Zheng more than 20,000 gold. In the river under the bridge, there are still zombies surviving in the shallow water. Their half bodies are exposed on the water surface, still roaring weakly. Those zombies that are filled with water have their stomachs bulging like big balloons, and they seem to be about to explode at any time. Such zombies were basically washed away by the water later, and no one knew where they went. Tang Zheng had no time to pay attention to the zombies in the water, even if he tried hard to collect some funds. His attention is now focused on the gold shop across the bridge. When the tanks drove across the bridge full of bones and ashes, Tang Zheng finally entered the core area of Shuanglin County for the first time. Tang Zheng was almost certain that from the beginning of the apocalypse until now, no civilian survivor had ever done this, that is, to fight his way into the core area of the county. But he did it. Tang Zheng came to the front door of the gold shop and instinctively touched his back. Ning Yue understood and handed the door-breaking hammer that had been on the back seat of the motorcycle to Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng wanted to retract his hand, but it was too late. He was stunned for a moment, looked at the door-breaking hammer in his hand, and then looked at the eyes of the thousands of soldiers around him. Finally, he got off the car with his head held high. He came to the door of the gold shop, swung the door-breaking hammer, and smashed the door lock with one hammer, and the door opened. The surrounding soldiers showed their sincere admiration at this moment. This admiration is not fake at all, because they know that among all the people in the army, no one is more skilled in using this hammer than the general. This is the third update for the 50 monthly tickets plus. Chapter 110, Getting Rich Overnight. A hammer knocked open the door of the jewelry store. There was a second door inside, which was the security door of the jewelry store. There were many zombies inside the door, roaring there. This time Tang Zheng did not break the door. The soldiers shot and broke the door. There were about 100 zombies in the store, and the door of this jewelry store was locked. These zombies were trapped here since the end of the world. Without food supplements, these zombies were still in their original form, staggering and moving slowly. After the bloody battle just now, this wave of zombies was nothing at all. The soldiers easily shot and killed them at the door. When Tang Zheng was about to enter the store, he found that these zombies were a little different. Well, the clothes of these zombies seem to be some luxury brands, and there are quite a few foreigners among them. Women account for the majority. Tang Zheng found these situations, and then took a closer look at the cars on the surrounding streets, and found that many luxury cars were parked near the jewelry store. Is this a place where rich people gather? The radar scanned the room. There were no zombies inside, but the light was a little dim. Turn on the lights. The two armored vehicles that followed behind turned on their xenon headlights. There were no zombies inside. Tang Zheng walked in first, raised his hand, and fanned the dust and rotten smell that hit his nose. Halfway through, his hand stopped. The dust seemed to disappear at this moment, leaving only the glittering jewels. The gold shop was very large, with a total of 2 floors. The car lights shone in, and there were a few pearls flashing inside. Those were gems. In addition to gems, there was gold. These things were placed in rows and columns, and everywhere on the counters. There were also some larger gold and silver utensils, which were also placed on the counters. Tang Zheng looked at the gold with shining eyes, thinking that if there was a mirror at this moment, his eyes would definitely be as blood red as the zombies. Don't stand there, come in and collect. Looking at this huge gold shop with a single story area of nearly 1,000 square meters, Tang Zheng signaled his men to enter. The soldiers immediately came in and began to collect the jewelry in the counter. Tang Zheng paced up to the second floor again. The second floor was a high-end exhibition area. In addition to some gold, there were more jade and jade. Tang Zheng just came up to the second floor and found a banner dragged from the ceiling to the ground. He pulled up the banner and took a look. It said, "Warmly welcome the national treasure of the Bohemian Empire, the Queen's Crown, to come to my store for exhibition. Is there a jewelry exhibition here?" Tang Zheng walked into the second floor with this question. At this moment, his eyes also adapted to the dimness. He turned around and found a glass display case in the middle of the second floor hall. There was a metal bracket inside, and on the bracket was a small and exquisite crown. The crown itself was made of platinum, with a huge ruby inlaid on it, and there were also a circle of precious gems such as diamonds, sapphires, emeralds, night pearls, etc. around it. There was also a reminder slogan on the glass. National treasure of the Bohemian Empire, not for sale. There were cameras on it, and there were also alarms and other things next to it. It was estimated that there would be someone guarding it before the end of the world. Of course, those things are useless now. Tang Zheng looked around and thought that this thing was very beautiful. He knocked on the glass, and it seemed to be bulletproof glass. However, the bulletproof glass could not stop Tang Zheng at this moment. He took off the door-breaking hammer from behind and knocked it down. The whole glass cover was lifted. He took the crown in his hand and immediately received a system prompt. Found precious jewelry. Do you want to exchange it? Tang Zheng hesitated for a moment. How much gold can this thing be exchanged for? Analysis General. This can be exchanged for 100,080 gold. Tang Zheng couldn't help but grin. This thing is actually equivalent to 100 kilograms of gold. It seems that the gems above are definitely not ordinary items. TSK, 100,000 gold. I can buy 2 helicopters with paratroopers. After thinking for a while, Tang Zheng decided to put the queen's crown away first. This is not an ordinary jewel. If the funds collected this time are enough, he will keep this treasure. After a while, the soldiers went up to the second floor and started collecting. Tang Zheng smoked 2 more cigarettes and completed the collection. Bags and boxes of jewelry, gold and silver were brought to Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng threw down his cigarette butt and started to exchange. Funds began to flow in. Congratulations, General, you got 425,006 gold. Congratulations, General, you got 713,281 gold. Congratulations, General, you got 1,047,000 gold. Successful. Exchange messages came one after another, especially a box of jade jewelry, which was exchanged for more than 1 million gold. These things were all found in the boutique display cabinets on the second floor. Among them, Tang Zheng remembered that there were some imperial green jade, large natural diamonds and so on. It seems that the price is really ridiculous. An imperial green jade bracelet is priced at nearly 10 million, and there are several of them here. It seems that this time we are here. This jewelry store is definitely the best jewelry store in Shuanglin. Of course, this jewelry exhibition also helped us a lot. Many precious jewelry were sent here for display. Tang Zheng already knew the general situation at this time. The best jewelry store in Shuanglin County specially held a jewelry exhibition here at a high price in order to attract customers and celebrities. They even invited foreign buyers, and the identities of those zombies can tell some clues. But the apocalypse broke out, and the people here locked the store door to protect themselves. Unexpectedly, there were mutations in the people inside, and the crisis came from the inside. The store door was locked and no one escaped, resulting in the destruction of the group. Therefore, a large number of precious jewelry fell into Tang Zheng's hands. Tang Zheng only collected the queen's crown, and all the other jewelry turned into system funds, and entered his pocket. After checking the final number, Tang Zheng himself was shocked. He actually got a total of 3.79 million gold. With the original funds, he already had 3.85 million. If I have built 10 system buildings now, I can upgrade to the leader. It's just that this building is stuck, and now there is only one arsenal, so it's still a long way to upgrade to the leader. But even if he doesn't upgrade to the leader, Tang Zheng can be said to have become rich overnight. I'm rich. I'm really rich this time. Looking at the nearly 4 million funds, Tang Zheng's fingers were shaking. He really admired his luck. Even if he robbed the jewelry store in Fengcheng City, it would probably not exceed this income. With so much money in the arsenal, a treasure that saves money, Tang Zheng has enough confidence for the next battle. As long as he wins the battle against the zombies, the momentum and strength of Ziguang City will surpass the behemoth of the Alliance. After collecting the funds, Tang Zheng decided to return. However, only his guard platoon returned. Although the rest of the large troops also had to return, Tang Zheng asked them not to approach Ziguang City after returning, but to stay in a hidden place in the wild and wait for orders. Tang Zheng, who had become rich, took a helicopter back to Ziguang City. Today, the third batch of the Alliance troops have moved in and started to take over the southern city wall. The Ziguang army also actively cooperated with this and withdrew the troops to the east and west city walls and the inner city walls. Since the Alliance occupied the southern city wall, the order in Ziguang City has become increasingly chaotic. First of all, after the third batch of supplies arrived, the Alliance did not mention the matter of continuing to transport supplies. In their view, they have completely occupied the defense of the South Gate and can already compete with the owner here. Transporting supplies is a long way and is troublesome and fuel consuming. It is better not to send them. In the outer city, a large number of people from the Alliance's 12 bases poured in. After these people arrived, they looked like the masters of Zhuguang City. The upper beam is not straight, and the lower beam is crooked. Their performance has fully explained the attitude of the Alliance's top leaders. One city, two masters, is almost the true portrayal of Zhuguang City now. The people who belong to the Alliance in the city have already had conflicts with other survivors in Zhuguang City, and fights often occur every day. For this matter, Ji Yunshan, the director of the Zhuguang City Security Bureau, has to patrol the streets for almost 18 hours a day. In the underground cells of the Security Bureau, a large number of troublemakers are detained every day. Once people from the Alliance are detained, other people from the Alliance will come out and negotiate with the Security Bureau, hoping to release their people. However, Ji Yunshan's position was very clear this time. Tang Zheng was not in the city, and the system of Zhuguang City was not so sound. As for the treatment of the prisoners, everything had to wait until Tang Zheng came back. No matter who came to ask for help from the Alliance, Ji Yunshan refused to listen. Not enough cells? That doesn't matter. At most, we can put a few more people in one cell. It shouldn't be a problem to put 2 people in a single cell for 1 person. Since 2 people can be put in, 5 people should be able to go in. 5 people can still lie down, so 10 people sitting in it shouldn't be a big problem. 10 people can sit, and 20 people standing should be able to fit in. Faced with Ji Yunshan who refused to listen, the people of the Alliance hated him, but had no better way. They could only throw the pressure back to the Alliance, hoping that the Alliance could restrain the people of Zhuguang City. In other words, they hoped that the Alliance would act as soon as possible to drive the Zhuguang army out of here completely. The Alliance was also trying to find a way, but they still didn't dare to act rashly. The city guard company of the Zhuguang army still firmly controls the 3 city walls and the central city wall. It is impossible to completely occupy Zhuguang City without using force. If you want to use force, you must have a good excuse. The Alliance is not fully prepared for force, so falling out now is not a good choice. Lion Ma is the person in charge of the Alliance in Zhuguang City. Although she dare not use force now, she cannot sit idle. There are still so many people detained in the dungeon of the Public Security Bureau. She is also under great pressure from the Alliance. If nothing is done, Ji Yunshan may find someone to replace her. We should prepare for a rainy day. At least let the people of Zhuguang City realize that this city is no longer just controlled by the Zhuguang army. Chapter 111 Adventurer. There is no gate on the west side of Zhuguang City, but there is a gate and a water gate on the north side. But that gate leads to the Guan mountain area and is not open to the public. The main gates in and out of the city are only on the east and south sides. On the east side, there is another gate leading to the inner city, so the south gate is the gate with the largest flow of people in Zhuguang City. The defense of the south gate is now the responsibility of the Alliance. At this time, outside the south gate, a team of adventurers was driving 3 jeeps and a truck towards the south gate. There are many such adventurer teams in Zhuguang City now, and their nature is not quite the same as that of mercenaries. Mercenaries accept employment from others and can do anything as long as the money is in place. Adventurers are different. They do not accept private employment, but only receive tasks in the trading halls of some cities and then complete the tasks. Their activities are basically in towns or counties, where zombies are rampant, places that are difficult for ordinary people to reach. They collect a lot of supplies and come back, but they can't use these supplies themselves, so they deliver them to tasks, arm themselves, and exchange them for what they need. Today's adventurer team has a total of 10 people. They just got some copper from an abandoned mine in Keiki County. After the end of the world, a lot of metals were corroded, but some of them were well preserved and could still be used. As long as they are not some finished parts, the pure metal is in better condition. And Zhuguang City is not too picky about the items they purchase. It is said that they have mastered the acid-resistant process and can remove rust through some special methods, so even corroded metals will be purchased by Ziguang City. It's just that the purchase price is slightly lower, and the adventurers think it is reasonable and acceptable. This adventurer team got a car of copper products and brought them back to Ziguang City. This team also has a resounding name, called the Corpse Hunter. The captain of the Corpse Hunter team is named Han Jian, a power-type mutant. Now the people's judgment of the strength of the adventurer team is first to look at your weapons and equipment, second to see if you have mutants, and third to look at the number of people. Because there won't be too many people in an elite adventurer team, everyone in the team has a clear division of labor and each has his own responsibilities. Too many people will get in the way, and with more people, the income will be less, so the average adventurer team basically does not exceed 20 people. With fewer people, the strength of the members becomes very important. Mutants. This name is gradually no longer a secret. Not only are the leaders of major bases mutants, but the leaders of some medium-sized bases have basically become mutants. But at the level of mercenaries or adventurers, mutants are still very valuable. Even if those base leaders become mutants, they will not easily go out to participate in collection operations. After they become leaders, their lives become precious. But adventurers can't do that. They make a living from this. Some top adventurer teams have mutants leading the action, which is also one of the criteria for measuring whether a team is a top team. Han Jian is the captain of a top team. Now it is about to enter September, and the weather has begun to turn cooler. Outside Ziguang City, the autumn grass is yellow, the autumn leaves are falling, and people are gradually wearing more clothes. But Han Jian was only wearing a tactical vest, which was bulletproof. A pair of strong arms were exposed, and one arm was wrapped in a bandage. It was unknown how he got injured. He carried an AK-47 automatic rifle on his back, and a three-edged military bayonet on his waist. The bayonet was stained with blood, and it was unknown how many battles it had been through. He was sitting in the passenger seat of the Jeep, with his eyes slightly closed, listening to the music in the car. The car was slowly bumping on the road, making people drowsy. However, the few people in the car did not seem to be sleepy. The thin man who was driving said to Han Jian, "Brother Han, the coppers we got this time are almost equal to our previous monthly income. The compensation from the Ziguang army is very high." A fat man behind him said, "That's right, Brother Han, you should be able to change to a light machine gun this time. Let me use this AK then." Han Jian narrowed his eyes slightly. "You only know how to change guns. Can't you have other pursuits besides changing guns?" The thin man chuckled. "Yes, there is already a place for special services at the university town base. After we finish this job, I plan to go back to the university town for a while and enjoy it for a month. There are a few girls I have been thinking about for a long time." Han Jian snorted. "I guess you can't think of anything else except these things. Brother Han, we are just living a life of luxury. We have today but no tomorrow. Of course, we should enjoy life while we can. Otherwise, we might be caught by a zombie someday and die. Since our team was established, the personnel have changed like a revolving lantern. Only Fatty and I have always followed you, Brother Han. The rest of the brothers have been replaced several times. Brother Han, haven't you figured this out yet?" the thin man said, and the fat man nodded frequently, indicating that he agreed with the thin man's words. Now, apart from food, guns, and women, he really didn't know what else was worth pursuing. Han Jian looked at the expressions of his two brothers who were destined to be together for life and death, and shook his head slightly. "Fatty and Thin, you have been with me for such a long time. I must remind you that you must open your eyes and see the times clearly. First of all, the news cannot be delayed. If you just hold on to the idea of living one day at a time, sooner or later we brothers will have to say goodbye." The fat and thin men's faces became solemn, and the thin man said, "Brother Han, just say whatever you want to say. There are no outsiders here. Turn off the music." Han Jian signaled to the thin man to turn off the music, and then said solemnly, "Have you heard of antiviral serum?" "Antiviral serum?" The fat and thin men looked at each other, and the thin man hesitated and said, "I seem to have heard of it. There was a survivor from the east in the university town before. He said that the empire seems to have not fallen yet, and is conducting research on the zombie virus. What they want to develop is antiviral serum, but after all, we are isolated from the news, and we haven't heard of any research and development results. Han Jian smiled slightly. Then what do you think of the light-chasing city, where we are now? The fat man spoke first this time. It's very big and shocking. It's hard for me to imagine that this city was built after the apocalypse. It should have been built before the apocalypse. Han Jian gave the fat man an approving look. Your analysis is good. Although Tang Zheng's Zhuansheng Ziguang city was built after the apocalypse, we are not fools. This city must have been built before the apocalypse, and Tang Zheng is definitely not a simple person. Brother Han, what do you think? Han Jian continued. The city was built before the apocalypse. What does this mean? This means that someone knew in advance that the apocalypse was coming. This is a specially built shelter. Regardless of whether that person is Tang Zheng must have an inseparable relationship with that person, or it is simply not one person, but a huge force. Tang Zheng is the person standing on the stage now. Also, think about it. Tang Zheng's inner city is the same size as the outer city. It has never been open to the outside world. People in the Alliance don't know what's inside. Why keep such a large area closed? The fat and thin people didn't quite know why, but they inexplicably felt it was amazing. The fat man added, yes, even Xiaodali promoted Tang Zheng. It's hard to say that this was not premeditated. I think she may have an affair with Tang Zheng. The thin man also nodded. Yes, I saw Tang Zheng once when he was traveling. The female soldiers around him were really beautiful. They must have had unclear relationships. Han Jian rolled his eyes, thinking that what he just said was a waste of time. The two brothers' focus was always on women. So he simply cut the Gordian knot. I heard that the inner city of the Ziguang army is developing antiviral serum, and it is said that there are already research results. Really? There is really an antiviral serum? The two men opened their mouths in surprise. Han Jian nodded solemnly. The source of the news is more reliable, because someone once saw a black shadow dragging zombies from Fengming River into Ziguang City at night. It must be that the Ziguang army caught the zombies and went into the city for a search. The fat and thin looked at each other with horror in their eyes. Capturing zombies for a search. This is too perverted. Han Jian looked at the two ignorant brothers and laughed. There are so many things you don't know. Anyway, you just need to know this one thing. Besides, I heard that the Ziguang army intends to reward those who have more Ziguang City point cards. When the point cards accumulate to a certain number, they can be exchanged for the antiviral serum. So I have thought about accumulating more points in the future, not only to buy a house in Ziguang City, but also to exchange for serum to save my life. From now on, I will live in Ziguang City. After listening, the thin man asked, Brother Han, is the source of this information reliable? Han Jian smiled. Have you heard of Zhu Liuzi? The two shook their heads. Judging from your ignorance, Zhu Liuzi is now the third most influential person in the city. The two were stunned. We have also heard some rumors in the streets. Of course, Tang Zheng is the most influential person. It is said that the second most influential person is Director Ji Yunshan, and we don't know who the third most influential person is yet. Haha, let me tell you, Zhu Liuzi's original name was Zhu Liu, and he is the Deputy Director of the Public Security Bureau. I was also fortunate enough to be with the leader of a mercenary group and met this Zhu Liuzi. This news was spread by him after he drank. When the fat and thin brothers heard this, they immediately understood what was going on. Brother Han, you are so powerful. We will listen to you. We will stay in Ziguang City in the future and will not go back to the university base for the time being. After saying that, the thin man hesitated again. But Brother Han, I heard that the Ziguang army is about to change its owner. It won't be long before Tang Zheng may step down and be driven away. The Alliance will be the boss here in the future. Han Jian looked at the thin man with a serious face. Thin man, remember, don't be indecisive when doing things. From all kinds of situations, the Ziguang army is definitely hidden. It is probably difficult for the Alliance to replace them in this land. So we should pay attention to distance ourselves from the Alliance in the future. Anyway, I'm optimistic about the Ziguang army. Okay, Brother Han, you have always been smarter than the two of us. We will listen to you and hold on to the Ziguang army in the future. After several people finished talking about this, the car also arrived at the south gate of Zhuguang City. The people guarding the south gate were replaced by people from the Alliance 2 days ago. Han Jian and the others didn't know each other, but they didn't take it seriously. The thin man opened the car window and showed an adventurer team pass issued by the Zhuguang army. Brother, we are here to deliver the goods. We are transporting copper, and the Zhuguang army needs it urgently. Here is the pass. Unexpectedly, the person on the other side didn't even look at the card, but said coldly, "Stop the car. Everyone get out and accept the Alliance inspection." Adventurer Han Jian, played by a group member, Chang'an returning home. Chapter 112, Group Fight. 3 more chapters, 100 monthly tickets plus. Seeing the Alliance people holding up the car with guns, Han Jian and others had no choice but to get off the car, open the car and accept inspection. The Alliance people were quite ruthless and asked Han Jian and others to open the car. Han Jian and others had no choice but to check in the car as required. There were some copper wires, copper blocks and so on inside. Move all the goods down. The Alliance will check them one by one. Han Jian got a little angry when he heard it. This car of goods weighed dozens of tons. They were exhausted after moving them up. Now they had to move them down at the city gate. Isn't this a hassle? Please be reasonable. We didn't have this rule before. Our goods were directly taken to the material recycling station, and then the Zhuguang army directly recycled and inspected them. You know that was in the past. Now the city gate is under our control. We have received orders from our superiors that there are illegal armed forces operating nearby, and even the umbrella mercenaries are active in this area. In order to prevent these evil forces from infiltrating, all vehicles entering and leaving the city must be carefully checked. Move quickly, otherwise your goods will be confiscated directly. Han Jian was so angry that the veins on his forehead were jumping. Then we don't go through this city gate, right? At most, we will go 10 kilometers more. We will go through the east gate. The people of the Alliance laughed. You wish. I think you just want to avoid inspection. Maybe you are in collusion with the umbrella mercenaries. Now take out all your documents, hand over your weapons, and accept the interrogation of the Alliance officials. As they said, several Alliance soldiers at the city gate came over to search them. Han Jian and his friends couldn't help it. As adventurers, if their weapons were taken away by others, what meaning and value do they have? Several people were about to resist. Hoo-la la. The soldiers guarding the gate pulled the bolt. Han Jian and his men were not pushovers. It had been almost 3 months since the end of the world began. They had been fighting zombies every day, and many of them had been fighting humans. They had gone through life and death, and they were not so afraid of death. Besides, this was the light chasing city, and they were not too afraid of the Alliance people showing off their power here. Han Jian immediately raised the AK-47 in his hand. Behind him, several teammates also raised their guns and used vehicles as cover to fight against the Alliance. Beep beep beep. Seeing that Han Jian and his men were going to resist, the Alliance's gatekeepers immediately blew the whistle. On the city wall, a large number of defenders were looking down at Han Jian and his men. In the sentry tower, the sniper turned on the searchlight, making it almost impossible for Han Jian and his men to open their eyes. Some sniper rifles were also aimed at them. Several people were covered with red dots, which were the crosses of some infrared sights. It can be imagined that, as soon as they started to fight, several people would be shot into civs immediately. Han Jian suppressed his anger, gritted his teeth, and finally held his breath. Good job, let's go report to the Public Security Bureau. Throwing away the gun in his hand, Han Jian took a few people and went straight to the Public Security Bureau of Zhuguang City without even taking the goods. The soldiers guarding the city did not check, laughed, and drove Han Jian's vehicles aside. What they want is to intercept the vehicles that enter the city to deliver supplies, especially copper. Now everyone knows that the Zhuguang army needs copper, and they want to use this method to embarrass the Zhuguang army and make them pay attention to the Alliance. Aren't you able to detain our people? Then we will also detain your goods and see who will be anxious first. This is also one of the methods that Lion Na came up with, first competing with the Zhuguang army for the right to speak. Han Jian and his men didn't walk far into the city before they saw the patrol team of the Public Security Bureau. Ji Yunshan, the director of the Public Security Bureau, was driving a motorcycle with Zhu Liu, patrolling slowly on the streets. Behind them, there were several motorcycles and many security guards from the Public Security Bureau. Seeing Ji Yunshan, Han Jian immediately shouted, "Director Ji, I want to call the police." Ji Yunshan stopped and looked at the guys dressed as adventurers. The leader should be a mutant, which means this is a team of adventurers with good strength. What's the matter? Han Jian came to Ji Yunshan angrily and told him what happened. Director Ji, Deputy Director Zhu, tell me if the alliance is too much. We took out our pass and asked for inspection. We cooperated with the inspection, but they also asked us to move all the goods down. That's dozens of tons of copper. Isn't this deliberately making things difficult? In the end, they simply took our guns. If this matter can't be resolved, our adventurer team will definitely break up. Ji Yunshan was also very angry when he heard it. Although he is no longer the guard platoon leader, he also knows Tang Zheng's needs. These coppers are taken back, but they are used to make bullets. Now that the zombie army is coming, this matter must not be delayed. The alliance actually dared to find fault with this matter, which is absolutely intolerable. Ji Yunshan immediately picked up the intercom and connected directly to the Public Security Bureau headquarters. Send 50 people to the South Gate immediately. I want to find fault with those grandsons of the alliance. After receiving the order, the Public Security Bureau immediately dispatched 50 security guards to meet up with Ji Yunshan. After everyone arrived, Ji Yunshan used the intercom to contact the captain of the city guard, Chu Zuan. Old Chu, this is Old G. The situation is like this. You city guard company must cooperate with me no matter what, and you can't let the defenders on the city wall take action. Okay. When the general comes back, I will definitely tell him about your contribution in this matter. Ji Yunshan hung up the call and said to Han Jian and the others, lead the way. I'll take care of this matter for you. Han Jian and a few others ran forward directly, and a large number of people from the Public Security Bureau followed. Outside the South Gate, the gatekeepers were still laughing, and suddenly saw Han Jian and the others coming back. Behind them, there was a group of people from the Public Security Bureau. One of the captains sneered and said, you really called the police? Ji Yunshan is here. Brothers, cheer up. No matter what Ji Yunshan says, these goods cannot be released. If you want to say it, let Tang Zheng go to lead a lion nap and tell her that he, Ji Yunshan, is not important enough. The people in the alliance laughed and obviously did not take Ji Yunshan and other security guards seriously. In their view, Ziguang City will change hands sooner or later. So what are these security guards? Boom boom boom. Creaking. Motorcycles and jeeps stopped outside the South Gate. Ji Yunshan got out of the car and walked directly to the captain guarding the gate. The captain looked up, posed in a proud posture, waiting for Ji Yunshan to speak. Unexpectedly, Ji Yunshan came in front of him, did not ask any questions, and directly swung his arms and slapped him in the face. Pa. Ji Yunshan was already a 2-star scout, and the strength of a 2-star scout was basically the same as that of a mutant. This slap knocked out the captain's teeth. Half of his face swelled up like a steamed bun in an instant. Recalling the tone of his idol, General Tang, Ji Yunshan cursed angrily. Damn it, who gave you the courage to detain the goods of our Ziguang army? Are you tired of living? As he said that, he raised his foot and kicked the captain directly to the corner of the wall. The captain was stunned by these 2 blows, and the others were also dumbfounded. They didn't expect that the head of the security bureau was so barbaric and didn't play by the rules at all. He started without saying a word, but they didn't dare to shoot at the people of the security bureau. On the security bureau side, some security guards were equipped with police explosion-proof shields, wearing bulletproof helmets, holding batons in one hand, and equipped with pistols on their waists. Some security guards were directly equipped with Type 95, and their combat effectiveness was no worse than that of the soldiers of the city guard. So they didn't dare to shoot. The captain finally recovered, and the first thing he did was to look at the defenders on the city wall above his head. If the defenders on the city wall helped, he would not be afraid of the people of the security bureau. But soon he found something different. On the city wall, the city guards of Ziguang City had gathered on both sides of the east and west walls. Machine guns were raised, sniper rifles on the sentry towers were aimed, and searchlights were turned on. The defenders of the alliance were also getting nervous. They ignored the conflict below the city and began to confront the city guards of Ziguang City. Both sides raised their guns and aimed at each other, but no one fired first. The city guards did not ask to help the people from the Public Security Bureau, and the people on their side did not help him. Obviously, the two sides had a tacit understanding that they would solve it themselves. The captain was furious at this moment. It was such a prestigious thing to guard the south gate, but now he was beaten. There were many survivors watching around, and he couldn't swallow this breath anyway. Fuck. Ji Yunshin, you bastard dare to hit me. Wait. Struggling to get up from the ground, the captain of the gate came to his team. There were about 50 people guarding the gate, about the same as the people from the Public Security Bureau, but their weapons were not as good as the other side. So he simply said, everyone unload the bullets. Today we will teach these bastards a good lesson. After saying that, he turned around and glared at Ji Yunshin. Ji, shooting is not a skill. If you have the ability, come and stretch your muscles. Haha. I'm afraid of you. There is nothing in the world that I'm afraid of except the general. Brothers, listen, unload the bullets, use the buttons, and beat these grandsons hard. The people from the Public Security Bureau also unloaded the bullets and all took up the batons. The people on the alliance side found some temporary weapons, and some copper sticks on the car were used as weapons. They just got the weapons, and Ji Yunshin suddenly took action. With a flying kick, he kicked the captain of the gate who had just stood up back to the corner of the wall. Fuck. Beat me. The captain of the gate spit out a mouthful of blood. He was too weak to get up, so he could only weakly issue a battle order. The people on both sides had no scruples at this moment. They waved their weapons and collided with each other, and a group fight broke out outside the south gate. This incident seemed accidental, but it was inevitable. What happened to Han Jian and the others was just a fuse. There are two masters in one city, and both sides dislike each other. Conflict is inevitable sooner or later. Chapter 113 The Arrival of the Zombies. The conflict at the city gate soon turned into a melee. In other words, it was a one-sided beating. Tang Zheng's security guards were all mobilized soldiers. Although most of these security guards were not star-rated, Tang Zheng had no problem beating 2 with 1. The bulletproof vests, bulletproof helmets, and explosion-proof shields made them almost invincible. Although the guards on the alliance side were not bad, they were still a step behind the security guards. With the number of people on both sides being similar, the alliance was no match at all. The security guards swung their batons and beat them hard, making the alliance people cry for their parents. Ji Yunshin relied on his strong strength as a 2-star scout and punched and kicked in the crowd. He knocked down 7 or 8 people in a short while. Under his leadership, the battle lasted less than 5 minutes and ended. The gatekeepers of the alliance were beaten to the ground and wailed, and no one could stand up. After Lion Na got the news, she rushed to the scene as soon as possible and contacted Tang Zheng on the way. At this time, Tang Zheng had just finished the battle in Shuanglin City and was about to return to Ziguang City by plane. Before receiving Lion Na's contact, Tang Zheng had already received a report from the city guard captain Chu Zuan. After receiving the report, Tang Zheng just gave an instruction. If you fight, you must win, and don't embarrass the Ziguang army. When the plane landed in front of the city gate, Lion Na also arrived. The people at the scene had already surrounded them in 3 circles, and some people took out their mobile phones that had long been scrapped, but could not bear to throw away, and could only be used as game consoles and cameras to take pictures. Tang Zheng's plane landed, and people retreated one after another. Tang Zheng got off the plane and glanced at the scene. The people from the Public Security Bureau were almost intact, while the people from the Alliance fell all over the ground. At the city gate, Lion Na also drove over. Seeing the situation here, her face turned pale. She wanted to provoke trouble and force the Public Security Bureau to release their people, but she didn't expect that the situation was completely out of control. Right under the city gate they controlled, their defenders were beaten into pig heads, which made her feel humiliated. She wanted to get angry, but couldn't find a suitable target, so she could only come to Tang Zheng and shake hands with him first. Chief Tang, I think I need an explanation, and the alliance also needs an explanation. Tang Zheng shook hands with Lan Na and nodded. Don't worry, Councillor Lan Na, this matter must be investigated thoroughly. Then, Tang Zheng turned to Ji Yunshan and said loudly, Ji Yunshan, what's going on? Ji Yunshan immediately saluted Tang Zheng. General, I received a report from the adventurer. The people from the alliance detained our copper and refused to release it. We came here to investigate and had a conflict. Tang Zheng said with a cold face, so we have to fight? Do you remember what you said when you took office? Remember, to ensure the public security in Ziguang City, to go deep into the survivors, and to integrate with everyone. Tang Zheng shouted, then what are you doing now? Ji Yunshan scratched his head and pointed to the people of the alliance lying on the ground. This should be considered as integrating with each other. Hearing this, Lan Na, who had been listening beside her, trembled with anger. It's too much, too much. Chief Tang, this director not only beat our people, but also detained many of our people. You must deal with him seriously today. Tang Zheng looked at Ji Yunshan again. Did this happen? Yes, but none of the people detained were wronged, including the people who were beaten today. Well, so that's the case. Tang Zheng turned and faced Lan Na. Member Lan Na, this matter is a bit serious. Your purpose in coming to Ziguang City is to help us defend, not to replace the garrison and the Public Security Bureau. Obviously, what you have done has exceeded our bottom line and should be severely punished. These city gate guards should be sent to the cell, but seeing that they are injured, out of humanitarian concern, I allow you to treat them first, and then decide how to punish them. Leader Tang, you are too. Needless to say, I think it is not enough to communicate with you. How about this, you let Speaker Ji Yunshan contact me actively, and I will discuss with him and then decide. Lan Na gritted her teeth. Going to Ji Yunshan, isn't it embarrassing for herself? Tang Zheng's attitude is very clear, that is, he wants to protect his son. And his words have already shown that he is not qualified to talk to him, and even wants to hold the city gate guards who were beaten accountable. Lan Na originally wanted to use this matter to embarrass the Ziguang army, but now it has backfired and shot herself in the foot. But in order to keep her position, she had to swallow her anger. Leader Tang, I think it's okay to pursue the responsibility. This matter is also a misunderstanding. Can you please be kind and release our people? I promise to restrain their behavior in the future. Tang Zheng glanced at Lan Na. Member Lan Na, please remember that there is no love without reason in the world, and there is no free lunch. This is what I mean. For the rest, you can go to the Ministry of the Interior to discuss it. After saying that, Tang Zheng turned away without paying attention to Lan Na's livid face. Tang Zheng's meaning was very clear. He could get people, but he had to pay a price. He was not worried about the alliance turning against him at all. At least at this time, the alliance was not ready to turn against him, and was afraid that he would turn against him. At this time, as long as the price was not excessive, the alliance could bear it. After leaving this matter to the Ministry of the Interior, Tang Zheng went back to rest, believing that Ji Yuan and others would give him a satisfactory answer. That night, Tang Zheng received a report from Ji Yuan and others. For this matter, the alliance compensated the Ziguang army with 500 tons of copper. This was a requirement of the Ministry of the Interior, otherwise they would not release the people. Lan Na had no choice but to hold her nose and bear it. Another day passed, and the copper from the alliance arrived. It must be said that the efficiency of the alliance is really high at this time. It can be seen that a lot of copper was removed from some machinery and sent all at once. Tang Zheng did not care what the alliance thought. The honeymoon period of both parties should be over today at the earliest and tomorrow at the latest. Because he had already detected that the zombie swarm in Fengcheng was about to enter the range of 100 kilometers of Ziguang City. This morning, he could see this zombie swarm on the radar. Zombies can move forward 24 hours a day without sleep. This more than 100 kilometers is just over a day's journey. Before noon tomorrow, the zombie swarm will arrive at the foot of Ziguang City. Moreover, Tang Zheng received a message that the alliance, which paid a large amount of copper, was very unwilling, especially Lan Na, who was scolded by Ji Yunshan. At noon today, Lion Na made an appointment with the Daily Yao column and seemed to have something to say. Calculating the time, Tang Zheng was looking forward to this program. 12 noon. This time is everyone's lunch time. People in the end times will not be idle. They will go to work and labor every day, and lunchtime is a rare rest time. The Diller's appointment radio program in Ziguang City will also be broadcast at this time. Everyone is used to listening to little Dilly telling her story or other people's stories while eating. At the end of the story, you can even hear her singing, which is a rare rest in the end times. Today's Diller's appointment will be broadcast on time at 12 o'clock. Hello everyone, I'm your old friend Little Dilly. Today, I have a friend here. She said she has a story to share with you. Before introducing this friend, let me tell you something. This morning, at the south gate of Ziguang City, a violent anti-law incident occurred. The security guards of the Public Security Bureau and the garrison of the Northern Territory Survivor Alliance fought outside the south gate, and the incident caused many injuries. And the friend who came today is a Northern Territory Alliance's spokesperson in Ziguang City, Miss Lion Na. Hello, Miss Lion Na, say hello to the listeners. At this moment, Lion Na was in Little Dilly's room, facing the microphone together. Lion Na knew that the column Dilly has an appointment had a great influence in the Northern Territory and had the highest number of listeners among all radio programs. So she couldn't be rude at this moment and greeted everyone with a smile. Hello everyone, I'm Lion Na, a member of the Northern Territory Alliance. Miss Lion Na, I wonder what you think about what happened today. Well, as far as I know, this matter is not like that. The Alliance and Ziguang City have always had friendly neighborly relations, and there are no irreconcilable conflicts between the two sides. Then do you know what happened? I know a little. There was indeed a conflict today, but the scale of the conflict was not large, and no one died in this incident. Then who do you think is right and who is wrong in this matter? Right and wrong are not very important. It's like when two children from two families fight, the adults just need to persuade their own children to go back. There is no need to delve into right and wrong. After all, it takes two to tango. Has the matter been properly resolved? It has been resolved. The Alliance has always been magnanimous and tolerant, and has lived in harmony with Ziguang City. In order to show the friendship between the two sides, the Alliance also specially sent 500 tons of copper to Ziguang City today. The injured people on our side in the conflict have also treated themselves. Isn't this enough to express our sincerity? Oh, so there is no fundamental conflict between the two sides? Yes, a little friction will not affect the overall situation at all. The Alliance will continue to fulfill our responsibilities in accordance with the previously signed contract and help Ziguang City continue to defend. At this time, the sound of the intercom came from the radio. Lion Na seemed to get up to answer it, and Xiaodali's voice came. Member Lion Na, if it is not a particularly urgent matter, can you answer it in front of the public? Is there something that the Alliance needs to do behind the audience's back? Lion Na was squeezed into a corner by Xiaodali's words. It was not easy to get up and leave at this moment. After all, she came here today to show the Alliance's magnanimous image. The compensation has been paid, of course. She has to leave a good impression on people. So it is even more difficult for her to leave here, and she can only bite the bullet and answer the intercom. Leader Lina, it's bad. Let's run. Lina's eyelids twitched when she heard this, and she said calmly, what are you talking about? I won't run until the evening. I'm giving an interview. Let's talk later. Oh, what interview? Zombies. There are zombies coming to Ziguang City. Lina was even more annoyed. Just kill the zombies. Why bother me with such a small matter? This can't be killed. It's a zombie swarm. An extremely huge zombie swarm. Zombie swarm? Lina was stunned for a moment. Yes, it's a zombie swarm. Endless zombies. At least 1 million. Bang. Lina's exclamation and the sound of the chair falling were heard by everyone through the radio. Chapter 114 Chaos Before the War. A sharp squeak sounded from the radio, as if the microphone had been hit. But then Xiaodali's voice was heard again. Member Lion Na, the zombies have really arrived. Will the Alliance still help Ziguang City defend? There was a pause on the other side of the microphone. After nearly 10 seconds, Lion Na's voice was heard. I need to understand the situation before I can give you an answer. Let's stop here today. No longer caring about promoting the positive image of the Alliance, and not even daring to say the next sentence of loyalty to Ziguang City, Lan Na hurriedly left Xiaodali's radio station. It's a pity that Councillor Lan Na didn't give me a definite promise. However, I was also informed that a group of zombies are approaching Ziguang City, but I don't think that the group of zombies can threaten the safety of the people in the city. Next, Li will give a song to the warriors of Ziguang City, to our leader Tang Zheng, and to all the listeners in front of the radio. It's a song called You Will Never Walk Alone. I give it to everyone. Thank you for having such a warm home in this cold end of the world. The music slowly sounded, and the cold voice of little Li seemed to come from the deep sea, which gradually stabilized the emotions of the people who were a little panicked in front of the radio. Especially in Ziguang City, looking at the towering walls and watchtowers, everyone's fear gradually decreased. With such a solid defense, zombies should not be able to get in. Music can soothe people's hearts, but the reality is not optimistic. First of all, it is the attitude of the Alliance. Facing all the listeners in the Northern Territory, the Alliance did not dare to give a positive promise. Is it just empty talk for them to help Ziguang City defend? People in Ziguang City are worried about their own safety, while people who are not in Ziguang City are very concerned about the development of the situation. First of all, everyone is concerned about whether zombies will really act in groups. You should know that this incident has overturned people's perception of zombies for 3 months. Zombies will not act in groups. At most, they will rush over to see what is going on when they hear a sound somewhere. But the situation in Ziguang City is obviously not like this now. Do the zombies have a leader? Do they have wisdom? If so, it would be terrible. People are anxiously waiting for news, and the city is in a bit of chaos. The first to be in chaos was the Alliance. Lan Na returned to her residence and immediately saw a video shot by a mobile phone. The video was shot by a person on a hill by the roadside, and the video was shot by the surging zombie army. Obviously, during the shooting process, a zombie discovered the existence of the shooter, but just rode a few times in that direction, ignored it and continued to move forward. This is abnormal. If it were normal, the zombies would chase after them anyway. And the scene shot made Lan Na shudder. The zombie army was so dense that it stretched as far as the eye could see, spreading from one side of the site to the other. The video took more than an hour to shoot, and the phone ran out of battery, but there was no end to the zombie horde. The huge number of zombies made people feel powerless and desperate. The large number of mutant zombies in the zombie horde was even more terrifying. At least 5% of the zombies in this horde were mutant zombies. Some of the zombies were so huge that Lena had never seen or heard of them before. They were obviously more mutated. When she finished watching the video, she found that her hands were shaking and her back was wet with sweat. Can we be sure that this swarm of corpses is heading towards Ziguang City? It should be correct, Chief Lan Na. We have obtained news from Fengcheng and even Kinsao through other channels. The swarm of corpses did start from Kinsao and headed straight for Ziguang City. Even the starting point of the swarm of corpses is Tang Zheng's hometown. If they meet people on the way, the swarm of corpses will not pay attention. The purpose is very clear, which is Ziguang City. Moreover, the swarm of corpses is only more than 100 kilometers away from Ziguang City. We must make a decision quickly. Others beside Lan Na also panicked and followed to persuade. Yes, Chief Lan Na. Now Speaker Zijinshan also knows about this, and he is waiting for your reply. Let's withdraw quickly. This swarm of corpses looks like there are millions of them. Even if they pile up, they will submerge Ziguang City. No matter how strong the city is, it can't be defended. Yes, this is the trouble caused by Tang Zheng himself. Why should we be buried with him? We don't have that obligation. Lan Na looked a little struggling. This is not good. We signed a joint defense agreement and announced it to the public on the radio. If we abandon the city now, we will definitely be criticized by thousands of people. The alliance will have no credibility in the future. Moreover, it will be a breach of contract. There will be no way to restrain Ziguang City in the future. Chief Lan Na, success is written by the victor. This Ziguang City will soon become history. By then, Tang Zheng and the others will probably run away. No one will care too much about us leaving. If the alliance really likes this place, we can come back. after it is deserted or swept by zombies. Even if some people really say something, it is just some insignificant rumors. It is better than us dying here. Yes, Tang Zheng should solve the trouble he caused himself. It doesn't matter whether he breached the contract or not. If Tang Zheng doesn't die this time, he will wander in the wilderness, so the contract will naturally be invalid. Yes, Chief Lion Nap, make a decision when you have to. If you delay, everyone's life will be lost. There are more than 1,000 brothers here. The people around her were talking one after another, which made Lion Na more and more shaken. She thought about it for a while, and chose to talk to Zi Jinshan. During the conversation, Zi Jinshan's attitude was also very clear. I'll give you 3 hours to determine the movement and number of zombies and assess the risks. Come back and report to me after 3 hours. Lion Nap, you must first remember that our people cannot die in vain in Ziguang City. 1,500 people. The Alliance can't afford such a loss. This is my only request. After ending the call with Zi Jinshan, Lion Na gritted her teeth and continued to send people to investigate. 3 hours later, new news came. The number of zombies should be between 800,000 and 1 million. The target is clear, which is Ziguang City. The distance to Ziguang City is now about 130 kilometers. Looking at the time, it is already afternoon. That is to say, probably tomorrow morning or morning, this terrifying group of zombies will appear under the city of Ziguang City. No more waiting, let's retreat. After Lion Na talked to Zi Jinshan again, she finally made this difficult decision. When he gave the order, the Alliance was in chaos. Some people from the Alliance, who had been prepared for a long time, boarded the car almost immediately and headed north. The defenders on the city wall received the order and immediately abandoned the city wall where they had finally gained a foothold. They only carried the necessary items and left without looking back. People are easily infected and easy to follow the crowd. The performance of the Alliance immediately made some wavering people in the city panic. In the past few hours, the news of the arrival of millions of zombies has spread like wildfire in the city. If the Alliance dared to stay in the city and hold on with the light chasing army, it might give people confidence and let everyone continue to stay here. But the Alliance ran away, and the people in the city panicked. Even the defenders ran away, so would they stay here and wait to die? Especially those who have been in the light chasing city for a short time. Those who came here from the Alliance's 12th base to show off their power and take advantage, or some mercenaries and adventurers. They simply packed up their things and left the light chasing city. For a moment, the people in the city were in chaos. Everyone rushed out of the several gates of Ziguang City with their families. The zombies came from the south, so they ran to the north. There was heavy traffic in front of the gates, with cars roaring, adults crying and children making noises, and garbage thrown everywhere. Especially with the rumors that the zombies were about to arrive in Ziguang City, too many people could not sit still, and were ready to leave. During this process, the Ziguang army did not persuade or stop them. Even the people from the Public Security Bureau were dispatched again to help maintain order at the gates, so that everyone could leave as soon as possible. During this time, Ji Yunshan asked Tang Zheng, "General, should we persuade these people? We should be able to keep some of them." Tang Zheng waved his hand. "No need. No one will appreciate our kindness now. Besides, we also need an opportunity to clean up the unstable people in Ziguang City." Although many people left this time, some people chose to stay. After this incident, these people who stayed will definitely become more united and love this place more in the future. They will cherish this place as their home. Only then will our city have roots. Ji Yunshan nodded, stopped persuading Tang Zheng, and went to work. Of course, not everyone chose to leave. At the peak of Ziguang City, the city population was close to 100,000. Some of them even bought properties in Ziguang City. Some people finally trekked here and had nowhere to go. When they saw the defenders of Ziguang City taking over the southern city wall in an orderly manner, saw the people of the Public Security Bureau organizing the order slowly, heard the gentle voice of Xiao Dili on the radio, and looked at the city they had gradually become familiar with, they made up their minds and simply decided not to go anywhere. As night fell, the searchlights in the sentry tower lit up one after another, pointing the way for those who were leaving. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the hustle and bustle in the city gradually subsided. This morning, there was still a large city of 100,000 people, but now the remaining population is only about 40,000. More than half of the people chose to leave Zhuguang City and go to other places to find a way out. The rest chose to stay. Seeing that the city had quieted down, Tang Zheng came to the radio station. "Hello, everyone, I'm Tang Zheng. I'm glad that everyone chose to stay in Zhuguang City. Here, I promise with my dignity and life that we will defend the city to the death and give everyone a warm and safe home. The Alliance signed a joint defense contract with us, and now the ink on the contract is not dry. They have abandoned us and left. I'm here to tell the Alliance that you will definitely pay the price for your despicable behavior. We will slowly settle our accounts later. Now, listen to my orders. The whole city will enter a state of martial law. The whole army will begin to make preparations for the war, and everyone will stay at home and not go out. Our radio will continue to broadcast the whole process of this battle. Monthly tickets. Monthly tickets. The climax is coming. Let's go for the monthly tickets." Chapter 115. Prepare for war with all your strength. 3 more chapters. 150 monthly votes added. When Tang Zheng first said that the whole army was ready, the people of Zhuguang City were a little skeptical, because Zhuguang City didn't seem to have many troops. Apart from the garrison on the city wall, no other troops had been seen. At most, some engineering troops and people from the Public Security Bureau had appeared. So when Tang Zheng said that the whole army was ready for war, people thought it was just a slogan. But soon, they found out that they were wrong. A troop turned out from the west side of the Guan mountain area and rumbled towards Zhuguang City. When the city gate opened and the army entered the city was boiling. Watching the tanks rumbling forward, the metal tracks rolling over the ground, making a clattering sound. Watching the military trucks loaded with soldiers, with huge artillery behind them. Watching the armored vehicles moving forward. Watching the jeeps moving forward. The soldiers' skin was shiny black, and their clothes were not clean, but the aura of the whole army was almost explosive, and it was a lion that had fought 100 battles. It turned out that there were so many troops outside Zhuguang City. Although people were forbidden to go out and now stayed indoors, they still opened the windows and cheered for the troops entering the city. The streets had been cleared and were now empty. The troops entered the city very smoothly. After entering the city, the entire army immediately began to prepare for war. Tang Zheng still had 60 purchase quotas in his hands, which were the mobile forces left behind. Tang Zheng's original idea was to buy a group of paratroopers as an air assault force. But now it seems unlikely. The massive zombies faced this time are all ground troops, and paratroopers have no place to use their skills. Buying ordinary arms such as mobilized soldiers is also not an option. What the Zhuguang army lacks now is arms with large-scale lethality. So after research, Tang Zheng decided to buy 5 artillery pieces and 5 107 rocket launchers, and add 10 guns to each of these 2 artillery pieces. 5 howitzers require 5 5-man combat groups. 5 107 rocket launchers also require 5 3-man combat groups. The 40 quotas were used up, and Tang Zheng also spent 75,000 gold. There are still 20 quotas. Tang Zheng bought 4 more bird helicopters and 4 transport helicopters. The bird helicopter combat team is 2 people, 4 aircraft 8 people. The transport helicopter combat team is 3 people, 4 aircraft 12 people. Add together, there are exactly 20 people. After spending 340,000 gold, Tang Zheng's Army Aviation Company already has 10 helicopters, which is considered to be of initial size. Although the combat effectiveness of helicopters in air combat can only be considered average, the opponent has no air units, and Tang Zheng's 10 aircraft can also cause considerable trouble to the zombie group. If the zombie leader dares to show up in the battle, Tang Zheng can let the helicopter carry out the decapitation operation. After spending more than 400,000 gold, Tang Zheng's entire battalion finally reached a full staffed state, and there was no quota. But this quota is a human quota, and Tang Zheng can also buy a military type, that is, military dogs. Military dogs are not very useful in the frontline battle, but once a zombie breaks through the front line, military dogs can play a role. Dogs are numerous and powerful, and it has happened more than once that lickers are bitten to death. Tang Zheng now has 70 to 80 military dogs in the battalion, and he bought another 100 at one time. The task of these military dogs is to patrol and guard inside the city wall. Once a zombie breaks through the city wall, the military dog must rush up to fight. After adding all the arms, Tang Zheng rushed to the arsenal. Here, a large number of bullets are being produced continuously. All the field companies have sent people to prepare to carry the bullets back. Then Tang Zheng is not here to see the bullets at this moment. He is here to produce mines. In addition to the bullet production line, the arsenal also has an artillery production line, a rocket production line and a mine production line. Tang Zheng has seen the zombies he faced this time many times, and the number can be almost determined. The total number of zombies that came is about 900,000 to 1 million. Tang Zheng is more inclined to the number of 1 million, because this zombie king obviously has a grudge against him, and he will definitely bring as many zombies as he can, and will not give him any chance. If there are 1 million zombies, his entire army is only 2,500 people, and one person has to kill 400 zombies to defeat this zombie group. Moreover, these are not ordinary zombies. There are a large number of mutant zombies and quasi-mutant zombies. A mutant zombie can even wipe out a team of survivors. It can be seen how difficult it is to kill them. Therefore, it is the most effective way to reduce the number of zombies as much as possible. Tang Zheng has never had the opportunity to use landmines before, but this time he can use them. In fact, after he got the funds from Shuanglin, the landmines here have been produced, and nearly 100,000 landmines have been produced so far. Under normal circumstances, the price of a landmine is 2 gold. But there is a landmine production line here in the arsenal, which can reduce costs. The shell of the landmine can be made of iron, ceramics, stones, plastics, rubber, etc. Of course, copper can also be used, but Tang Zheng will not use expensive copper on landmines. The cheapest plastic is the main material for making landmines this time. After adding the main material and gunpowder, the production cost of the landmine was reduced to 0.5 gold each. The main reason is that gunpowder is relatively large, and in the end, only 75% of the cost was reduced. Ziguang City has accumulated quite a lot of shells and bullets in the past few days. The task tonight is to produce mines with all their strength. Boxes of mines were taken out of the warehouse, and the production line was also producing continuously. The finished products were immediately loaded and transported outside the city. The battlefield of the battle should be the south gate and the east gate. The south gate should be the main battlefield of this battle, because of its open terrain. After the mines were transported out of the city, the engineering troops began to lay mines quickly. This kind of mine does not need to be buried underground, because even if the zombies have a leader to command, they cannot do the delicate work of avoiding mines, so they only need to throw the mines on the ground. The engineers threw a car when the arsenal produced one. From dusk to early morning, the Ziguang army threw about 150,000 mines outside the city. Most of the mines were concentrated outside the south gate, and about 30,000 mines were thrown near the east gate, trying to leave no dead corners. The engineers were busy, and the soldiers of several field companies took the time to rest. When dawn came, the soldiers got up. The cooking platoon and the cooking squads of each company got up in the middle of the night to prepare meals. In the past, the soldiers usually returned to the inner city for meals, but this time the meal was set up under the city wall. Tang Zheng had already assigned tasks to several field companies. The South Gate Defense Zone was the defense zone of the 2nd, 3rd and 4th Combat Companies. The East Gate Defense Zone was the defense zone of the 1st Company. The cooking squads directly under each company started to make fires and cook under the walls of their respective defense zones. When Ziguang City was first built, Tang Zheng had ordered that no buildings were allowed to be built within a 50-meter range near the city wall. A circle of ring roads was reserved here, which could be used as the outer ring of the city at ordinary times, and as a lane for transporting troops during wartime. The lane could lead directly to the top of the city wall, and chariots could drive up to the top of the city wall. At this time, large pots were placed on the lane, and many mutant beast meats were also moved out, and were stewed in the pots, emitting an intense aroma. Connected to the kitchen team is the medical unit of the Ziguang army. For a long time, the Zhuang army has had almost no combat losses in combat. Only one soldier died when attacking Shuanglin County, which is inseparable from the efforts of the medical unit. Tang Zheng could imagine the severity of this battle, so he had prepared the medical unit in place long ago. Temporary beds were placed one by one, and simple medical tents were built one by one. Those medical soldiers who have been promoted can even perform surgery on injured soldiers on the battlefield at any time. Many medical soldiers are strong young men. They can not only save people, but also have an important job, which is to carry stretchers. Therefore, when Tang Zheng purchased medical soldiers, there was a ratio of male soldiers to female soldiers. There must be men who work hard, and there must be careful women. The engineers were laying mines, and after the soldiers had eaten early, they began to carry boxes of bullets to the top of the city wall. Each company, each platoon, and each squad had its own area to defend. The bullets were at their feet and they could be used at any time during the battle. The artillery in the distance also set up an attack formation near the inner city. 10 howitzers and 10 rocket launchers were all adjusted in place. There were also a lot of shell boxes piled up next to them. This time Tang Zheng spent a lot of money. After he had money, the arsenal started production at full capacity to ensure that the soldiers had enough ammunition. It cost more than 400,000 to buy aircraft and artillery. Now the money for shells, bullets, and mines has also cost nearly 300,000. If it was before the arsenal, the purchase quantity this time would almost bankrupt Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng, who had almost not slept all night, came to the vicinity of the south gate early. According to the radar map, the zombie army is now more than 20 kilometers away from Zhuang City. Within 3 hours, they should be at the gate. Tang Zheng climbed up the city wall and looked up at the sky. Today's weather is neither good nor bad, similar to the previous days, with dark clouds and wind. It's okay in the city, but walking on the city wall, the wind is even stronger. The strong wind rolled up the flag of the Zhuang army, fluttering. The soldiers were basically ready and were on standby in their own defense areas. When they saw Tang Zheng coming, they were ready to salute. Tang Zheng waved his hand and issued an order in the system that no one should care about etiquette during battle. The soldiers who received the order saluted the general they respected in their hearts. Tang Zheng held the battlements of the city wall with both hands and looked at the vast land outside the city. The winding river flowed, and the plains and mountains in the distance were in full view. There was a feeling of vastness and boundlessness. But who could have known that such a beautiful place would soon become a battlefield? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116. Corpses at the gate of the city. After staying here for a while, Tang Zheng glanced at the radar again. It's almost there. In an hour and a half, the zombies will arrive. At this point, Tang Zheng is not in a hurry. He has made full preparations. At present, the whole battalion is fully staffed, and the weapons, ammunition, and funds are sufficient. He does not believe that the zombies can easily take over Zhuang City under such circumstances. At this point, there is no point in worrying, and his mentality is calm. If there is only one thing that is a bit urgent, it is the research progress of scientific research soldier Jiuo Yun. Now that most of the people in the city have left, the Internal Affairs Department composed of scientific research soldiers is working hard to develop maps. After all, it takes 10 maps to upgrade the head of the group. At present, the arsenal has just been completed, and there is still a gap of 9. The upgrade is a long way off. Let the communicator ask Jiuo Yun, and get a reply after a while. General, Jiuo Yun said that 3 drawings are currently being worked on at the same time. The field hospital and the thermal power plant should be completed during the battle. What is the other drawing? The other one is for the Gene Research Institute. Jiuo Yun said that it will probably be completed together with a drug that can turn zombies that are less than 60% zombie-like back into humans, but the specific time is a bit hard to say. Tang Zheng remembered the drug that Jiuo Yun mentioned, but until now, he didn't think that this drug would be of any use. But since Jiuo Yun wants to study it, let him study it. Tang Zheng nodded. If he can complete 3 drawings, it would be considered a bit fast. Relaxed, Tang Zheng leaned on the city wall and waited for the zombies to arrive. He really wanted to see what this zombie leader was like and how he hated him so much. At the Ziguang City radio station, Xiaodali went out with a photographer and a staff member carrying a radio station. These people were all from her previous team and now work with her. Starting today, she will do a special program. That is the defense of Ziguang City and interviews with people in the city about their views on Tang Zheng. In Xiaodali's opinion, Tang Zheng is a very mysterious person. Xiaodali is very curious about everything about him. She believes that she is not the only one who has this idea. So she brought a photographer today, not only to broadcast the interview, but also to take photos and videos. The fact that there are no TV stations and signal towers now does not mean that there will be no TV stations and signal towers in the future. When order is restored, she can make this into a promotional video, and I believe it will be a big hit. Today, Ziguang City is under martial law. People cannot leave the city or enter the military zone, but there is no problem to interview in the rear. Besides, Xiaodali's interview was allowed by Tang Zheng, so she got up early and went out to look for targets to interview in the city. The vehicles of the Public Security Bureau patrolled back and forth on the streets, prohibiting survivors from approaching the military zone. Xiaodali did not find the interviewee for a while, so she simply walked to a motorcycle of the Public Security Bureau. He knew the people on the car. One was the director Ji Yunshan, and the other was the deputy director Zhu Liu. Director Ji, Deputy Director Zhu, hello, I'm Xiaodali. Hello, Xiaodali, are you here for an interview today? Yes, but the main content of my interview today is everyone's opinion on Chief Tang Zheng. I wonder how much you two know about Chief Tang? Zhu Liu looked at Ji Yunshan, and Ji Yunshan showed a complacent smile. You asked the right person this question. When it comes to understanding Chief Tang, in the entire Ziguang army, I'm second and no one dares to say they are first. Just ask if you have any questions. That's great. I've been doing a show recently, and many people are very interested in Chief Tang's personal life. Can you tell me what kind of person he is? Ji Yunshan thought for a while. First of all, he is a soldier. What is a soldier? It's discipline, bravery, iron-blooded, fearlessness. These characteristics can be found in our Chief Tang. It sounds like the image of a cold and tough guy. Xiaodali said casually. Yes, Commander Tang is such a person. You don't know how much he has sacrificed for the happiness of all mankind. Little Dilly hurriedly said, can you be more specific? Ji Yunshan thought for a while and said, there are so many people in our army, and there are all kinds of talents, but Commander Tang, as the highest commander, still leads by example. You don't know how good he is at using a sledgehammer. No matter how strong the anti-theft door is, Commander Tang can smash it open with one hammer and rob the house, as if it were flat ground. Yes, 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 this kind of ability to smash doors and pick locks is definitely not something that can be practiced in a day or two. You can imagine how hard-working Commander Tang is. On many deserted nights, he must have secretly gone out to practice. You should report this spirit well. Zhu Liu added from the side. Little Dilly listened blankly for a while, not knowing whether such a scene should be included in the documentary. The admiration and worship of the two people in front of her made her a little confused. How could she know that the system soldiers purchased by Tang Zheng were all infinitely loyal to Tang Zheng? Infinite loyalty means that Tang Zheng is sacred and supreme in their eyes. No matter what Tang Zheng did, they could understand and find a suitable reason to explain it. So Xiaodali's interview was with the wrong person from the beginning. However, she was a professional reporter and had a good impression of Tang Zheng, so she quickly led a new topic. What about Chief Tang's personal life? Does he have a girlfriend? As far as I know, no. Ji Yunshan answered affirmatively. Why? From my perspective as a woman, Tang Zheng is a very charming person, and there should be girls who like him. Ji Yunshan sighed. Otherwise, how can you say that Chief Tang sacrificed his own happiness for all mankind? His noble character is beyond your imagination. Let me tell you a simple story. Yeah. Xiaodali nodded, thinking that there should be some explosive news. Once, the chief went out with a female guard beside him. Many of you should have seen that guard. She is pretty enough. Xiaodali nodded immediately. She had seen several female guards around Tang Zheng. Although she didn't know which one she was talking about, no matter which one, she could be called the best. Ji Yunshan continued, that time, for some reason, one of them had to go into the water. Commander Tang was going to go into the water, but what does a guard do? Of course, the commander couldn't do this kind of thing, so the female guard had to go into the water. You have to know that it was in the wilderness at the time, and there were only two of them. They had to take off their clothes to go into the water. If it were a normal man, it would be normal to look at a beautiful woman, right? It's indeed normal. It would be abnormal not to look at a beautiful woman. Xiaodali naturally felt the same way and nodded. I was late at that time. When I arrived, the female guard was about to take off her clothes, and our Commander Tang had his back to her, with one hand stretched out, ready to help the female guard get her clothes, without even looking back. Tell me, is his behavior, that is completely inconsistent with human nature and logical thinking, normal? Xiaodali was a little stunned. She didn't expect it to be like this. This is indeed a little bit. Ji Yunshan waved his hand. You can't understand it. It took me a long time to figure it out. I can only say that people who achieve great things must give up some things in order to do things that ordinary people can't. Our Commander Tang has given up very important things in human nature, such as eating, drinking, playing, drinking, sex, money, and anger that ordinary people value. He has given up a large part of it. Saving the world is his only idea, and women are just clouds. So I think he is a lonely person. As he said, Ji Yunshan looked towards the city wall. They were not far from the south city wall, and they could just see the top of the city wall. When they looked up, Xiaodali looked up and saw Tang Zheng standing on the city wall, holding the battlements with both hands, standing in the wind and looking into the distance. The strong wind blew over, blowing his military coat in the wind. Even though there were many soldiers around, Tang Zheng gave people a strong sense of loneliness at this moment. Ji Yunshan and Zhu Liu, the two men, had moist eyes. Okay, that's it for today's interview. You go interview other people. We have to continue patrolling, follow orders without compromise, and always follow Commander Tang. The two started the motorcycle and left in a flash. Xiaodali couldn't help but wipe the corners of her eyes to keep these precious materials. As a professional journalist, she has seen too many people and knows how to distinguish between people's sincerity and whether their words are hypocritical. Obviously, Ji Yunshan and Zhu Liu just spoke sincerely and without any pretense. I didn't expect that there are such good people in the world. After this war, we must find a good opportunity to report this matter in detail. The propaganda film must be done well. Looking at the lonely Tang Zheng on the city wall, Xiaodali also showed admiration. She originally had some good feelings for Tang Zheng, but seeing Tang Zheng like this, she had only one thought in her mind. She was not worthy of such a man. She was not a paranoid person. If she was not worthy, then she would bless him from afar. Turning around and leaving here, Xiaodali went to find the next interviewee. South of Ziguang City, a black line, like a tide, appeared from the horizon, and in a slow but unstoppable manner, it pressed straight towards the city. Chen Filang walked in the zombie group, and looked at Ziguang City from afar. Under the dim sky of the end of the world, the walls of Ziguang City were slightly shiny. Looking at this miraculous city, Chen Filang was also very surprised. In the past few days, he knew that he had been discovered by Tang Zheng. However, Chen Filang was very cunning. He quietly hid in the zombie tide. With his ordinary appearance, it was impossible for Tang Zheng to find his specific location. In this way, he brought the growing zombie team to Ziguang City. At this moment, he has reached the limit of his ability, that is, to control 1 million zombies. After his catalysis along the way and the continuous mutual devouring with Feng Cheng for a day and a night, there are already 7 gorilla zombies in his team. There are as many as 15 lickers. As for the armored zombies, the number has reached 30,000. The number of agile zombies has exceeded 40,000. Among the remaining zombies, those approaching the mutation stage numbered more than 100,000. He dared to fight such a zombie group even against the royal army. Although Ziguang City looked very majestic, he still didn't care at all. He stretched out his scarlet tongue and licked the corner of his mouth. But, very good. Well done, Mr. Tang. The more difficult the place is, the more excited I feel. I'm waiting for your city to be broken by me, and listening to your painful wails when you die. I'm coming. Roar. Finally arriving at the location of the enemy, Chen Filong couldn't hide his excitement, and roared to the sky. The zombies around heard the leaders roar and roared. The roar of millions of zombies, the sound waves gathered and rushed straight into the sky. On Guian Mountain, birds took off and ran around. Ziguang City also became quiet. Everyone knew that the zombies were really coming. Thanks to the book friend Jiaxing Joshi for the 2000 coin reward. Thanks to the book friend Eugene Wu for the 1500 coin reward. Thanks to the book friend Fan Benzuan Zheng for the 500 coin reward. Thanks to Junzian's Hang Chijile, Uiyu, and Taeheo 7309 for the rewards. Your votes and rewards have given he 2 motivation. I will try to update 4 chapters today. Chapter 117 Meeting Gift. Chen Filong's roar actually has a meaning. Because when he roars, the zombies will respond. The roar of millions of zombies not only announces his arrival, but also deters the people in Ziguang City. In the end of the world, people are still afraid of zombies. The hideous faces, sharp claws, terrible viruses, and huge numbers of zombies are all daunting. Especially at the beginning of the end of the world, people hesitated and feared, and their own fighting power could not be exerted. Some scenes that could escape or win ended in death. It's almost the same now. Although people have established a survival base, that is without the zombie king. He believes that the roar of the zombies can make people in Ziguang City panic and timid before the battle. It is not uncommon for timid people to collapse directly from fear. This is a kind of psychological warfare, which Chen Filong has concluded after being a zombie for so long. But he overlooked one thing, that is, his opponent has never been a fuel-saving lamp. Although Tang Zheng didn't quite understand Chen Filong's thoughts, he couldn't let the zombies show off their power here. This roar had no effect on the light-chasing army, but the survivors in the city were indeed scared. Tang Zheng, who had been watching the movement of the zombies, was staring at a certain direction of the zombies. Beside him, there were several company commanders of the light-chasing army. Among them, the artillery company commander Wang Jinglang and the aviation company commander Hu Yuhang were behind him. Have you roughly determined the location? General, I can't be completely sure, but I can have a general direction. The starting point of the sound wave should be in that direction. Okay, in that case, let's give this zombie king a gift. Wang Jinglang and Hu Yuhang immediately gave the order to attack. Before the battle, Tang Zheng deliberately added artillery and helicopters, and he could actually launch a wave of attacks before the zombies arrived. But he didn't do that, because once the trump card was exposed, it would not be considered a killer move. He wanted to give the zombie king a gift. The roar of the corpse king seemed majestic, but in fact, it had already exposed his approximate position, giving Tang Zheng the opportunity to take action. At the rear artillery position, the howitzers and rocket launchers adjusted the direction of the muzzles and aimed at the area where the corpse king was roughly located. Target, southwest, 10 o'clock, distance, 5 kilometers. 3 rounds of saturation strikes, ready, fire. As the order was issued, the artillery opened fire. Boom boom boom. Boom 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 boom. A batch of rockets and howitzers were fired, and bullets rained down from the sky. At this moment, the zombie group was only 3 or 4 kilometers away from Ziguang City, and Chen Filong's position was about 5 kilometers away from the city. This distance was completely within the range of artillery shells. The first howitzer shell exploded about 70 meters to the left in front of Chen Filong. Boom. A cloud of black smoke rose into the sky, and the huge sound of the artillery immediately suppressed the roar of the zombie group. The 30 or so zombies at that position were blown into the sky by this artillery fire. Whether it was an ordinary zombie or an armored one, all of them were blown away. Those in the center of the explosion were shattered, while those on the edge of the impact were injured to varying degrees. For zombies, a broken leg is even more serious than a broken heart, because a broken leg cannot walk, and a zombie that can only crawl is basically useless. A zombie's leg fell directly in front of Chen Filong. Cannon. Before Chen Filong could react, the continuous bombardment arrived. The shells of the howitzer and rocket launcher rumbled over, instantly turning this area into a sea of fire. A rocket launcher shell exploded 30 meters to the right of Chen Filang. This time, he couldn't dodge in time, and a ball of fire rushed in his face, instantly burning Chen Filang's remaining hair. Not only his hair, but also the luxury clothes he deliberately wore to be relatively clean were burned. His skin gave off a sizzling aroma of barbecue. If it were a normal person, this would be a severe burn. It's bad. Stop yelling. At this point, Chen Filang knew that it must be his shouting that exposed his position, and as a result, he was hit by the artillery fire of the Zhuang army. But what frightened him even more was yet to come. Amid the artillery fire, a helicopter took off from Zhuang City and headed in this direction. He knew that Tang Zheng had a helicopter, but he didn't know that there were as many as 10 in Zhuang City. Cover me. A huge armored car beside him pounced down and pressed Chen Filang under him. The rumbling artillery bombardment continued. This area was plowed by artillery. Zombies were constantly being blown to pieces or lifted off. Chen Filang couldn't care less. He completely hid under the armored car, and his body was almost buried in the soil. A few kilometers away, the plane arrived in an instant. The order they received was to try to strafe within the bombing range of the artillery and kill as many as they could. If they were lucky enough to kill the zombie king directly, the battle would be almost over. The area covered by the artillery is not only Chen Filang's area, but also the surrounding area within 1,000 meters, which are all targets, because Tang Zheng and his team have not locked Chen Filang's exact location. 10 planes came to the sky above this area and began to empty the magazines. Both the bird helicopter and the transport helicopter are equipped with machine guns, and the bird helicopter is even equipped with 12 Hellfire anti-tank missiles. It is now morning, and the ammunition will be refreshed at noon, so there is no need to keep it. The plane stopped in the air about 70 meters above the ground, and then the gunner opened the cabin door and raised his gun to shoot. Ding 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 ding. 20 heavy machine guns poured down deadly rain from the sky. This kind of shooting cannot guarantee accuracy, but it does not need too high accuracy at this moment, because there are too many zombies on the ground. A string of bullets fell, and the ground was splattered with blood and flesh, and corpses were everywhere. Those bird helicopters with zero protection fired missiles one by one. There is no need to carefully look for targets, just shoot at the place where the number of zombies is large. In the dense rain of bullets, occasionally a missile with a tail dropped from the sky, raising a cloud of black smoke on the ground. However, the effect of this anti-tank missile to kill the zombies was not particularly obvious, and it was not as practical as a machine gun. But the scene was shocking. From the perspective of Zhuang City, 10 helicopters were seen hovering in the sky, constantly pouring down firepower. The roars of the zombies before could no longer be heard, completely suppressed by the sound of the explosion. Chen Filang, who almost hid himself in the mud, felt a shock behind him, and the sound of machine gun bullets falling rang in his ears. The armored zombies that had been protecting him tightly seemed to have lost their vitality and were limp and motionless. At this moment, Chen Filang regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. If he had known earlier, he would not have shouted. In fact, his large army had not arrived yet. He waited honestly until all the zombies arrived, and then let the zombies attack directly. Wouldn't it be very pleasant for him to sit on the fishing platform at a distance? This shout stirred up a hornet's nest. He now had a large army, but was powerless against the enemy in the air. The only way was to wait until these planes ran out of ammunition, and then he could quietly get up. This process was a bit long. 10 helicopters attacked the area above his head for more than 10 minutes, hitting the ground here with holes, and then slowly left. On the ground, countless zombie corpses were lying all over the place, spreading over a radius of hundreds of meters. Maybe Tang Zheng didn't know how many were killed in this wave, but Chen Filang, as the zombie leader, was very clear. Just this wave of artillery fire plus aircraft strafing, more than 6,000 of his men were killed, not including thousands of slow-moving disabled zombies. Tang Zheng. So cruel. Chen Filang wanted to get up immediately, but suddenly became alert. No, I underestimated my opponent. Tang Zheng's attack is aimed at me. If I act rashly now, I might be discovered. Chen Filang was smart this time. He ordered several armored and agile zombies to run southeast with an ordinary zombie. He himself took off his armor, quietly retreated, and mixed into the zombie group. Seeing that he was naked and his skin was charred, Chen Filong, who always thought he was still a human, was very uncomfortable. He called a zombie next to him whose clothes were still intact, and then took off the other's coat and covered himself hastily. During this process, another round of artillery fire was launched in Ziguang City. Chen Filong's bait team was hit accurately this time. More than a dozen zombies turned into ashes in the bombardment, which made Chen Filong tremble. If he hadn't been more careful and rashly summoned his men to protect himself and retreat, this battle might have ended now. Chen Filong made up his mind this time. He would never show up before completely conquering Ziguang City. After blending into the zombie swarm, he did not act alone, but made the zombie swarm pause its advance and stop 3 kilometers away from Ziguang City. The corpses of zombies on the ground could not be wasted. They had to be devoured before taking action. Chen Filong also needed to take a breath and wait for all the subsequent zombies to arrive before taking action. After this lesson, Chen Filong became much more cautious. When he just arrived at Ziguang City, the momentum of swallowing thousands of miles was gone forever. On Ziguang City, Tang Zheng saw the zombie swarm that stopped inside slightly. Sure enough, he was not so lucky. The leader of the zombie swarm was not killed in this wave of attacks. It would be very difficult to find such an opportunity next time. However, Tang Zheng did not expect that this lucky way could kill the zombie king in one fell swoop. His initial goal was achieved. First of all, the people in Ziguang City were already cheering. They were able to know the situation through the radio in the city. When the battle started, Xiaodali ended the interview outside and came to a place on the city wall to broadcast the battle live. When people heard that the zombies were beaten so badly that they had to stop, they cheered. The fear they had just had about the arrival of the zombies disappeared. Chapter 118, Day 1, 3 updates, Silver Alliance +3. Although some zombies were lost, it was nothing to the million zombies. In fact, Chen Filong's million zombie troops have not yet arrived. The number of zombies that have come to Ziguang City has not exceeded 300,000, and the subsequent zombies are still arriving. Chen Filong calmed down at this moment and was no longer blindly arrogant. While letting the zombies devour the corpses of their companions on the spot, he gradually retreated to a relatively safe place. The so-called safety is actually in the zombie group. At this moment, Chen Filong mixed in the subsequent zombie group. He didn't believe that he would be discovered by Tang Zheng. As a zombie king, Chen Filong's eyesight is very good. He hid in the zombie group and could see the general situation of Ziguang City. The south gate should be the most suitable area for the zombie army to launch an attack. Of course, Tang Zheng also arranged a strict defense here, but Chen Filong didn't think it would be useful. His million zombies can be piled up on the wall of Ziguang City, but he has to be as rational as possible and try to end this battle at a small cost. But at this moment, he has not acted rashly. He is waiting for all his zombies to arrive. As time went by, a large number of zombies gradually approached Ziguang City along the roads and fields. Chen Filong asked the new zombies to automatically disperse after arriving. Disperse along the south gate and east gate of Ziguang City. Stop about 6 or 7 kilometers away from the city wall and surround the entire city. The reason why they stopped at a distance of 6 or 7 kilometers was because Chen Filong knew that guns could not pose a threat to zombies at this distance. As for the Ziguang army's artillery fire, Chen Filong was not afraid. Go ahead and see how many shells you have to see if you can kill all my 1 million zombies. As long as you can't kill all the zombies, you will be eaten by zombies sooner or later. The number of zombies increased, gradually obscuring the limit of vision. This process was a bit long, from early morning to morning, from morning to noon, and it was past 12 o'clock noon, and the zombies had not all arrived, and there was still a steady stream of zombies entering the battlefield. This was also a process of psychological pressure, and it also represented Chen Filong's determination to never let the people of Ziguang City have a chance to escape. At this moment, Ziguang City is like being in a vast ocean, like a ship sailing in the sea. It seems that it can be swallowed by the black waves composed of zombies at any time. If it were a normal city defense force, it would collapse just by watching this process, but Tang Zheng's troops were fearless and didn't care about it at all. Chen Filong's psychological warfare didn't work. It's just that this long waiting time was so depressing that it made people feel suffocated. Seeing that the ammunition had been refreshed at noon and the zombies had not launched an attack, Tang Zheng was a little anxious. The previous artillery bombardment and aircraft raids were actually just a small fight. The real victory or defeat was the battle of attack and defense of the city wall. During this process, Tang Zheng kept watching the arrival of the zombies through the radar screen. It must be said that the efficiency of zombies is really high. If 1,000,000 troops were replaced by humans marching to a place, it would take several days for all of them to arrive. And these zombies just walked over the mountains and plains. 1,000,000 zombies, more than half of them came in half a day. The zombie encirclement outside Ziguang City is nearly 10 kilometers thick. 10 kilometers away, there were still zombies that had not arrived yet. It seems that this zombie leader has learned his lesson. With this arrangement, he is determined not to leave us any chance to survive. It seems that the battle will take at least 2 hours. Notify everyone to have lunch and take turns to rest. Don't wait until the battle starts and lose your energy. The cooking team has prepared lunch and the soldiers began to take turns to rest and eat. Tang Zheng also took a box lunch and a bowl of soup and ate on the city wall. On the radio next to him, people kept speaking and asking questions. How is the battle in Ziguang City going? It won't end so soon, will it? I heard the zombies' roars and the sound of gunfire on the radio before. What's the situation? Are there really 1,000,000 zombies? What's the situation now? Xiaodili is on the air. Don't doubt it. The number of zombies has been confirmed. Ziguang City is doomed. It's just a matter of time. I think it may fall tonight. I know who is speaking. It's Li Wang, the second counselor of the Alliance. Xi Jinshan asked you to say this. If Ziguang City is doomed, the Alliance will bear considerable responsibility. Everyone should be careful about what they say. It's hard to say what the future will be like. According to the speeches on the radio, basically no one is optimistic about Ziguang City. Tang Zheng doesn't care about people's views at the moment. The more pessimistic people are now, the more shocking the future will be. This is the first battle for the Ziguang army to gain a foothold in the northern territory. It must be won, and it must be won beautifully. Now Tang Zheng just hopes that the zombies can attack as soon as possible. Fortunately, after a rest for a while after dinner, the zombies finally moved. It was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and the million-strong zombie army was basically in place. Among this huge group of zombies, a group of zombies was being separated, and that was the first wave of zombies attacking Ziguang City. Although this wave of zombies seemed to be very large, Tang Zheng still breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the attack just now had made the zombie leader more cautious. At least he did not rush all the zombies into battle, which was a good sign. But despite this, there were enough zombies in this wave. It seemed endless, about 50,000 or 60,000. The Ziguang army was also ready to welcome the arrival of the zombies. This would be the first time since the end of the world that humans had faced zombies head-on. Xiaodili's broadcast had also been restored, and now the broadcast channel was completely silent. Even if people could not see the screen, they wanted to know the result of this battle. Just as Tang Zheng thought, Chen Filong was indeed very cautious. After all the zombies arrived, he launched a tentative attack. This attack was mainly to see the strength of the Ziguang army's defense. After he found the weakness of the Ziguang army, he would mobilize a large force to defeat them in one fell swoop. Under his command, 50,000 zombie troops began to march towards Ziguang City. 50,000 may sound like just a number, but in reality, more than 10,000 zombies are everywhere. 50,000 zombies were dispatched together. And it looked like they were endless. The black wave formed by the zombies slowly pressed towards Ziguang City. The stench that rose to the sky even formed a light black smoke that enveloped the zombies. The first zombie took the lead in entering the 2-kilometer range. Boom. An explosion sounded. Huh. Are you starting to attack at this distance? Chen Filong looked at the battlefield from a distance and soon found something wrong. Ziguang City did not fire artillery, but mines exploded. Boom boom boom. As the zombies advanced, mines began to explode one after another. The zombies that stepped on the mines were either blown to pieces or had their legs broken and lost their ability to move on the ground. Soon, the entire battlefield of the South Gate was constantly bombarded with mines. Chen Filong gritted his teeth and did not issue an order to retreat. He knew that the Zhuang army had already made preparations, but he did not expect that they were so well prepared and even laid mines outside the city. But he had no way to retreat. The zombies were all ground troops. They could not attack the city without passing through the minefield. So no matter how much he lost, he had to grit his teeth and rush forward. No retreat. Crawl forward even if you have to. He issued an order to the zombies, and the zombies moved forward. However, he quietly withdrew the mutant zombies. At this time, there was no need to waste precious mutant zombies. The continuous explosions were endless. The front army of the zombie group was constantly decreasing, but the distance to Zhuang City was constantly getting closer. Seeing this situation, Tang Zheng also took a few breaths of cold air. This zombie leader is not stupid. He uses ordinary zombies to step on my minefield. I have to say that this seemingly stupid method is actually the best method. In this situation, Tang Zheng could not order the artillery to fire. Once the artillery was fired, the minefield would be detonated in advance. At present, we can only hope to kill as many zombies as possible before the minefield is destroyed. The first direct confrontation between humans and zombies began in this slightly dull but extremely cruel situation. From 2:30 PM to 5 PM, the zombie group was advancing silently and stepped on the minefield of the Zhuang army. For this, all 50,000 zombies attacking from the zombie side were killed, and 30,000 were sent later. There were less than 3,000 zombies who really walked to the city of Zhuang, including those who died in artillery bombardment and aircraft raids. Chen Filong has lost a total of 90,000 zombies. If it were a human army, this casualty would have been huge, but Chen Filong was a zombie, and his men were worthless. His heart and his thinking were also different from those of humans, as cold and hard as stone. At the cost of 90,000 zombies, he broke the outer defense of Zhuang City, and he felt it was worth it. Seeing that there were still more than 2,000 zombies approaching Zhuang City, he knew that those zombies would definitely not come back. Since the outer defense of Zhuang City was broken, his plan had to continue. He raised his hand and pointed, and another 50,000 zombies who were waiting in the back followed. At this time, it was almost dusk, and the huge dark group of zombies rushed towards Zhuang City again. When the miner ray continued to kill and injure zombies, Xiaodila's radio broadcast went out. Hearing that the Zhuang army had wiped out 90,000 zombies without bloodshed, many people on the radio cheered. It sounded like a great victory, but Tang Zheng didn't think so. Without the cover of the miner ray, the Zhuang army would face the zombies directly, and that would be the beginning of the real battle. But Tang Zheng looked up and looked at the sky. The sky of the end of the world was still dim, with only a faint light falling from the clouds. In the sky, the sun could be seen moving slightly westwards. It would set in just over an hour. Night was approaching. Chapter 119, Guarding the City Walls. 4th update, Silver Alliance +4. The cool mountain wind blew over, making the flags of the light-chasing army flutter. Tang Zheng walked on the top of the city wall to check on the soldiers. Below the city, the remaining 2,000 ordinary zombies had been easily killed by the soldiers, and even firing artillery was useless. Tang Zheng walked past the soldiers and randomly asked a soldier, "How do you feel?" "Report to the general. It's as easy as shooting." "Very good, then continue shooting." "Yes." After walking around and seeing that there was no problem with the preparations, Tang Zheng focused his attention on the zombies that were about to come. Perhaps because of the lesson learned from the first wave of artillery fire, the zombie formation this time was no longer so dense. 50,000 zombies were scattered on the plain, with a distance of about 2 or 3 meters between each other. Such a formation would undoubtedly greatly reduce the effect of the bombardment. Fighting can make people grow, and it can also make zombies grow. The zombie king on the opposite side is also constantly improving. The group of zombies behind is 6 kilometers away from the light-chasing city, which is also a good distance. Because the maximum range of the 107 rocket launcher is 85,000 meters, but in actual combat, the best effect is generally within 6 kilometers. They retreated 6 kilometers away, and the rocket launchers had to be deployed in the city, so it was difficult to fight the zombie swarm. As for the howitzers, because there were only 10, it was difficult to bring much results to the million zombie swarm, and the zombies were not afraid. It seems that this zombie king is also a person who knows something about military affairs. This arrangement made the defenders very uncomfortable, but Tang Zheng also saw a weakness of the opponent. That is, the charging zombies and the large troops behind them have opened up some distance. Once there is any change in the frontline battle, it is difficult to support with the speed of the zombies. This is probably the effect of the artillery bombardment just now. The zombies dare not get too close. With this advantage, Tang Zheng felt a little relieved. This is also a good thing. There is still a chance to fight this battle. Focusing on the upcoming zombie swarm, Tang Zheng did not let the troops fire this time. The effect of firing is not very good. It is better to keep the shells first. Maybe they will be used at some time. All units, pay attention. When the zombies approach the city wall within 400 meters, all rifles should open fire. All units, pay attention. Tang Zheng's order was repeated 3 times in a row, and all the Zhuang army received it. The soldiers checked the ammunition and their guns to make sure that the bullets were loaded. On the sentry tower, in the machine gun bunker, and behind the battlements of the city wall, everyone was on full alert. The zombies under the city wall, like monsters from another world, slowly advanced. Occasionally, there were sporadic mines that exploded before blowing up a few zombies. The process of advancing was slow and depressing. 1 kilometer, 800 meters, 600 meters, 400 meters. Seeing the zombies enter the predetermined position, Tang Zheng waved his hand. Fire. Beside him, the city guard Captain Chu Zuan raised his sniper rifle and shot a tall armored man in the head with one shot. This shot was like a starting gun, and the soldiers on the city wall opened fire almost at the same time. If it were a normal army facing such a large number of zombies, it would be to fire as much as possible and hit as many as possible. But now the zombies were scattered. Tang Zheng asked them to try their best to shoot headshots in the range of 400 to 200 meters. Although the mobilized soldiers did not have the same shooting skills as the sharpshooters, Tang Zheng's troops were basically all 3-star mobilized soldiers, and their shooting skills were better than those of the regular soldiers. Although the distance was a bit far, the headshot rate was still maintained at about 30%. As for the heavy machine gun soldiers, Tang Zheng did not let them open fire. Now the zombies were scattered, and the killing effect of the heavy machine guns was not very good. When the zombies reached the city wall, they would naturally gather together, and then it would be the highlight. At this time, the battle was a one-sided massacre. The soldiers' task was to shoot at moving targets. It was just that the range was a little far, so it was not easy to shoot headshots, but at this time, the Zhuang army was strong, and had sufficient ammunition, and the zombies had to pay a heavy price for every step forward. The most common scene now was that their heads exploded while walking, and they suddenly fell to the ground. Almost every few meters they advanced. Nearly 100 zombies were killed on the road, but Chen Filang didn't care at all. His current order was for the zombies to move forward as much as possible. He also knew that the only way to conquer this strong city was to rush up the city wall. And to rush up the city wall, there must be a road leading to the city wall. The zombies don't know how to use tools. They can only rely on their bodies to pile up the road. So the losses ahead are inevitable, and he has been mentally prepared for this. Gradually, the zombie group approached within a range of 200 meters. At this distance, the zombie group inevitably began to gather. The light and heavy machine guns that had long been unable to hold back immediately began to roar wildly. There are many heavy machine guns in Zhuang City. There are as many as 30 machine gun bunkers on the south gate wall. On the city wall, each platoon has a heavy machine gun, and each squad has a light machine gun. The fierce rain of bullets whistled down, immediately causing a fatal blow to the zombie group. At this moment, looking from a high place, because the sky is a little dim, you can clearly see the golden torrent pouring down from the city wall. The golden torrent collided with the black corpse tide on the ground, and the black corpse tide was immediately beaten back. But the retreat was only a matter of a moment. As the corpse tide approached the city wall and a large group of zombies arrived behind, the black corpse tide advanced against the golden torrent. The killing efficiency at this moment was much higher than the previous rifle burst. At the front of the zombies, no zombie could survive for more than 10 seconds, whether it was an ordinary zombie or a mutant zombie. The huge group of zombies relied entirely on inertia to charge against the bullets. Compared with the number of huge zombies, the number of machine guns was still too small. Although all the rifles and machine guns of Ziguang City were deployed, the zombies still advanced at a slow speed. Helicopter, go. Tang Zheng also knew what the zombie leader was thinking, and he should want to build a path to the city wall as soon as possible. He would not let the zombies succeed easily, and immediately sent a helicopter to the scene. After a rest, the helicopter, which had been fully replenished with bullets, went on the scene again. They hovered in the area between 250 meters from the city wall, pouring bullets onto the ground as much as possible. With the help of helicopters, the progress of the zombies slowed down a bit. All jeeps, motorcycles, and all-terrain vehicles equipped with machine guns go to the city wall. These fast and flexible vehicles climbed up the city wall along the driveway. These vehicles also carried vehicle-mounted machine guns. When the vehicles came to the top of the city wall, the soldiers on the vehicles immediately stood up, set up the machine guns, and fired at the bottom. New firepower was constantly added, and finally the offensive momentum of the zombies was slowed down. The distance of 50 meters near the city wall was the red line of the Ziguang army. The soldiers would never allow the zombies to easily cross this red line. At least this wave of 50,000 zombies would never be allowed to come under the city wall. This intensity of shooting made the deaths of zombies particularly tragic. Especially after dozens of vehicles climbed onto the city wall, a large number of zombies died every second, and less than half of the 50,000 assault troops were left. The fierce gunfire echoed across the plains, and was also transmitted to thousands of households in the Northern Territory through radio waves. At the Alliance headquarters, on Xi Jinping's desk, radio equipment was placed. All 12 members of the Alliance Parliament were present, listening to the battle situation on the front line of Ziguang City. Intense gunfire and Xiaodali's urgent voice continued to be heard on the radio waves. This is Ziguang City, this is Ziguang City. I'm Xiaodali, and I'm on the city wall bringing you a frontline battle report. The battle is now in full swing, and a large number of zombies have been killed in the area between 250 meters from the city wall. According to temporary statistics, the total number of zombies killed by the Ziguang army has exceeded 100,000. I can hardly hear any other sounds here. There are gunshots everywhere, and my eardrums are ringing. The zombies in the distance are moving again, and it seems that the next group of zombies is about to enter the battlefield. But it seems that our soldiers are still at ease. The zombies paid a price of more than 100,000, but still couldn't get close to the city wall. A burst of vehicle sounds came from the radio waves, and Xiaodali seemed to turn around. Then, fierce gunshots came from the radio, like popping beans. Lion Ma stepped forward and turned down the volume of the radio a little. Speaker, it looks like the Ziguang army fought well. Xi Jinping nodded slightly. Indeed, they fought well. We all underestimated Tang Zheng. No one expected that he hid so deeply. Not only did he hide a large number of troops, but he even hid his planes and cannons. He only took them out at this time. Not only did we expect it, but the zombie leader must be heartbroken. Li Wang also hummed beside him. Useless zombies. They sacrificed hundreds of thousands of people and couldn't even get close to the city wall. If this continues, the whole army will be wiped out, and they won't be able to shake Ziguang City. The other councillors also showed their worries. If there is anyone in the land of the North Territory who doesn't want Tang Zheng to win, it may be these people in the Alliance. Because once Tang Zheng wins, his reputation in this land will reach a height that no one else can reach. Not to mention other survivors. It is estimated that people in the Alliance will settle in Ziguang City. On the contrary, the Alliance itself will be the biggest victim, and its reputation will fall to the bottom. In their minds, the best option is for the light-chasing city to be annihilated by the zombies, and then the zombies will also suffer heavy losses, and then the Alliance will come forward to clean up the mess. Now seeing that the light-chasing army is fighting so well, they all find it hard to accept. Only Xi Jinping smiled and waved his hand. You are a little too worried. In my opinion, it may be difficult for the light-chasing army to hold on until tomorrow. Speaker, could you have made a mistake in your estimate? It's already past 6 o'clock, and it's estimated that the battle will last until 8 o'clock. Ah. Wait, what are you saying? Lion Nad was halfway through her words when she suddenly realized something. Zijinshan smiled confidently. Yes, inertial thinking made you make a mistake. Zombies are not humans. The more night falls, the more active they are, while humans are the opposite. Not only will they be more tired at night, but more importantly, they can't see. If Tang Zheng is not fully prepared, tonight will be the time for the light-chasing city to be destroyed. Chapter 120, A Battle of Wits Under the Cover of Night. After hearing Zijinshan's explanation, Lion Nad and the others suddenly realized it was indeed their negligence. After the apocalypse began, the night was almost starless and moonless. No matter which group of survivors, few people were active at night. The zombies were just the opposite. They were more active at night. The darkness had no effect on them. They thought the battle would end at night, but it was not the case. The night was the beginning of the fierce battle. When they thought of the dark night, millions of zombies surging in, and people would become food for the zombies. That picture made everyone shudder. I hope that the Zhuang army can hold on, at least not be wiped out tonight. Well, I don't think it will end so soon. After all, Zhuang City has 2 walls. If Tang Zheng can't beat them, he can retreat to the inner city. Tang Zheng is well prepared, and is not completely powerless. I think he should be able to hold on for 2 to 3 days. The people who just thought that the Zhuang army fought well immediately changed their tone. They hope that the Zhuang army will be defeated, but they don't want them to be defeated so quickly and thoroughly, otherwise there will be no one who can resist this group of zombies, and the entire northern territory will face the threat of zombies. In other survivors' bases, many people are also restless. Many people understand the principle of the loss of lips and teeth. Usually, there are disputes or unhappiness, which are all internal affairs of humans. But facing zombies, many people think that everyone should still unite together. Now Zhuang City is equivalent to standing on the front line of human beings against zombies, which is an important weather vane. Most of the survivors in other bases do not want Tang Zheng to be defeated, and some even want to support him. But the actions of the Alliance made everyone feel uncertain. The Alliance doesn't care, so will they just fill the gaps in the teeth of the zombies if they go there? Young Linling and the Manor base listened to the fierce battle situation on the radio and wanted to support several times, but in the end he did not give this order. Alas. I have seen Tang Zheng before. He looks like a good guy. What a pity. If he wins this time, I will form an alliance with him and make Zijinshan's alliance go away. If he loses, we can't stay in this land of the Northern Territory. Other bases, some small bases also thought of supporting, but in the end, considering their own strength, they had to give up. However, everyone had a preliminary recognition of Tang Zheng. He was able to bravely stand on the front line to fight against zombies. This person was much more reliable than Zijinshan's alliance. Tang Zheng didn't know that the outside world's evaluation of him was getting better and better. The battle under the city made it impossible for him to be distracted. Of the 50,000 zombies, only more than 10,000 were left after being eliminated. In more than 20 minutes, this wave of zombies would probably be wiped out. But the current situation is not optimistic. Although the Zhuang army has eliminated more than 100,000 zombies, its own consumption is also not small. The training bullets replenished at noon have been used up, and many boxes of ammunition on the city wall have been opened. After the fierce battle, the soldiers themselves began to feel a little tired. The hundreds of thousands of zombies' losses were nothing. Tang Zheng even noticed that the zombies that stepped on the mines and attacked the city walls were almost all ordinary zombies. Obviously, the zombie leader had a battle plan. The current calm meant the difficulties ahead. Sure enough, when the time approached 7 o'clock, the zombies here had not been completely eliminated, and new zombies had joined the battlefield. In the last glimmer of daylight, a large number of zombies swept in again. This time, the number of zombies looked more than the previous wave. With the dim light, Tang Zheng saw that a large number of mutant zombies had joined the battle among the zombies. 100,000. This time, the number of zombies in the attack wave is almost 100,000. And the sun has set. It's already dark, and it will be night in less than half an hour. And the time when the zombies arrived here was also very good. Not only did they connect the front and back, leaving us no chance to breathe, but they also arrived just when night fell. It seems that the zombie leader had planned it in advance, and had planned the night attack long ago. If it weren't for my complete armaments and sufficient funds, I would have been defeated by you this time. Tang Zheng ordered the troops not to be stingy with bullets, increase firepower output, and eliminate the 10,000 zombies near the city wall as soon as possible to prepare for the next battle. At the same time, he opened his own system. As time went by, the battle in Ziguang City was not over yet. When they heard Xiaodali say in the radio that there were almost 100,000 zombies entering the battlefield, many people suddenly realized that it was already dark. It turned out that the idea of ending the battle when it got dark was their wishful thinking. Zombies don't have the habit of resting at night. It's dark now, how can we fight? Even the people in Ziguang City, who were cheering for the good performance of the Ziguang army, were now unsure. In the broadcast, Xiaodali's voice could not help but tremble. The battle is still going on. I can see that the searchlights on the sentry towers inside the city walls have been turned on. The soldiers are using the lights to eliminate the approaching zombies. 5 minutes ago, I could still see a large number of zombies approaching in the distance, but now I look far away and can no longer see where the zombies are. It must be said that the autumn night comes too early. It's completely dark before 8 o'clock. As she broadcasted, people's hearts were in their throats. Everyone was worried that they would hear people's screams, hear the news of the city's fall, or nothing at all. Unlike people's reactions, Chen Filong was grinning at Ziguang City and the dark zombie swarm. That Tang Zheng is probably still feeling lucky. Why don't I attack with all my strength? He thinks I'm a fool. There's only so much space in front of Ziguang City. If we send too many zombies at once, it will suit his needs. The dense formation will allow him to fire at will. You gave me a gift, so I must give you a gift in return. Doesn't your sentry tower have a searchlight? Let's have a night battle. Chen Filong was very proud. Although he had lost hundreds of thousands of ordinary zombies so far, that was nothing. He could summon them back in a few shouts in any city. Moreover, the zombies before were cannon fodder he sent out. His mutant zombies had not yet been deployed. This wave of 100,000 zombies was the beginning of the real attack. In the darkness, he didn't believe that the Ziguang army still had the same fighting power as before. The zombies would soon rush to the foot of the city wall and then pile up on the wall. If everything went well, the city would be broken tonight. As night fell, Chen Filong no longer had as many concerns as before and ordered the new zombies to advance quickly. 100,000 zombies were already too many. With Chen Filong's order, the zombies no longer kept their distance from each other and began to move forward quickly in the dark in groups. Soon, they entered the range of 3 kilometers from the city. Tang Zheng turned on the radar screen and watched the zombie group advance. Seeing this, he was slightly relieved. Everything was still within the plan. Since the arrival of the zombie group, Tang Zheng has been deducing the battle plan in his mind. He put himself in the position of the zombie king and imagined how he would fight if he was the zombie king. Among them, night combat is definitely the highlight. So the zombies are delaying time, and Tang Zheng is also delaying time. Everyone is waiting for the arrival of the night. The zombies think they have a sure win, and Tang Zheng also has gifts for them. Seeing the zombie group coming, Tang Zheng ordered to open fire. With the guidance of the radar, there is no need for lighting at all. The artilleryman can just fire according to the coordinates provided by the radar squad. Artillery Company Commander Wang Jinglang is sitting in the radar station at this moment, sitting next to Li Shaoqing, the squad leader of the radar squad. He looked at the radar screen, took the intercom, and gave the order to the soldiers on the front line to open fire. Left front, 9 o'clock, 2.2 kilometers away, open fire. Directly in front, 12 o'clock, 2.3 kilometers away, fire coverage. Orders were issued one after another, and the artillery in Ziguang City opened fire. The target area was full of zombies. Groups of flames began to explode in the dark. The artillery soldiers were busy loading shells, firing, unpacking and carrying shells. The deafening sound of the artillery brought a fatal blow to the zombies. especially those rocket launchers. Every time they fired, 19 rockets whizzed out, with burning tails in the dark, in an arc parabola, and flew directly out of the city. A rocket shell normally costs 2.5 gold, so it costs 47.5 gold to fire once. 10 rocket launchers fired a round, which is 475 gold. If it weren't for the arsenal, Tang Zheng would soon go bankrupt. But with the arsenal, the cost of the funds was reduced to about 100 gold, and Tang Zheng could afford it now. Behind them, the engineering troops kept carrying new shells from the arsenal. Tang Zheng ordered that, as long as the artillery could still fire, they should not stop. The dense artillery plowed the land, as if it was free, and flew out of the Ziguang city. Looking at the endless shells falling from the sky, and watching his own zombies being killed and injured, Chen Filong almost gnashed his fangs. Isn't he going to live like this? I don't believe it. How many shells can you have? And the area you bombed is nothing more than the range of these 2 kilometers. As long as I advance to within 1 kilometer of the city wall, your shells will be useless. Speed up. Get closer to the city wall. Regardless of how many zombies died, Chen Filong asked these zombies to speed up as much as possible and pass through this artillery attack area anyway. He believed that the people of the Ziguang army could not see through this night, and as long as they reached that area, it would be his world. The zombies received the order and tried their best to move their staggering steps and try to get closer to Ziguang city. After all, the number of artillery is limited, and the large army of zombies finally entered within 1 kilometer of the city wall of Ziguang city. At this distance, the parabola of the artillery is not enough to attack them. Without the suppression of artillery, the zombies moved faster. The group of zombies entered the 500-meter shooting range from the city wall. Although they suffered heavy losses, Chen Filong believed that, as long as they could pass these 500 meters, no matter how great the sacrifice was, it would be worth it. But the next scene stunned him. In Ziguang city, many bright white light bullets swayed and rose into the air, flying directly to a height of nearly 100 meters. Then the light bullets descended at an extremely slow speed and emitted a strong white light, illuminating the ground hundreds of meters below like daylight. This is a flare. Tang Zheng, you old pervert. I'm going to eat you. It's the 4th update, and it continues to update today. Ito believes that hard-working people should be rewarded. Chapter 121 Night Battle. This sudden flare disrupted Chen Filong's deployment. According to his plan, the zombies rushed to the city wall under the cover of night and quickly built a pile of corpses leading to the city wall. As long as the pile of corpses piled up to the top of the city wall, the zombies behind could rush up and completely submerge Ziguang city. The core premise of this plan is that the Ziguang army cannot see the zombies. And the zombies are also rushing over very crowdedly at this moment, densely piled together, which gives the Ziguang army a very good shooting opportunity. Sure enough, after the flare was launched, a new round of shooting by the Ziguang army began. Unlike the last time when only rifles fired at a distance of 500 meters, this time, all the machine guns on standby began to fire. This dealt a heavy blow to Chen Filong's group of corpses. But it was impossible to retreat at this moment. The huge group of corpses were crowded together, and he could not respond immediately if he gave another order. The only way was to bite the bullet and rush forward. Although the firepower of the light-chasing army was very strong, and they killed countless zombies, there were too many zombies charging in this wave. The light-chasing army opened fire at full power, but it was only to keep the zombies from rushing across the 50-meter red line. The two sides were in a stalemate. But at this time, something suddenly changed on the zombie side. About 4,000 armored zombies went into battle. According to the law of zombie evolution, the initial height of armored zombies is 2 meters. Between 2 and 3 meters, they are all armored zombies. Over 3 meters, they are gorilla zombies. This group of armored zombies are at least 2.2 meters tall, and the taller ones are about 2.56 meters tall. The degree of evolution is already extraordinary. These zombies were forced by Chen Filong to bend down and follow the ordinary zombies to charge. Originally, there were 5,000 zombies. After the previous round of bombardment and machine gun fire, there were still about 4,000. Now the cannon fodder zombies in front attracted a lot of firepower, and the armored zombies appeared as the main force. I saw these armored soldiers suddenly stand up, using their sturdy arms to protect their heads, and rushing towards Ziguang City like a black wall. Ding 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 ding. Countless bullets hit the armored soldiers, but they no longer had the devastating effect they had on ordinary zombies. As long as the head was not hit, it didn't matter if the body was pierced. This kind of zombie was difficult to be smashed by heavy machine guns. Although there were still armored soldiers who were hit in the head and fell down during the shooting, the situation had changed. Led by the armored soldiers, the zombies moved forward quickly. The helicopter of Ziguang City took off again, firing heavy machine guns from the air and cooperating with the defenders on the wall to kill the armored soldiers. The snipers in the sentry tower also gave up killing ordinary zombies and focused on killing the armored soldiers instead. 30 meters. 20 meters. The armored zombies continued to die and fell, and their number began to decrease sharply. From 4,000, it quickly dropped to less than 2,000. When they were 10 meters close to the city wall, the Ziguang army threw down grenades. These armored soldiers suddenly straightened up and used their bodies to help the zombies behind them resist the frontal impact of the grenades. Under the grenades and machine guns, there were few armored soldiers left. But behind them, a large number of zombies surged forward and rushed to the edge of the city wall. The scene after that was somewhat unstoppable. The zombies rushed forward, regardless of how the bullets on the city wall poured down, and they would die under the city wall and offer their bodies for the construction of the pile of corpses. After more than half an hour of bloody battle, 100,000 zombies, under the cover of the armored zombies, paid more than 40,000 casualties and finally approached the city of Ziguang City. Seeing that the zombies finally approached the city wall, Chen Filong in the distance was overjoyed. Although Tang Zheng's arrangement disrupted his plan, it was impossible to break through the city wall with these 100,000 zombies alone. But he didn't care, because he still had a lot of zombies. With a wave of his hand, 100,000 zombies continued to follow up. Tonight, we must expand the results of the battle no matter what. Moreover, Chen Filong also gained some combat experience after observation. That is, don't use your strength evenly. If you attack the city wall comprehensively, all the firepower of the Ziguang army can be fully released, and the casualties on your side will be too great. From now on, he chose 3 attack locations. One is the main gate of the south gate, one is the southwest position of the city wall, and the other is near the water gate of Fengming River. These 3 locations were chosen by Chen Filong as the main attack locations. The south city wall is a long distance of 5 kilometers. The defenders focus on guarding 3 locations. The firepower of so many people cannot be fully released, and no matter how the Ziguang army kills, the pile of corpses will get higher and higher, and eventually it will exceed the city wall. It must be said that Chen Filong's strategy has worked. When he gave the order to focus on the attack, the zombies under the city wall began to move. The zombies around the 3 locations began to gather rapidly. This is certainly conducive to killing, but the speed of the pile of corpses has increased. Reinforce, reinforce. The south gate is under great pressure. We need reinforcement. Zombies are gathering in the southwest. More than 10,000 zombies have arrived here. We can't kill them all. Request support. The wall between the southeast gate and the water gate is in danger. More than 15,000 zombies have gathered here. The dark crowd of zombies crowded under the wall, trying to pile up. The bullets on the wall rained down like raindrops, and almost no one missed without aiming, but the pile of corpses still grew rapidly. In just 10 minutes, the pile of corpses here was more than 3 meters high, and the area was very large. Seeing this situation, Tang Zheng did not panic. It was only a matter of time for the zombies to approach the wall. After all, the number of the opponent was so huge. He was able to successfully suppress the progress of the zombies through various tactical means, and before the opponent approached the wall, he killed nearly 200,000 zombies in total, which was already a great success. Tang Zheng knew long ago that the final victory or defeat must be concentrated in the attack and defense stage of the wall. Seeing that the zombies had gathered at the foot of the city, Tang Zheng waved his hand and said, "Flamethrower warriors, go." With such a dense group of zombies, the killing efficiency of ordinary firearms is already very low. The best killing method is flamethrower warriors. Now there are about 50 flamethrower warriors in the whole battalion. After receiving the order, 10 flamethrower warriors arrived at each of the 3 dangerous places on the city wall by car. The Polaris all-terrain vehicle was responsible for the road transportation on the city wall. The wheels almost ran out of sparks on the stone slabs of the city wall. The flamethrower warriors were transported to the location. The warriors jumped off the car and lay down on the battlements of the city wall. The flamethrower stretched out of the battlement and fired at the group of zombies below. The long dragon of flames roared out, and the aroma of barbecue immediately began to spread. The pile of corpses below and the zombies around the pile of corpses were all shrouded in flames. These zombies were also fearless and were not afraid of being burned by the flames. They still roared forward and tried to climb onto the pile of corpses. The most brutal attack and defense phase began. Human-shaped torches kept rising up, with flames pouring down from their heads. The pile of corpses was burning and falling, but new zombies kept coming up, and then the height rose again. The speed of burning slowed down the rise of the pile of corpses a little, but only a little. 10 flamethrower warriors soon sprayed 10 rounds of flames each, and the gasoline in the box behind them was exhausted. Just as the flamethrower warriors were about to continue refueling, Tang Zheng waved his hand to stop them. You can refuel, but stop spraying flames for a while. The soldiers of the light-chasing army immediately carried out the order unconditionally. Although they felt that the situation was urgent at the moment and they should continue to attack the zombies, they still obeyed the general's order. Tang Zheng stood on the city wall and looked into the distance. It was no longer possible to see anything in the dark night. Only when the flares were launched could a new wave of zombies arrive in the distance. It seemed that the zombie leader was ruthless and wanted to take down the light-chasing city tonight. Since the battle began, the zombies have lost more than 200,000 people, but the zombie leader has no intention of giving up. Tang Zheng also saw that no matter how he fought back, it would continue to invest. In this case, killing too quickly is not a good thing. Because zombies don't know how to get tired, but his soldiers still need some rest time and time to change meals. So Tang Zheng plans to delay the battle tonight. Now is not the time for a decisive battle. Tang Zheng must first fight with the opponent to consume. The artillery continues to fire and hit the zombies that have just joined the battlefield. Helicopters keep putting pressure on the zombies attacking the city in the air. Flamethrower warriors spray a round of flames every 10 minutes. The pile of corpses will rise a little bit. The higher it goes, the larger the base number of corpses needed below. It will be difficult for them to rush to the top of the city wall tonight. The defenders of the West City Wall, the North City Wall, and the Inner City all come to the South City Wall to assist in defense. A series of orders were issued, and the light-chasing army immediately took action. The defenders on the West Wall, North Wall, and Inner Wall all rushed over to assist the defenders on the South in the defensive operations. As for the company on the East Wall, Tang Zheng never let them move. Because although the battle had not started on the East Wall, the minaret had still been tripped. As long as the zombie leader wanted, the East Wall could be deployed at any time. Tang Zheng even saw zombies wandering 3 kilometers away from the East Wall. So Tang Zheng always kept the defenders of the East City immobile, just not giving the zombies a chance to attack. In the South City, which received reinforcement, the front line stabilized again. Although there were many zombies at this time, it was impossible to rush up the wall at once. They piled up corpses below, and the Ziguang army was still killing them continuously. The first wave of 100,000 zombies had dropped to more than 30,000, and the loss was extremely heavy. But the pile of corpses under the city was also piled up to a height of more than 6 meters. From a distance, the 3 attack locations of Ziguang City began to rise like 3 hills. The new round of zombie support troops also gradually entered the battlefield under the bombardment of artillery. The fierce attack and defense continued, and time passed by. Soon, it was 1 o'clock in the morning. In the dark night, Tang Zheng did not continue to command at the south gate, but came to the northeast gate of Ziguang City. This place is close to the foothills of Guian Mountain. Even zombies did not guard here, because it was not suitable for attacking. Tang Zheng's armored forces have already assembled here. Chapter 122 Armored Assault, 3 more chapters, 200 monthly tickets plus, 5 Type 15s, 5 scimitars, 5 armored vehicles, and a large number of jeeps, and even the off-road vehicles collected by Tang Zheng, were all gathered here, with a total of nearly 200 vehicles. At this moment, although Tang Zheng's field troops were all fighting on the city wall, he still had soldiers to mobilize. The engineers in the engineering platoon were all transferred to serve as drivers. Tang Zheng's guard platoon and Ji Yunshan's public security officers all served as machine gunners. Tang Zheng had equipped each vehicle with a machine gun and loaded 2 boxes of bullets. These vehicles gathered here, waiting for Tang Zheng's order. Tang Zheng came to the front of the team and made a brief speech. As everyone knows, the battle has now reached a critical moment. I know the zombie leader's idea very well. He intends to take advantage of the darkness to break through the light-chasing city in one fell swoop. Although we have flares, it is not as convenient as fighting in the daytime. This is his best chance. Their second wave of 100,000 zombies is about to arrive at the city, and I found that after several deployments, the front line of the zombies has become farther away from the light-chasing city. The current distance is about 8 kilometers. Zombies move slowly, which is their weakness. Moreover, the plain in front of the light-chasing city is so small that it is not realistic for them to rush over all at once. So I analyzed that this wave of 100,000 attacking zombies is their last wave tonight. If they want to organize a third wave of attack, it should be tomorrow morning. We have to fight for a chance to rest for ourselves, so we have to choose a suitable time to hit the zombies hard and force them to stop the attack tonight. This is our strategic goal. Listen to my orders now. Half an hour later, the artillery will launch another bombardment. While this wave of zombies is in chaos, we will rush out to attack them. The time is tentatively set at 2 o'clock in the morning. Attack at 2 o'clock, arrive at the battlefield in 10 minutes, and end the battle at 2:50, and retreat at 3 o'clock. Do you understand this requirement? Understood. Okay, get ready, and wait for the artillery's action. At the artillery position of Ziguang City, the artillerymen were already exhausted and panting. Tonight's battle was indeed beyond the norm. The barrels of the cannons were about to turn red, and they would explode if they continued to fire. However, Tang Zheng directly added new cannons. The operators were still the same, but the number of cannons increased. Let the previous cannons rest and cool down, and the new cannons were put into battle. When the troops were upgraded to a regiment, he would add new artillerymen, which was equivalent to buying them in advance. With the new cannons, the artillerymen were able to continue fighting, which guaranteed the output of firepower. On the other side of the city wall, under the delaying tactics of the Ziguang army, the zombies made some progress, and the height of the pile of corpses had barely reached 10 meters. Another half an hour passed. The artillery opened fire again, and this time the target of the attack was the 100,000 zombies that had just joined the battlefield. On the zombie side, Chen Filong had a rare headache. As a zombie, he had lost most of his senses. He didn't feel any pain when he was burned by fire before, but now he felt this way. He knew that this pain was a sign that he was a little overwhelmed. Commanding a large number of zombies for a long time put a lot of pressure on his mental strength. He didn't know if he, the zombie king, was purebred, but his current ability had indeed reached its limit and there was no possibility of improvement. I can't stand commanding the zombies for too long. I have to have a good rest after tonight. It won't take too long. I can recover in half a day. Thinking in his heart, he commanded the 100,000 zombies to continue fighting. No matter what, they must break through the city wall tonight. Even if these 100,000 zombies can't do it, he will send another 100,000. In short, they must achieve results tonight. Enduring the headache, Chen Filong asked another 100,000 zombies to gather and be ready to go to the battlefield at any time. The zombies continued to attack here, and Tang Zheng's side also began to move. In the dark night, the northeast gate quietly opened. More than 100 chariots rumbled out and quietly approached the south along the east gate wall. If it were normal, such a big movement would definitely be discovered, but now with the roar of gunfire in the south, this little sound would not be noticed at all. After reaching the southeast corner of the city wall, the vehicles made a detour, bypassing the attacking zombies that were advancing under the artillery fire, and headed straight for the zombie army. This was the strategy formulated by Tang Zheng. It was past 2 in the morning, and it would be dawn in 3 hours. After dawn, the zombies' advantage in the dark was gone, and the battle would return to normal. He believed that, no matter how crazy the zombie leader was, he would have to consider taking a break. Even if the zombies did not need to rest, shouldn't their zombies devour the corpses on the ground? He wanted to take this opportunity to interrupt the connection between the zombie army of 100,000 zombies, so that they would be disconnected from each other, and the zombie army would not have time to provide support again. As long as the two sides were disconnected, the 8-kilometer distance would create a time difference if they wanted to gather together again. This time difference was the rare rest time for the Ziguang army. If the operation goes smoothly, maybe the battle can be suspended, which is the best result. The best way to interrupt the connection between the zombie army and the vanguard is to attack with chariots. Tanks and armored vehicles can't play a big role in defending the city, but they are perfect for attacking. Taking advantage of the chaos on the battlefield, the convoy rushed forward quickly. Tang Zheng estimated that the zombie king's attention might be focused on the side close to the city wall in a short period of time. Even if it found it, with the speed of the convoy, it could catch it off guard. Sure enough, the convoy took advantage of the chaos to advance about 5 kilometers before being discovered by the zombies. The zombie army still looked endless. The zombies in front discovered the approaching convoy and immediately became agitated. This attracted Chen Filang's attention. What? Tang Zheng dared to send a convoy to attack me? Is he tired of living? Chen Filang felt deeply insulted. Facing his million zombies, Tang Zheng was not afraid and sent a convoy to attack. This was a contempt for himself. He wanted to organize the zombies to surround this convoy, smash the cars, drag out the people inside and eat them, but this convoy was not a pushover. When the tanks fired at the dark zombies, Chen Filang knew that things were not that simple. The light chasing army actually had tanks. Tanks, such iron lumps, were too unfriendly to zombies. Whether it was ordinary zombies or mutant zombies, the threat to tanks was almost zero. Even the second evolved zombies like Lickers had no good way to deal with tanks. Only the gorilla zombies, which had extremely amazing destructive power and could withstand even heavy machine guns under Chen Filang's deliberate armament, could threaten the tanks. Chen Filang believed that, as long as the gorilla zombies could get close to the tanks, they could smash their machine guns, bend their barrels, and even dismantle their turrets. However, in order to prevent the gorilla zombies from being caught by the planes of the light chasing army and being focused on by fire, he had dispersed the gorilla zombies to the rear of the large army, and it was difficult to transfer them for a while. So now, he could only watch the enemy's vehicles attack his zombies. When the battle really started, Chen Filang realized that every enemy vehicle posed a great threat to his zombies. Because these vehicles were all equipped with machine guns by Tang Zheng, more than 100 vehicles were like a long dragon spewing fire, with the high beams of the vehicles turned on and the machine guns fired madly at the zombies in the distance. The zombies tried in vain to catch up with the vehicles, but the speed and flexibility of these vehicles were not comparable to them. Except for the agile zombies, other zombies could not catch up with the running cars. And there were too many zombies here. The agile zombies rushed out of the zombies. Without the cover of a large force, they would not have a good end. Before they could get close to the car, they were shot into sieves by the whistling machine gun bullets. 10 tanks not only fired machine guns, but also opened the rocket nests on the body of the vehicle and fired at the zombies with all their strength. They hovered in front of the convoy, causing the greatest damage to the zombies. The heavy machine gun is an anti-personnel weapon. The metal torrents shot out, and the zombies fell down like mowing grass. These fallen zombies were the third batch of attacking zombies gathered by Chen Filang. The task of these zombies was to support the zombies that had already been put into the battlefield, to ensure that they continued to put pressure on the Ziguang army, and to strive to capture Ziguang city before dawn. But now that they were hit by these tanks, they were completely in chaos. Not only did they suffer heavy losses, but they could not provide support to the 100,000 zombies in front. In this way, his battle plan was completely disrupted. The 100,000 zombies in front would become an isolated army without the support of the rear. It was obviously difficult to capture Ziguang city with these 100,000 zombies alone, and they might be annihilated before dawn. The plan to capture Ziguang city in the dark was about to become a bubble. Chen Filong was in the large army in the distance, and he was furious. There were two paths in front of him. One was to rush forward regardless of everything, and fight to the death with the Ziguang army. One is to simply retreat and slow down, admitting that his nighttime combat plan has failed. He was unwilling to accept this. He wanted to fight to the death, but his headache was a bit serious at the moment. No. My mental strength is not enough to support such a fierce battle. I need some time to rest. Damn Tang Zheng, I will never let you have an easy time. I will not take Ziguang City first, but I will also destroy your convoy here. Chen Filong was a little unable to support it, and he decided to stop the large-scale combat tonight. Letting the zombies in the vanguard come back, devour the bodies of their companions, and destroy this convoy by the way, seems to be a good choice. In desperation, he issued an order for the attacking zombies to withdraw. The 100,000 zombies that had entered the battlefield and were about to engage in a head-on battle with the Ziguang army chose to retreat. They left behind more than 10,000 bodies and tried to come back to surround the Ziguang army's convoy. But Tang Zheng had a radar to watch, and after discovering the movements of the zombies, he immediately ordered the convoy to return to the city. Led by the tanks, the convoy launched a wave of counterattacks. Without the participation of the guerrilla zombies, the Type 15 tank was almost invincible as long as it had gasoline. It crushed a path through the zombies, broke through the zombie blockade, and led the convoy back to the city smoothly. The convoy of the Ziguang army seemed to have completed a honeymoon trip. It annihilated more than 10,000 zombies and broke Chen Filong's night combat plan, exceeding the task. When the zombie vanguard retreated and joined the main force, the sky was already turning pale. Chen Filong organized a battle for an afternoon and most of the night, losing almost a quarter of the zombies, and did not achieve any results worth mentioning. He even failed to climb the wall of Ziguang City. Only the 3 piles of corpses over 10 meters high and the countless corpses scattered on the plains were still telling the tragic situation of the first day. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 123 The General's Reputation. The first day of the battle ended in the early morning, which surprised many people in the Northern Territory who stayed up late to listen to the radio. In the university town base, in Xi Jinping's office, several large ashtrays in the room were full. In the smoky office, the eyes of the 12 members of the Alliance Parliament were red from staying up late. From the radio on the desk, the voice of Xiaodali was coming. The zombies retreated. Those zombies that were about to attack the city of Ziguang left like the tide. There are countless corpses and 3 high piles of corpses left under the city. They fought hard for a day and didn't get any results. Under the attack of our Ziguang army, they had to choose to retreat. This is a great victory. Woo woo. I'm too excited. Sorry. Today's broadcast ends here. I also need to rest. Good night, everyone. Xiaodali's voice was a little hoarse, but it could be heard that she was very excited. When the broadcast ended, Xi Jinping's office was unusually quiet. Li Wang's cigarette butt burned his hand, and he stood up suddenly. This is fake. It must be fake. How could zombies know how to retreat? This must be fake news made up by Ziguang City to deceive us. Who would believe such nonsense? Do you believe it? The other people in the office remained silent for a long time. Finally, it was Xi Jinping who spoke. Sit down. Speaker, can you believe it? I have to not believe it. The light-chasing army has no reason to make up such a lie that will soon be exposed. Besides, in Xiaodali's last broadcast, the gunfire stopped, which should be true. But this is unscientific. There's nothing unscientific. Through today's live broadcast of the battle, we can clearly feel that the zombie leader has the same wisdom as humans. Since he thinks like a human, he can't be considered a pure zombie. It's not surprising that he does anything. But I'm also surprised that Tang Zheng was able to repel the zombies. This is really incredible. Then what should we do now? The zombies were repelled, so Tang Zheng won. Xi Jinping sneered. Win? That's a long way off. The zombies only lost a small part of their troops, and we can probably hear that the light chasing army is almost using all their strength. In the next battle, they are still in danger. Hearing Zijinshan's analysis, several people in the room breathed a sigh of relief. It doesn't seem to be a bad thing. If the war of attrition continues, Tang Zheng will definitely not be able to hold on and will eventually be defeated. It would be best if he could hold on for a day or two and consume some of the zombies. That would be perfect. At that time, the Alliance can accept Ziguang City as a matter of course. They also want to see what Tang Zheng's inner city has. Almost 250,000 zombies were annihilated in one day. How did Tang Zheng hold on with such ammunition consumption? Now almost all of them believe that accepting Ziguang City will be an opportunity for the Alliance to take off. The Alliance did not say anything about this matter, but the other bases were jubilant. The Ziguang army fought against millions of zombies for more than 10 hours, and the battle lasted from afternoon to dawn. This feat was so exciting. Many bases sent congratulatory messages to the Ziguang army. Yang Linling's base, Jonathan's base, the base in Fengcheng, the base in the grassland. Even the relatively close bases in Liang and Mobi sent congratulatory messages to celebrate this great victory. In their opinion, if they could beat back the zombies once, they could beat them back a second time. After all, the first day was the most difficult. However, most of these congratulatory messages did not reach Tang Zheng's ears, but were received by the communicator Wu Di. At this moment, Tang Zheng had already slept soundly on the city wall. Tang Zheng was also exhausted physically and mentally for the whole day. He finally had a chance to rest, and he almost lay down on the spot. Beside him, the guard platoon leader Ning Yue got a parasol and a blanket to cover the general. The other soldiers of the guard platoon, holding steel guns, guarded the general's side, as if guarding a body. At dawn, some people who couldn't sleep opened the window and saw such a picture. There is a residential building near the small courtyard that Tang Zheng built for his father and sister. The windows on the top floor of the residential building were opened, and 3 little heads stuck out. From this position, you can just barely see the city wall. These are Tang and I's 3 best friends, who were rescued by Tang Zheng from Fengcheng Dance Academy. The 3 little girls knelt on the long sofa with their hands on their cheeks, and their elbows rested on the windowsill. On the city wall, Tang Zheng was sleeping soundly, and his soldiers were guarding him. They looked at the direction of the city wall, and they were fascinated. After a long time, a girl spoke first. Do you think that Nana's brother is also handsome when he sleeps? Yes, he is very handsome. The way he sleeps on the ground is very heroic. I think so too, but it's a pity that heroes, since ancient times, have been lonely. Lonely, have you heard about that? Yes, I heard about it too. There are many rumors in the city now, saying that brother Tang Zheng is obsessed with saving the world, and is not interested in girls. It's such a pity. Why should such a good person bear so many things that he shouldn't bear? Oh, from your tone, you seem to have some ideas about brother Tang Zheng. Humph. If there is, then there is. Don't you have any? Don't deny it. Children who lie will have longer noses. A girl bravely admitted it, and the other 2 sighed. When brother Tang Zheng rescued us, I had a good impression of him, so I'm saying it's a pity that we are destined to be apart. Hey, what do you think? Should we give brother Tang Zheng a gift? People like him often need warmth to slowly influence them, and let them know that there are many beautiful things in the world. That's a good idea. What should we give him? Otherwise, let's knit a scarf for him. Okay. Handmade things can make him feel your heart. That's it. But when is the right time to give it to him? Make it first. There will be a chance to give it to him sooner or later. Several little girls were whispering in the window, occasionally blushing and heart beating, full of warmth. Tang Zheng didn't know that he was labeled. He slept very comfortably. In the breeze on the city wall, he slept from the early morning until 10 o'clock in the morning. In the end, if it weren't for the aroma of cooking from the kitchen team below, he wouldn't have woken up so easily. Feeling his stomach growling, Tang Zheng woke up from his sleep. He opened his eyes and found that it seemed to be almost noon. Where are the zombies? Have they attacked us? No, General. There are too many corpses here. The zombies are busy devouring their own kind. It seems that it will be good if they can devour them all in the afternoon. That's why we didn't call you. Tang Zheng got up quickly. Have the piles of zombie corpses been burned? It's about to start. Start burning immediately. Try to burn it lower. Don't leave too high a passage for the zombies. Yes. The soldiers of Ziguang City, who had been prepared for a long time, immediately started to burn the corpses. Barrels of gasoline were poured from the top of the city wall. With a flamethrower, the pile of corpses began to burn violently. But this process is very long. The pile of corpses is too thick. In yesterday's battle, more than 200,000 zombies died. The corpses have piled up into a mountain. It may take 2 or 3 days to burn them all. After Tang Zheng got up, he picked up a telescope to see the situation on the zombie side. About 1 kilometer away from the city wall, countless zombies were devouring unscrupulously. The position outside the south gate was too large, and the mountains were full of zombies. Moreover, the distance was too far, and it was too difficult to kill them. The light-chasing army ignored them. After all, the soldiers were very tired, and everyone needed time to rest and recover. Now was a rare time of tacit understanding. On the one hand, they needed to devour and evolve, and on the other hand, they needed to rest and adjust. No one took the initiative to provoke a fight. From time to time, zombies evolved in the process of devouring, and became mutant zombies. It seemed that it would take some time to devour, and even if the zombies completed the devouring, it would take time to organize an attack. The light-chasing city was still safe for the time being. Tang Zheng silently calculated that, if the zombies were fast, the earliest they could launch an attack would be in the evening, or even late at night. Tang Zheng analyzed that today's zombie king might have to repeat yesterday's battle plan and still fight a night battle. After all, the night was still more advantageous to the zombies. The 5-kilometer battle line, just the flares for one night were a considerable consumption. No matter how good the flares were, they were not as good as the sun. Since the battle might start at night, it was safe during the day. Tang Zheng immediately came down from the city wall and started to eat. At this time, Tang Zheng did not ask Zhu Jingqiu to prepare a special meal for him. Instead, he followed the soldiers and ate a meal in a hurry to fill his stomach. After eating, Tang Zheng first checked his fund consumption. In yesterday's battle, Tang Zheng's fund consumption was as high as 550,000. In addition, the fund of nearly 4 million in his previous wave of troops has been reduced to 2.8 million. If the battle intensity is like this, my funds will be almost gone in another 5 days. The battle must not be dragged on for so long. We must find a way to end it as soon as possible. Tang Zheng returned to his residence in the inner city and came to the edge of the pond. He wanted to tease Tang Tang. In the past, Tang Tang would appear immediately when she felt Tang Zheng coming back, but today she just lazily greeted him. A huge tentacle waved on the water surface and then sank to the bottom of the water. The size of this tentacle was somewhat beyond Tang Zheng's impression. The part exposed above the water looked like a huge anaconda. This Tang Tang has grown a lot. Although I didn't see the whole picture, I can feel its hugeness. Did this guy eat too much last night? Seeing that Tang Tang couldn't come out, Tang Zheng sat by the pond and silently thought about the next battle plan. Just as he was thinking, the system prompt sounded suddenly. General, please pay attention. A supply box has been refreshed 30 kilometers north of you. Right square bracket. Chapter 124. A magical artifact. Hearing the prompt sound of the supply box, Tang Zheng suddenly became excited. It has been a long time since a supply box was refreshed. It may be that with the improvement of his military rank, there are more and more weapons and personnel under his command. Ordinary supply boxes are no longer of much help to him, so the probability of refreshing is also reduced. But since it is refreshed, it proves that there must be good things. 30 kilometers to the north, that is, within the Guan mountain area. Tang Zheng immediately asked the communicator Woody to call a bird helicopter. Soon, a bird helicopter flew over from the outer city. The cabin door opened, and Tang Zheng found that the pilot was Ji Yunshan. Why are you flying the plane? General, I think our city is so big that it is a bit difficult to rely solely on vehicle patrols. I want to discuss with you whether the bird helicopter can be used by our public security bureau after the war, so that it will be very convenient for patrols or police. Well, sure. Tang Zheng nodded slightly, thinking that this suggestion is good. In the future, I will definitely have a better plane. This small plane can also be used by the Public Security Bureau, and it is still a beautiful landscape in the city. I guess that you would definitely agree, so I'll familiarize myself with the performance of the plane in advance. After all, I was a scout, and driving is also my specialty. Where are you going, General? Tang Zheng sat in the plane and gave Ji Yunshan a coordinate according to the location where the supply box was refreshed. Tang Zheng leaned back in his chair and the plane took off and flew towards the designated location. During the flight, Ji Yunshan kept looking at Tang Zheng suspiciously. Tang Zheng was a little surprised. Do I have any questions? It's nothing serious. I just want to ask you, General. You slept alone on the city wall yesterday, and no one was there to squeeze with you. Wasn't it cold? It's okay. I eat mutant beast meat every day. I'm in good health. Yeah, I'm in good health, but eating too much mutant beast meat can easily cause internal heat, so I need to relieve internal heat. Tang Zheng rubbed his forehead. Do I need to take anti-inflammatory medicine? Not really. Ji Yunshan had a headache. That's not what I meant. Tang Zheng saw him hesitating. He was already under pressure from the war, so he couldn't help but feel irritated. He patted the airplane seat. If you have something to say, just say it. If you have to fart, just fart. What's the point of hesitating? I mean this plane is very obedient. Don't hit it. What? Tang Zheng became more and more confused. I mean, your hands are tired. You can let them do less and take a rest. Ji Yunshan, I think there's something wrong with you. Tang Zheng's eyes flashed with a dangerous light, thinking that this guy must be weird. Ji Yunshan didn't dare to speak, but he sighed deeply in his heart. It seems that persuading the general to find a girlfriend is a long and arduous task. 30 kilometers is a short distance for flying, and the plane soon arrived at the location of the supply box. When the position overlapped and landed, Tang Zheng saw the supply box. This time, the supply box was located upright on a rock, which looked very conspicuous. The plane landed next to the rock and Tang Zheng got off the plane. Just as he was about to signal Ji Yunshan to take it, Ji Yunshan said, General, it's not that I'm lazy. Last time I went into the water to get the supply box, I only got a bottle of gene medicine. I took a lot of effort to get an octopus back to use it. Moreover, the octopus was a super foodie. It didn't work at all when it came to us. The food it ate was almost as much as the food of a company. I really don't have confidence in my luck. I won't go this time. Tang Zheng thought about it, and it made sense. The supply box really depends on luck. The later the supply box is, the more precious it is. He decided to try it himself. After tidying up his clothes, Tang Zheng climbed up the rock. He carefully took the supply box in his hand, and then slid down. Tang Zheng opened the box on the spot. When he was halfway through, the system prompt sounded. General, the items in the supply box are large and not suitable to be placed here. It is recommended to place them after returning to the city. What is it? Can't the plane take it away? The item has been confirmed. Congratulations to the general for obtaining a battleship main gun. Battleship main gun. Tang Zheng's pupils dilated in an instant. The main gun of a battleship is not an ordinary thing. Although battleships have gradually withdrawn from the ranks of main battleships in modern warfare, no one dares to underestimate the power of the ship's gun. It is a thing that has been glorious for nearly a century, a weapon that traverses the oceans. After getting this kind of cannon, Tang Zheng instinctively felt that it was a little hot. Where should this thing be placed to exert its power? Can you tell me about the specific properties? The caliber of the gun is 406mm, the barrel length is 20.2 meters, and the total length is 33 meters. Because the recoil is too large, it has its own slide rail to reduce the recoil. A 100-meter long turret is needed to place the slide rail and fire. There is a control room inside the cannon, which requires 10 people to operate. The gun weighs 1,700 tons, and a shell weighs 1.2 tons. The range is 40,000 meters. Hearing this string of numbers, Tang Zheng's mouth was a little bit hard to close. Is this thing suitable for use on land? Suddenly thinking of a question, Tang Zheng opened the system. In the system, the naval gun did not enter the purchase sequence, but its shells did. 406mm battleship main gun shells. Price 1000 gold. Tang Zheng grinned slightly. One shell is 1000 gold. This is a gold-eating beast. But when he thought that he had an arsenal, if he could open a production line for this shell, the cost would go down. But before there is a production line, it is better not to fire this thing. Tang Zheng's mind was spinning fast at the moment. He was already thinking about where to put this cannon and what impact it would have on the battle. On the way back, Ji Yunshan flattered him. The general is indeed a general, and his moves are extraordinary. He can actually fire the main gun of the battleship, which shows that the general must be a genius in artillery. The shells are very expensive. The general's shells should not be wasted. Let it go where it should go. Tang Zheng felt that Ji Yunshan's nagging seemed a little mentally ill, so he ignored him. The plane returned to the inner city. Tang Zheng got off the plane, and Ji Yunshan shut up. After returning, Tang Zheng immediately called Ji Yuoyun and told him about firing the main gun of the battleship and building a gun platform. Ji Yuoyun thought for a while and said, "General, this cannon is too huge. The height of the turret must be high enough. I suggest that you find a place in the inner city and use the ultimate city wall to build a platform with a length of 100 meters and a height of 30 meters, and then put the naval gun on it. Now the city is under martial law and people cannot walk around. I will ask the engineers to surround the naval gun with a curtain first, so that when the residents of the outer city see it, they will only think that we are doing some construction. When the curtain is removed at the right time, it will not appear abrupt. This way, the cannon will have a shooting angle. In the future, within a radius of 40 kilometers, there will be almost nothing that can withstand a naval gun shot. This can also be regarded as a major landscape of our Ziguang city." After hearing Ji Yuoyun's suggestion, Tang Zheng thought it was very feasible. He immediately took action, and after careful consideration, he chose a location. This location is located in the south of the inner city and a little north of the buffer zone between the outer city. In this open space, he first started to buy the ultimate city wall. The continuous ultimate city wall was placed out, and finally formed a huge turret with a length of 100 meters, a width of 80 meters, and a height of 30 meters. Like the city wall, a driveway around the wall spirals up. After the construction of the turret was completed, engineers immediately came on stage and began to cover the turret with a curtain. After working for an afternoon, the curtain was completed, and Tang Zheng opened the box again and put the cannon on it. When the giant cannon was placed, there was a loud bang, and the naval gun was completed. Standing on the high platform, Tang Zheng stared at the giant cannon blankly, with infinite emotion in his heart. This cannon is too big. The 30-meter high platform, the naval gun itself is nearly 10 meters high, and it can be fired from a height of almost 37 or 38 meters. A long slide extends from the muzzle to the tail of the turret. There is an anti-collision rubber pad at the crenel to prevent the cannon from sliding off the turret. In addition, the angle of the muzzle can be rotated and adjusted, and the entire south gate and east gate area are within the shooting range. Of course, it is not easy to use if the target is too close. The cannon is suitable for shooting at least 5 kilometers away. The cannon also has a control room. Tang Zheng went in to take a look. There is a place for loading ammunition, a control console, and an artillery combat position. However, there was no personnel to operate it yet. Tang Zheng thought about it and immediately transferred 2 howitzer combat groups to station them in the naval gun. From now on, the 10 of you are the Ziguang City Giant Cannon Combat Team. Your mission is to guard this cannon and attack it after I give the order. Do you understand? Understood. The 2 howitzer combat groups became members of the giant cannon team. Seeing the cannon in the curtain, Tang Zheng was very happy. This time, his luck really exploded. He actually opened such a magical weapon. However, he didn't want to expose this cannon for the time being, so he covered it with a curtain first. Exposing it now will easily make people defensive. It's better to wait and use it at a critical moment. After placing the naval gun, Tang Zheng left the inner city turret with satisfaction. This matter was temporarily over, and Tang Zheng's attention returned to the zombies outside the city. As he had calculated before, after the zombies devoured all the corpses 1 kilometer away, it was night again. This was the night of the second day. At this moment, the zombie group Although the number was slightly reduced compared to before, the overall strength did not decrease, and even increased. Because the number of mutant zombies in the corpse group has greatly increased, their combat capabilities are naturally stronger. When night fell, Tang Zheng saw the zombie group mobilizing troops and preparing to launch another attack under the cover of night. In yesterday's battle, the Corpse King casually commanded the zombies in an area to rush over without such a deployment of troops, which shows that the Corpse King attaches great importance to tonight's battle. Under normal circumstances, tonight's battle is more brutal and difficult than yesterday, but today, Tang Zheng has a big gift for the Corpse King. Chapter 125 Big Sugar, 3 more chapters, plus 5 for Silver Alliance. Just as Tang Zheng thought, Chen Filong was planning an attack at night. Today, corpses were being burned in Zhuguang City. Thick black smoke floated in the air, and the smell of barbecue filled the air. The pile of corpses had dropped a little, from 10 meters high to about 7 meters. But Chen Filong was not in a hurry. He had learned the lesson from yesterday's battle, and was no longer in a hurry to attack blindly. Today, he mobilized about 200,000 zombies to devour them wantonly on the front line. After a day of devouring, the corpses on the ground were almost eaten up, and these 200,000 zombies had evolved to varying degrees. Almost all zombies walked much faster than before, close to the speed of human trotting. Among them, the number of quasi-mutated zombies exceeded 70,000, and the number of mutant zombies exceeded 20,000. Even among these 200,000 corpses, 3 gorilla zombies and 5 lickers were born. More than 3 months after the end of the world began, the gorilla variant had not actually appeared in the wild, and even lickers were rare. This is artificially catalyzed by Chen Filong, and it is very difficult to deal with. If it weren't for the Zhuguang army, which has a large number of advanced weapons, the gorilla zombies would be almost invincible. These 200,000 zombies have become the elite of Chen Filong's men, and are also the main force of his attack on Zhuguang City tonight. In order to succeed in one fell swoop, Chen Filong did not even act rashly at night, but waited until late at night. When it was pitch dark, he sent zombies to attack. Even if the Zhuguang army had flares, it would still be at a disadvantage. So he waited patiently until 9 o'clock in the evening, before preparing to launch this attack. Among the 200,000 powerful zombies, there are more than 70,000 quasi-mutated zombies and more than 20,000 mutant zombies. Even ordinary zombies are much stronger than when the end of the world began, not to mention that there are 8 second-level zombies. These second-level zombies will definitely bring enough damage to Zhuguang City. Chen Filong firmly believes this. At 9 o'clock, the zombies are dispatched. In Zhuguang City, Tang Zheng is also ready to act. Tang Zheng's tactical plan was very clear, that is, to consume as much of the zombies' manpower as possible, and consume as much as possible before the real decisive battle. Tonight's battle was a very important part of his tactical plan. First, Tang Zheng called the scientific research soldier Hizhu over. He took Hizhu to the pond in the inner city. There was a tanker parked by the pond. This was a gift from Hizhu to Tang Zheng, a super bomb that was said to be able to raise 2 square kilometers to the ground. Hizhu, does your car explode when you press a button? Tang Zheng reached into his pocket and took out a small metal box. The small box opened, and there was a small iron shelf inside. Inside the shelf was a remote control wrapped in an iron net. Carefully taking out the remote control, Tang Zheng asked Hizhu, "Yes, General, press it and it will explode with a bang. Then can this car be driven away by remote control?" "No, the car needs someone to drive it. I don't have the automatic navigation technology for unmanned driving, and I'm not very good at it." Tang Zheng nodded to indicate that he understood. It seems that he needs to find someone to drive it. This is the gift he is going to give to the Corpse King, a truck that can explode. However, it is not enough to have a driver. This car must go deep into the corpse group to play its greatest role. After the armored raid last night, the Corpse King has learned a lesson and has obviously paid attention to the outer defense. Now there are scattered zombies wandering everywhere on the plain outside the city. Once the car leaves the city, it will be discovered by the Corpse King. So Tang Zheng has to choose another road. Do we have to enter the mountain from the north gate and then go out of the mountain? Then go around for dozens of kilometers to the back of the zombie group and detonate? This method is not appropriate. From the radar screen, there are also scattered zombies wandering behind the zombie group. The zombie king also knows how to draw inferences from one example, and will not let me take advantage of this loophole. Tang Zheng thought hard, thinking of a way to get out of the city secretly. At this time, the water on the pool rolled, and Tang came out. Maybe it was night, and it was time for it to look for food again. Tang Zheng had seen Tang come out of the water many times, but this time, he was still scared. A head like a small mountain slowly emerged from the water. Eyes bigger than lanterns blinked at Tang Zheng. Puff! A bubble was spit out, immediately covering Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng waved his hand hard to break the bubble. Tang had already stretched out its tentacles in the water, wanting to play with Tang Zheng. The huge tentacles stretched out of the water, like a dragon making trouble in the sea, causing a large amount of water to rise. The part that was exposed above the water was more than 10 meters long and thicker than a water tank. This is a Caribbean monster. Looking at the huge Tang, which was no longer the same as before, Tang Zheng didn't know how to express himself. This guy in the sea, it wouldn't be a problem to overturn a medium-sized ship. Looking at the fantasy scene in front of him, Tang Zheng's eyes suddenly lit up. This guy should be able to take a car easily. Tang, come ashore and let me see. After receiving the order from his master, Tang moved his huge body and climbed out of the water. This time, Tang Zheng finally saw Tang's full appearance. The body length was almost 20 meters, with a big head like a small room, a ferocious mouth pits, and 8 powerful tentacles waving. Spider spirits and the like were all weak. Go and try. Can you lift that car? Tang Zheng pointed at the exploding truck, and Tang immediately walked over, waved his tentacles and rolled up. Be careful, handle it with care, this thing is deadly. Tang waved her tentacles carelessly, wrapped them around the truck, and then used her 2 tentacles to lift the truck over her head. Tang, you little monster, you are worthy of being the #1 foodie in the Zhuang army. Your food is not in vain, well done. Tang was praised, spitting bubbles happily, and almost dropped the truck to the ground. Tang Zheng was so scared that he quickly let it put down gently and broke out in a cold sweat. We have a way out of the city. That is to let Tang take the truck out of the city from Fengming River and sneak into the core area of the zombie group. But next, we have to drive for a distance before we can really enter the middle of the zombie group. During this process, I must follow. Tang is more attached to me and only obeys my orders. It doesn't work if others order her. Drive the car to the middle of the zombie group and then come back. During this process, Tang can try to follow and protect. We need a driver. Woody, go and call Ji Yunshan back. Ji Yunshan, who had just returned to the Public Security Bureau, received Tang Zheng's order and said to his colleagues with a little boasting, "Look, I'm so busy every day. I just came back from the general, and now he wants me to go over again. I guess he wants me to drink with him and talk." Zhu Liu and others who have been doing well in Zhuang City enviously watched their director fly away in a helicopter. When will they be so valued by the general? The plane soon arrived at the edge of the pond, and Ji Yunshan got off the plane. After seeing Tang, Ji Yunshan was also shocked. My goodness, let it eat all the food. Tang slapped the water surface unsatisfiedly, and a stream of water shot out, soaking Ji Yunshan like a drowned chicken. Ji Yunshan couldn't help complaining. "General, Tang has to be taken care of." Tang Zheng turned a blind eye to this. "Don't complain. Tang will take you and me out of the city through the water gate later, and also take Lizu's truck. We will find a place where zombies are densely populated to go ashore, and then the 2 of us will drive the explosive truck and rush into the zombie group." Hearing this, Ji Yunshan's face showed a solemn look. "General, I can do this job by myself. After all, before I joined the army, I had a girlfriend, and I was already a complete man." Tang Zheng shook his head slightly. Ji Yunshan's problem of talking nonsense has worsened a little now, and he doesn't know what he is thinking about. "Who told you that you are going to die? We will go quietly and then drive a few hundred meters. Tang will lead us back from the zombies." Ji Yunshan was stunned for a moment and looked at Tang, who was like a deep sea monster, and felt that this matter seemed to be feasible. He also knew why Tang Zheng followed, because Tang listened to Tang Zheng, and no one else was its master, let alone its superior. The two discussed the details of the operation and prepared to set off. The two entered the cab of the truck, and Tang Zheng put the remote control back into the small box to avoid bumping into it. Tang, take us out. Hold it high and steady. Tang stretched out the huge tentacles, grabbed the four corners, and the suction cups retracted, sticking the truck firmly, and then easily lifted it above his head. Although the four tentacles were used, it still had four tentacles, so it was easy to enter the pool. Holding the truck, Tang swam slowly on the water surface. When passing the water gate, the soldiers turned the winch with a click and raised the water gate. Tang Zheng sat in the passenger seat, looking at the river outside the car door. The water flowed just below the car door, as if the truck was driving in the river. After leaving the inner city and entering the outer city, you can still see the lights in the buildings by the river. When you come to the water gate of the south gate, the winch here has also risen. Go out of this gate and you will be outside the city of Zhuguang City. A strong smell of barbecue hits you in the face, and the pile of corpses next to it is still burning. After passing through this black smoke area, you will enter the plain battlefield outside the city. Above Zhuguang City, the soldiers in the sentry tower are also cooperating with Tang Zheng, constantly shining the searchlight into the distance, so that Tang Zheng can see the situation on the opposite side. In the distance, a dark mass of zombies are gathering, almost covering the entire south gate area. However, few zombies will approach the river. The instinctive fear of water makes zombies rarely walk by the river, which also makes Tang Zheng's actions very smooth. This wave is bigger than yesterday's. Tang Zheng calculated the distance. Now they were 2 kilometers away from the southern wall of Zhuguang City. The distance was almost there. While the zombies were not walking by the river, he instructed Tang to put the truck down. Tang stretched out his tentacles and gently put the truck on the land by the river like serving food. At this time, some zombies in the corpse group not far away had already discovered them and looked over with scholar eyes. The critical moment was coming. Whether the plan could succeed depended on now. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.